Part 2, Chapter 44 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Stillest Hour. What hath happened unto me, my friends? Ye see me troubled, driven forth, unwillingly obedient, ready to go. Alas, to go away from you. Yea, once more must Zarathustra retire to his solitude, but unjoyously this time doth the bear go back to his cave. What hath happened unto me? Who ordereth this? Ah, mine angry mistress wisheth it so. She spake unto me. Have I ever named her name to you? Yesterday, toward evening, there spake unto me my stillest hour. That is the name of my terrible mistress. And thus did it happen, for everything must I tell you, that your heart may not harden against this suddenly departing one. Do ye know the terror of him who falleth asleep? To the very toes he is terrified, because the ground giveth way unto him, and the dream beginneth. This do I speak unto you in parable. Yesterday, at the stillest hour, did the ground give way under me. The dream began. The hour hand moved on. The timepiece of my life drew breath. Never did I hear such stillness around me, so that my heart was terrified. Then was there spoken unto me without voice, Thou knowest it, Zarathustra. And I cried in terror at this whispering, and the blood left my face. But I was silent. Then was there once more spoken unto me without voice. Thou knowest it, Zarathustra, but thou dost not speak it. At last I answered like one defiant. Yea, I know it, but I will not speak it. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. Thou wilt not, Zarathustra. Is this true? Conceal thyself not behind thy defiance. And I wept and trembled like a child, and said, Ah, I would indeed, but how can I do it? Exempt me only from this. It is beyond my power. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. What matter about thyself, Zarathustra? Speak thy word, and succumb. And I answered, Ah, is it my word? Who am I? I await the worthier one. I am not worthy even to succumb by it. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. What matter about thyself? Thou art not yet humble enough for me. Humility hath the hardest skin. And I answered, What hath not the skin of my humility endured? At the foot of my height do I dwell. How high are my summits? No one hath yet told me, but well do I know my valleys. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. O Zarathustra, he who hath to remove mountains, removeth also valleys and plains. And I answered, As yet hath my word not removed mountains, and what I have spoken hath not reached man. I went indeed unto men, but not yet have I attained unto them. Then was there again spoken unto me without voice. What knowest thou thereof? The dew falleth on the grass when the night is most silent. And I answered, "They mocked me when I found and walked in my own path, and certainly did my feet then tremble. And thus did they speak unto me, Thou forgottest the path before, now dost thou also forget how to walk? Then was there again spoken unto me without voice, What matter about their mockery? Thou art one who hast unlearned to obey. Now shalt thou command. Knowest thou not who is most needed by all? He who commandeth great things. To execute great things is difficult, but the more difficult task is to command great things. This is thy most unpardonable obstinacy. Thou hast the power, and thou wilt not rule." And I answered, "I lack the lion's voice for all commanding." Then was there again spoken unto me as a whispering, "It is the stillest words which bring the storm. Thoughts that come with doves' footsteps guide the world. O Zarathustra, thou shalt go as a shadow of that which is to come. Thus wilt thou command, and in commanding go foremost." And I answered, "I am ashamed." Then was there again spoken unto me without voice, "Thou must yet become a child, and be without shame. The pride of youth is still upon thee. Late hast thou become young, but he who would become a child must surmount even his youth." And I considered a long while and trembled. At last, however, did I say what I had said at first, "I will not." Then did a laughing take place all around me. Alas, how that laughing lacerated my bowels and cut into my heart. And there was spoken unto me for the last time, "O Zarathustra, thy fruits are ripe, but thou art not ripe for thy fruits. So must thou go again into solitude, for thou shalt yet become mellow." And again there was a laughing, and it fled. Then did it become still all around me, as with a double stillness. I lay, however, on the ground, and the sweat flowed from my limbs. Now have ye heard all, and why I have to return into my solitude. Nothing have I kept hidden from you, my friends, but even this have ye heard from me. Who is still the most reserved of men, and will be so? Ah, my friends, I should have something more to say unto you. I should have something more to give unto you. Why do I not give it? Am I then a niggard? When, however, Zarathustra had spoken these words, the violence of his pain and a sense of the nearness of his departure from his friends came over him, so that he wept aloud, and no one knew how to console him. In the night, however, he went away alone and left his friends. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This seems to me to give an account of the great struggle which must have taken place in Nietzsche's soul before he finally resolved to make known the more esoteric portions of his teaching. Our deepest feelings crave silence. There is a certain self-respect in the serious man which makes him hold his profoundest feelings sacred. Before they are uttered, they are full of the modesty of a virgin, and often the oldest sage will blush like a girl when this virginity is violated by an indiscretion which forces him to reveal his deepest thoughts. End of Part 2, Chapter 44. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 45 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Third part. Ye look aloft when ye long for exaltation, and I look downward, because I am exalted. Who among you can at the same time laugh and be exalted? He who climbeth on the highest mountains laugheth at all tragic plays and tragic realities. Zarathustra, Part 1, Reading and Writing. The Wanderer. Then, when it was about midnight, Zarathustra went his way over the ridge of the isle that he might arrive early in the morning at the other coast, because there he meant to embark. For there was a good roadstead there, in which foreign ships also liked to anchor. Those ships took many people with them, who wished to cross over from the Happy Isles. So, when Zarathustra thus ascended the mountain, he thought on the way of his many solitary wanderings from youth onwards, and how many mountains and ridges and summits he had already climbed. I am a wanderer and mountain climber, said he to his heart. I love not the plains, and it seemeth I cannot long sit still. And whatever may still overtake me as fate and experience, a wandering will be therein, and a mountain climbing. In the end, one experienceth only one's self. The time is now past when accidents could befall me, and what could now fall to my lot, which would not already be mine own? It returneth only, it cometh home to me at last, mine own self, and such of it as hath been long abroad, and scattered among things and accidents. And one thing more do I know, I stand now before my last summit, and before that which hath been longest reserved for me. Ah, my hardest path must I ascend. Ah, I have begun my lonesomest wandering. He, however, who is of my nature, doth not avoid such an hour, the hour that saith unto him, Now only dost thou go the way to thy greatness. Summit and abyss, these are now comprised together. Thou goest the way to thy greatness. Now hath it become thy last refuge, what was hitherto thy last danger. Thou goest the way to thy greatness. It must now be thy best courage that there is no longer any path behind thee. Thou goest the way to thy greatness. Here shall no one steal after thee. Thy foot itself hath effaced the path behind thee, and over it standeth written, Impossibility. And if all ladders henceforth fail thee, then must thou learn to mount upon thine own head. How couldst thou mount upward otherwise? Upon thine own head, and beyond thine own heart. Now must the gentlest in thee become the hardest. He who hath always much indulged himself sickeneth at last by his much indulgence. Praises on what maketh hardy. I do not praise the land where butter and honey flow. To learn to look away from oneself is necessary in order to see many things. This hardiness is needed by every mountain climber. He, however, who is obtrusive with his eyes as a discerner, how can he ever see more of anything than its foreground? But thou, O Zarathustra, wouldst view the ground of everything and its background. Thus must thou mount even above thyself, upwards, until thou hast even thy stars under thee. Yea, to look down upon myself and even upon my stars, that only would I call my summit, that hath remained for me as my last summit. Thus spake Zarathustra to himself, while ascending, comforting his heart with harsh maxims, for he was sore at heart as he had never been before. And when he had reached the top of the mountain ridge, behold, there lay the other sea spread out before him, and he stood still and was long silent. The night, however, was cold at this height, and clear and starry. "I recognize my destiny," said he at last, sadly. "Well, I am ready. Now hath my last lonesomeness begun. Ah, this sombre, sad sea below me. Ah, this sombre nocturnal vexation. Ah, fate and sea, to you must I now go down. Before my highest mountain do I stand, and before my longest wandering. Therefore must I first go deeper down than I ever ascended. Deeper down into pain than I ever ascended, even into its darkest flood. So willeth my fate. Well, I am ready. Whence come the highest mountains? So did I once ask. Then did I learn that they come out of the sea. That testimony is inscribed on their stones, and on the walls of their summits. Out of the deepest must the highest come to its height. Thus spake Zarathustra on the ridge of the mountain where it was cold. When, however, he came into the vicinity of the sea, and at last stood alone amongst the cliffs, then had he become weary on his way, and eagerer than ever before. "Everything as yet sleepeth," said he, "even the sea sleepeth. Drowsily and strangely doth its eye gaze upon me. But it breatheth warmly, I feel it. And I feel also that it dreameth. It tosseth about dreamily on hard pillows. Hark, hark, how it groaneth with evil recollections, or evil expectations. I am sad along with thee, thou dusky monster, and angry with myself even for thy sake. That my hand hath not strength enough. Gladly indeed would I free thee from evil dreams." And while Zarathustra thus spake, he laughed at himself with melancholy and bitterness. "What, Zarathustra," said he, "wilt thou even sing consolation to the sea? Ah, thou amiable fool, Zarathustra, thou too blindly confiding one! But thus hast thou ever been, ever hast thou approached confidently all that is terrible. Every monster wouldst thou caress, a whiff of warm breath, a little soft tuft on its paw. And immediately wert thou ready to love and lure it. Love is the danger of the lonesomest one. Love to anything, if it only live. Laughable, verily, is my folly, and my modesty in love." Thus spake Zarathustra, and laughed thereby a second time. Then, however, he thought of his abandoned friends, and as if he had done them a wrong with his thoughts, he upbraided himself because of his thoughts. And forthwith it came to pass that the laughter wept. With anger and longing wept Zarathustra bitterly. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This is perhaps the most important of all the 4 parts. If it contained only, quote, "the vision and the enigma," unquote, and, quote, "the old and new tables," end quote, I should still be of this opinion, for in the former of these discourses we meet with what Nietzsche regarded as the crowning doctrine of his philosophy, and in, quote, "the old and new tables," end quote, we have a valuable epitome of practically all his leading principles. End of Part 3, Chapter 45. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 46 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Vision and the Enigma. 1. When it got abroad among the sailors that Zarathustra was on board the ship, for a man who came from the Happy Isles had gone on board along with him, there was great curiosity and expectation. But Zarathustra kept silent for 2 days, and was cold and deaf with sadness, so that he neither answered looks nor questions. On the evening of the 2nd day, however, he again opened his ears, though he still kept silent. For there were many curious and dangerous things to be heard on board the ship, which came from afar, and was to go still further. Zarathustra, however, was fond of all those who make distant voyages, and disliked to live without danger. And behold, when listening, his own tongue was at last loosened, and the ice of his heart broke. Then did he begin to speak thus: "To you, the daring venturers and adventurers, and whoever hath embarked with cunning sails upon frightful seas, to you, the Enigma intoxicated, the twilight enjoyers, whose souls are allured by flutes to every treacherous gulf. For ye dislike to grope at a thread with cowardly hand, and where you can divine, there do ye hate to calculate. To you only do I tell the enigma that I saw, the vision of the lonesomest one. Gloomily walked I lately in corpse-colored twilight, gloomily and sternly, with compressed lips. Not only one sun had set for me, a path which ascended daringly among boulders, an evil, lonesome path, which neither herb nor shrub any longer cheered, a mountain path, crunched under the daring of my foot, mutely marching over the scornful clinking of pebbles, trampling the stone that let it slip. Thus did my foot force its way upwards, in spite of the spirit that drew it downwards toward the abyss, the spirit of gravity, my devil and arch-enemy. Upwards, although it sat upon me half dwarf, half mole, paralyzing, dripping lead in mine ear, and thoughts like drops of lead into my brain. "O Zarathustra," it whispered scornfully, syllable by syllable, "thou stone of wisdom, thou threwest thyself high, but every thrown stone must fall. O Zarathustra, thou stone of wisdom, thou sling-stone, thou star-destroyer, thyself threwest thou so high, but every thrown stone must fall, condemned of thyself and to thine own stoning. O Zarathustra, far indeed threwest thou thy stone, but upon thyself will it recoil." Then was the dwarf silent, and it lasted long. The silence, however, oppressed me, and to be thus in pairs, one is verily lonesomer than when alone. I ascended, I dreamt, I thought, but everything oppressed me. A sick one did I resemble, whom bad torture wearieth, and a worse dream reawakeneth out of his first sleep. But there is something in me which I call courage. It hath hitherto slain for me every dejection. This courage at last bade me stand still and say, "Dwarf, thou or I?" For courage is the best slayer, courage which attacketh. For in every attack there is sound of triumph. Man, however, is the most courageous animal. Thereby hath he overcome every animal. With sound of triumph hath he overcome every pain. Human pain, however, is the sorest pain. Courage slayeth also giddiness at abysses. And where doth man not stand at abysses? Is not seeing itself seeing abysses? Courage is the best slayer. Courage slayeth also fellow-suffering. Fellow suffering, however, is the deepest abyss. As deeply as man looketh into life, so deeply also doth he look into suffering. Courage, however, is the best slayer, courage which attacketh. It slayeth even death itself, for it saith, "Was that life? Well, once more." In such speech, however, there is much sound of triumph. He who hath ears to hear, let him hear. 2. "Halt, dwarf," said I, "either I or thou. I, however, am the stronger of the two. Thou knowest not mine abysmal thought. It couldst thou not endure." Then happened that which made me lighter, for the dwarf sprang from my shoulder, the prying sprite, and it squatted on a stone in front of me. There was, however, a gateway just where we halted. "Look at this gateway, dwarf," I continued. "It hath 2 faces. 2 roads come together here. These hath no one yet gone to the end of. This long lane backwards, it continueth for an eternity. And that long lane forward, that is another eternity. They are antithetical to one another, these roads. They directly abut on one another. And it is here at this gateway that they come together. The name of the gateway is inscribed above. This moment. But should one follow them further, and ever further and further on, thinkest thou, dwarf, that these roads would be eternally antithetical?" "Everything straight lieth," murmured the dwarf contemptuously. "All truth is crooked. Time itself is a circle." "Thou spirit of gravity," said I wrathfully, "do not take it too lightly, or I shall let thee squat where thou squattest, halt-foot, and I carried thee high. Observe," continued I, "this moment. From the gateway, this moment, there runneth a long eternal lane backwards. Behind us lieth an eternity. Must not whatever can run its course of all things have already run along that lane? Must not whatever can happen of all things have already happened, resulted, and gone by? And if everything have already existed, what thinkest thou, dwarf, of this moment? Must not this gateway also have already existed? And are not all things closely bound together in such wise that this moment draweth all coming things after it? Consequently, itself also. For whatever can run its course of all things, also in this long lane outward, must it once more run. And this slow spider which creepeth in the moonlight, and this moonlight itself, and thou and I in this gateway whispering together, whispering of eternal things, must we not all have already existed? And must we not return and run in that other lane out before us, that long, weird lane? Must we not eternally return? Thus did I speak, and always more softly, for I was afraid of my own thoughts and arrear thoughts. Then suddenly did I hear a dog howl near me. Had I ever heard a dog howl thus? My thoughts ran back. Yes, when I was a child, in my most distant childhood, then did I hear a dog howl thus, and saw it also with hair bristling, its head upwards, trembling in the stillest midnight, when even dogs believe in ghosts. so that it excited my commiseration. For just then went the full moon, silent as death, over the house. Just then did it stand still, a glowing globe, at rest on the flat roof, as if on someone's property. Thereby had the dog been terrified, for dogs believe in thieves and ghosts. And when I again heard such howling, then did it excite my commiseration once more. Where was now the dwarf, and the gateway, and the spider, and all the whispering? Had I dreamt? Had I awakened? 'Twixt rugged rocks did I suddenly stand alone, dreary in the dreariest moonlight. But there lay a man, and there the dog leaping, bristling, whining. Now did it see me coming, then did it howl again, then did it cry. Had I ever heard a dog cry so for help? And verily, what I saw, the like had I never seen. A young shepherd did I see, writhing and choking, quivering, with distorted countenance, and with a heavy black serpent hanging out of his mouth. Had I ever seen so much loathing and pale horror on one countenance? He had perhaps gone to sleep. Then had the serpent crawled into his throat. There had it bitten itself fast. My hand pulled at the serpent, and pulled in vain. I failed to pull the serpent out of his throat. Then there cried out of me, "Bite! Bite its head off! Bite!" So cried it out of me, my horror, my hatred, my loathing, my pity, and all my good and my bad cried with one voice out of me. Ye daring ones around me, ye venturers and adventurers, and whoever of you have embarked with cunning sails on unexplored seas, ye enigma enjoyers, solve unto me the enigma that I then beheld. Interpret unto me the vision of the lonesomest one. For it was a vision and a foresight. What did I then behold in parable? And who is it that must come some day? Who is the shepherd into whose throat the serpent thus crawled? Who is the man into whose throat all the heaviest and blackest will thus crawl? The shepherd, however, bit as my cry had admonished him. He bit with a strong bite. Far away did he spit the head of the serpent, and sprang up. No longer shepherd, no longer man. A transfigured being, a light-surrounded being that laughed. Never on earth laughed a man as he laughed. O my brethren, I heard a laughter which was no human laughter, and now gnaweth a thirst at me, a longing that is never allayed. My longing for that laughter gnaweth at me. Oh, how can I still endure to live, and how could I endure to die at present? Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. The Vision and the Enigma is perhaps an example of Nietzsche in his most obscure vein. We must know how persistently he inveighed against the oppressing and depressing influence of man's sense of guilt and consciousness of sin, in order to fully grasp the significance of this discourse. Slowly but surely, he thought the values of Christianity and Judaic traditions had done their work in the minds of men. What were once but expedients devised for the discipline of a certain portion of humanity had now passed into man's blood and had become instincts. This oppressive and paralyzing sense of guilt and of sin is what Nietzsche refers to when he speaks of the spirit of gravity. This creature, half dwarf, half mole, whom he bears with him a certain distance on his climb and finally defies, and on whom he calls his devil and arch-enemy, is nothing more than the heavy millstone, guilty conscience, together with the concept of sin which at present hangs round the neck of men. To rise above it, to soar, is the most difficult of all things today. Nietzsche is able to think cheerfully and optimistically of the possibility of life in this world recurring again and again, when he has once cast the dwarf from his shoulders, and he announces his doctrine of the eternal recurrence of all things, great and small, to his arch-enemy, and in defiance of him. That there is much to be said for Nietzsche's hypothesis of the eternal recurrence of all things great and small, nobody who has read the literature on the subject will doubt for an instant, but it remains a very daring conjecture notwithstanding, and even in its ultimate effect as a dogma on the minds of men, I venture to doubt whether Nietzsche ever properly estimated its worth. See note on chapter 57. What follows is clear enough. Zarathustra sees a young shepherd struggling on the ground with a snake holding fast to the back of his throat. The sage, assuming that the snake must have crawled into the young man's mouth while he lay sleeping, runs to his help and pulls at the loathsome reptile with all his might, but in vain. At last, in despair, Zarathustra appeals to the young man's will. Knowing full well what a ghastly operation he is recommending, he nevertheless cries, quote, "Bite, bite its head off, bite," end quote, as the only possible solution of the difficulty. The young shepherd bites, and far away he spits the snake's head, whereupon he rises, quote, "No longer shepherd, no longer man, a transfigured being, a light-surrounded being that laughed. Never on earth laughed a man as he laughed." End quote. In this parable, the young shepherd is obviously the man of today. The snake that chokes him represents the stultifying and paralyzing social values that threaten to shatter humanity, and the advice, "Bite, bite," is but Nietzsche's exasperated cry to mankind to alter their values before it is too late. End Part 3, Chapter 46. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 47 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Involuntary Bliss. With such enigmas and bitterness in his heart did Zarathustra sail o'er the sea. When, however, he was 4-day journeys from the Happy Isles and from his friends, then had he surmounted all his pain. Triumphantly and with firm foot did he again accept his fate. And then talked Zarathustra in this wise to his exulting conscience. Alone am I again, and like to be so. Alone with the pure heaven and the open sea. And again is the afternoon around me. On an afternoon did I find my friends for the first time. On an afternoon also did I find them a second time. At the hour when all light becometh stiller. For whatever happiness is still on its way twixt heaven and earth, now seeketh for lodging a luminous soul. With happiness hath all light now become stiller. O afternoon of my life! Once did my happiness also descend to the valley that it might seek a lodging. Then did it find those open, hospitable souls. O afternoon of my life! What did I not surrender that I might have one thing, this living plantation of my thoughts and this dawn of my highest hope? Companions did the creating one once seek, and children of his hope. And lo, it turned out that he could not find them except he himself should first create them. Thus am I in the midst of my work, to my children going and from them returning. For the sake of his children must Zarathustra perfect himself. For in one's heart one loveth only one's child and one's work. And where there is great love to one's self, then is it the sign of pregnancy. So have I found it. Still are my children verdant in their first spring, standing nigh one another, and shaken in common by the winds, the trees of my garden and of my best soil. And verily, where such trees stand beside one another, there are happy isles. But one day will I take them up, and put each by itself alone, that it may learn lonesomeness and defiance and prudence. Gnarled and crooked, and with flexible hardness, shall it then stand by the sea, a living lighthouse of unconquerable life. Yonder, where the storms rush down into the sea, and the snout of the mountain drinketh water, shall each on a time have his day and night watches for his testing and recognition. Recognized and tested shall each be, to see if he be of my type and lineage. If he be a master of a long will, silent even when he speaketh, and giving in such wise that he taketh in giving, so that he may one day become my companion, a fellow creator and fellow enjoyer with Zarathustra. Such a one as writeth my will on my tables, for the fuller perfection of all things, and for his sake, and for those like him, must I perfect myself. Therefore do I now avoid my happiness, and present myself to every misfortune for my final testing and recognition. And verily, it were time that I went away, and the wanderer's shadow, and the longest tedium, and the stillest hour, have all said unto me, it is the highest time. The word blew to me through the keyhole, and said, Come. The door sprang subtly open unto me, and said, Go. But I lay enchained to my love for my children. Desire spread this snare for me, the desire for love, that I should become the prey of my children, and lose myself in them. Desiring, that is now for me to have lost myself. I possess you, my children. In this possessing shall everything be assurance, and nothing desire. But brooding lay the sun of my love upon me, and in his own juice stewed Zarathustra. Then did shadows and doubts fly past me. For frost and winter I now longed. Oh, that frost and winter would again make me crack and crunch, sighed I. Then arose icy mist out of me. My past burst its tomb, many pains buried alive woke up, fully slept had they merely concealed in corpse clothes. So called everything unto me in signs, It is time, but I heard not until at last mine abyss moved, and my thought bit me. Ah, abysmal thought, which art my thought. When shall I find strength to hear thee burrowing and no longer tremble? To my very throat throbbeth my heart when I hear thee burrowing. Thy muteness even is like to strangle me, thou abysmal mute one. As yet have I never ventured to call thee up. It hath been enough that I have carried thee about with me. As yet have I not been strong enough for my final lion wantonness and playfulness. Sufficiently formidable unto me hath thy weight ever been. But one day shall I yet find the strength and the lion's voice which will call thee up. When I shall have surmounted myself therein, then will I surmount myself also in that which is greater, and a victory shall be the seal of my perfection. Meanwhile do I sail along on uncertain seas. Chance flattereth me, smooth-tongued chance. Forward and backward do I gaze, still see I no end. As yet hath the hour of my final struggle not come to me, or doth it come to me perhaps just now? Verily, with insidious beauty do sea and life gaze upon me round about. O afternoon of my life! O happiness before eventide! O haven upon high seas! O peace in uncertainty! How I distrust all of you! Verily, distrustful am I of your insidious beauty. Like the lover am I, who distrusteth too sleek smiling. As he pusheth the best beloved before him, tender even in severity the jealous one, so do I push this blissful hour before me. Away with thee, thou blissful hour! With thee hath there come to me an involuntary bliss. Ready for my severest pain do I here stand. At the wrong time hast thou come. Away with thee, thou blissful hour! Rather harbour there with my children. Hasten, and bless them before eventide with my happiness. There, already approacheth eventide. The sun sinketh. Away, my happiness! Thus spake Zarathustra, and he waited for his misfortune the whole night, but he waited in vain. The night remained clear and calm, and happiness itself came nigher and nigher unto him. Toward morning, however, Zarathustra laughed to his heart, and said mockingly, Happiness runneth after me. That is because I do not run after women. Happiness, however, is a woman. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This, like The Wanderer, is one of the many introspective passages in the work, and is full of innuendos and hints as to the Nietzschean outlook on life. End of Part 3, Chapter 47. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 48 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Before sunrise. O heaven above me, thou pure, thou deep heaven, thou abyss of light, gazing on thee I tremble with divine desires. Up to thy height to toss myself, that is my depth. In thy purity to hide myself, that is mine innocence. The god veileth his beauty, thus hidest thou thy stars. Thou speakest not, thus proclaimest thou thy wisdom unto me. Mute o'er the raging sea hast thou risen for me today. Thy love and thy modesty make a revelation unto my raging soul. In that thou camest unto me beautiful, veiled in thy beauty, in that thou spakest unto me mutely, obvious in thy wisdom. Oh, how could I fail to divine all the modesty of thy soul? Before the sun didst thou come unto me, the lonesomest one. We have been friends from the beginning. To us are grief, gruesomeness, and ground common. Even the sun is common to us. We do not speak to each other because we know too much. We keep silent to each other. We smile our knowledge to each other. Art thou not the light of my fire? Hast thou not the sister soul of mine insight? Together did we learn everything. Together did we learn to ascend beyond ourselves, to ourselves, and to smile uncloudedly. Uncloudedly to smile down out of luminous eyes and out of miles of distance, when under us constraint and purpose and guilt steam like rain. And I wandered alone. For what did my soul hunger by night and in labyrinthine paths? And climbed I mountains, whom did I ever seek, if not thee upon mountains? And all my wandering and mountain climbing, a necessity was it merely, and a makeshift of the unhandy one. To fly only wanteth mine entire will, to fly into thee. And what have I hated more than passing clouds, and whatever tainteth thee? and mine own hatred have I even hated because it tainted thee. The passing clouds I detest, those stealthy cats of prey. They take from thee and me what is common to us, the vast unbounded yea and amen saying. These mediators and mixers we detest, the passing clouds, those half and half ones that have neither learned to bless nor to curse from the heart. Rather will I sit in a tub under a closed heaven. Rather will I sit in the abyss without heaven than see thee, thou luminous heaven, tainted with passing clouds. And oft have I longed to pin them fast with the jagged gold wires of lightning, that I might, like the thunder, beat the drum upon their kettle bellies, an angry drummer, because they rob me of thy yea and amen. Thou heaven above me, thou pure, thou luminous heaven, thou abyss of light, because they rob thee of my yea and amen. For rather will I have noise and thunders and tempest blasts than this discreet doubting cat repose. And also amongst men do I hate most of all the soft treaders, and half ones, and the doubting, hesitating, passing clouds. And he who cannot bless shall learn to curse. This clear teaching dropped unto me from the clear heaven. This star standeth in my heaven even in dark nights. I, however, am a blesser and a yea-sayer, if thou but be around me, thou pure, thou luminous heaven, thou abyss of light. Into all abysses do I then carry my beneficent yea-saying. A blesser have I become and a yea-sayer, and therefore strove I long, and was I a striver, that I might one day get my hands free for blessing. This, however, is my blessing, to stand above everything as its own heaven, its round roof, its azure bell, and eternal security. And blessed is he who thus blesseth. For all things are baptized at the font of eternity, and beyond good and evil. Good and evil themselves, however, are but fugitive shadows and damp afflictions and passing clouds. Verily, it is a blessing and not a blasphemy when I teach that, above all things there standeth the heaven of chance, the heaven of innocence, the heaven of hazard, the heaven of wantonness. Of hazard? That is the oldest nobility in the world. That gave I back to all things. I emancipated them from bondage under purpose. This freedom and celestial serenity did I put like an azure bell above all things, when I taught that over them and through them no eternal will willeth. This wantonness and folly did I put in place of that will, when I taught that in everything there is one thing impossible, rationality. A little reason, to be sure, a germ of wisdom scattered from star to star, this leaven is mixed in all things. For the sake of folly, wisdom is mixed in all things. A little wisdom is indeed possible, but this blessed security have I found in all things, that they prefer to dance on the feet of chance. Oh, heaven above me, thou pure, thou lofty heaven, this is now thy purity unto me, that there is no eternal reason spider and reason cobweb, that thou art to me a dancing floor for divine chances, that thou art to me a table of the gods, for divine dice and dice players. But thou blushest? Have I spoken unspeakable things? Have I abused when I meant to bless thee? Or is it the shame of being two of us that maketh thee blush? Dost thou bid me go and be silent, because now day cometh? The world is deep, and deeper than e'er the day could read. Not everything may be uttered in presence of day, but day cometh, so let us part. O heaven above me, thou modest one, thou glowing one, O thou, my happiness before sunrise! The day cometh, so let us part. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Here we have a record of Zarathustra's avowal of optimism, as also the important statement concerning chance, or accident, verse 27. Those who are familiar with Nietzsche's philosophy will not require to be told what an important role his doctrine of chance plays in his teaching. The giant chance has hitherto played with the puppet man. This is the fact he cannot contemplate with equanimity. Man shall now exploit chance, he says again and again, and make it fall on its knees before him. See verse 33 in On the Olive Mount, and verses 9 to 10 in the Bedwarfing Virtue. End of Part 3, Chapter 48. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 49 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bedwarfing Virtue. 1. When Zarathustra was again on the continent, he did not go straightway to his mountains and his cave, but made many wanderings and questionings, and ascertained this and that, so that he said of himself jestingly, Lo, a river that floweth back unto its source in many windings. For he wanted to learn what had taken place among men during the interval, whether they had become greater or smaller. And once, when he saw a row of new houses, he marveled and said, What do these houses mean? Verily, no great soul put them up as its simile. Did perhaps a silly child take them out of its toy box? Would that another child put them again into the box. And these rooms and chambers, can men go out and in there? They seem to be made for silk dolls, or for dainty eaters who perhaps let others eat with them. And Zarathustra stood still and meditated. At last he said sorrowfully, There hath everything become smaller. Everywhere do I see lower doorways. He who is of my type can still go there through, but he must stoop. Oh, when shall I arrive again at my home, where I shall no longer have to stoop? Shall no longer have to stoop before the small ones. And Zarathustra sighed and gazed into the distance. The same day, however, he gave his discourse on the Bedwarfing Virtue. 2. I pass through this people and keep mine eyes open. They do not forgive me for not envying their virtues. They bite at me because I say unto them that for small people, small virtues are necessary, and because it is hard for me to understand that small people are necessary. Here am I still like a cock in a strange farmyard, at which even the hens peck. But on that account I am not unfriendly to the hens. I am courteous toward them, as toward all small annoyances. To be prickly toward what is small seemeth to me wisdom for hedgehogs. They all speak of me when they sit around their fire in the evening. They speak of me, but no one thinketh of me. This is the new stillness which I have experienced. Their noise around me spreadeth a mantle over my thoughts. They shout to one another, What is this gloomy cloud about to do to us? Let us see that it doth not bring a plague upon us. And Recently did a woman seize upon her child that was coming unto me.
'Take the children away,' cried she. 'Such eyes scorch children's souls.'
They cough when I speak. They think coughing an objection to strong winds. They divine nothing of the boisterousness of my happiness.
'We have not yet time for Zarathustra.'
So they object. But what matter about a time that hath no time for Zarathustra? And if they should altogether praise me, how could I go to sleep on their praise? A girdle of spines is their praise unto me. It scratcheth me even when I take it off. And this also did I learn among them, the praiser doeth as if he gave back. In truth, however, he wanteth more to be given him. Ask my foot if their louding and luring strains please it. Verily, to such measure and tick-tack it liketh neither to dance nor to stand still. To small virtues would they fain lure and laud me. To the tick-tack of small happiness would they fain persuade my foot. I pass through this people and keep mine eyes open. They have become smaller, and ever become smaller. The reason thereof is their doctrine of happiness and virtue. For they are moderate also in virtue, because they want comfort. With comfort, however, moderate virtue only is compatible. To be sure, they also learn in their way to stride on and stride forward, that I call their hobbling. Thereby they become a hindrance to all who are in haste. And many of them go forward and look backwards thereby with stiffened necks. Those do I like to run up against. Foot and I shall not lie, nor give the lie to each other, but there is much lying among small people. Some of them will, but most of them are willed. Some of them are genuine, but most of them are bad actors. There are actors without knowing it amongst them, and actors without intending it. The genuine ones are always rare, especially the genuine actors. Of man there is little here, therefore do their women masculinize themselves. For only he who is man enough will save the woman in woman. And this hypocrisy found I worst amongst them, that even those who command feign the virtues of those who serve. I serve, thou servest, we serve. So chanteth here even the hypocrisy of the rulers. And alas, if the first lord be only the first servant. Even upon their hypocrisy did mine eyes' curiosity alight, and well did I divine all their fly happiness, and their buzzing around sunny window panes. So much kindness, so much weakness do I see, so much justice and pity, so much weakness. Round, fair, and considerate are they to one another, as grains of sand are round, fair, and considerate to grains of sand. Modestly to embrace a small happiness, that do they call submission, and at the same time they peer modestly after a new small happiness. In their hearts they want simply one thing most of all, that no one hurt them. Thus do they anticipate everyone's wishes, and do well unto everyone. That, however, is cowardice, though it be called virtue. And when they chance to speak harshly, those small people, then do I hear therein only their hoarseness. Every draught of air maketh them hoarse. Shrewd indeed are they. Their virtues have shrewd fingers, but they lack fists. Their fingers do not know how to creep behind fists. Virtue for them is what maketh modest and tame. Therewith have they made the wolf a dog, and man himself man's best domestic animal.
We set our chair in the midst,
so saith their smirking unto me,
and as far from dying gladiators as from satisfied swine.
That, however, is mediocrity, though it be called moderation. 3. I pass through this people and let fall many words, but they know neither how to take nor how to retain them. They wonder why I came not to revile venery and vice, and verily I came not to warn against pickpockets either. They wonder why I am not ready to abet and whet their wisdom, as if they had not yet enough of wiseacres whose voices grate on mine ear like slate pencils. And when I call out, "Curse all the cowardly devils in you, that would fain whimper and fold the hands and adore," then do they shout,
"Zarathustra is godless."
And especially do their teachers of submission shout this. But precisely in their ears do I love to cry, "Yea, I am Zarathustra, the godless." Those teachers of submission, wherever there is aught puny or sickly or scabby, there do they creep like lice, and only my disgust preventeth me from cracking them. Well, this is my sermon for their ears. I am Zarathustra the godless, who saith, "Who is more godless than I, that I may enjoy his teaching?" I am Zarathustra the godless. Where do I find mine equal? And all those are mine equals who give unto themselves their will, and divest themselves of all submission. I am Zarathustra the godless. I cook every chance in my pot, and only when it hath been quite cooked do I welcome it as my food. And verily, many a chance came imperiously unto me, but still more imperiously did my will speak unto it. Then did it lie imploringly upon its knees, imploring that it might find home and heart with me, and saying flatteringly, "See, O Zarathustra, how friend only cometh unto friend." But why talk I when no one hath mine ears? And so will I shout it out unto all the winds. Ye ever become smaller, ye small people. Ye crumble away, ye comfortable ones. Ye will yet perish, by your many small virtues, by your many small omissions, and by your many small submissions. Too tender, too yielding, so is your soil. But for a tree to become great, it seeketh to twine hard roots around hard rocks. Also, what ye omit weaveth at the web of all the human future. Even your naught is a cobweb, and a spider that liveth on the blood of the future. And when ye take, then is it like stealing, ye small virtuous ones. But even among knaves honor saith that one shall only steal when one cannot rob. It giveth itself. That is also a doctrine of submission. But I say unto you, ye comfortable ones, that it taketh to itself, and will ever take more and more from you. Ha! That ye would renounce all half-willing, and would decide for idleness as ye decide for action. Ah, that ye understood my word. Do ever what ye will, but first be such as can will. Love ever your neighbor as yourselves, but first be such as love themselves. Such as love with great love, such as love with great contempt. Thus speaketh Zarathustra the godless. But why talk I when no one hath mine ears? It is still an hour too early for me here. Mine own forerunner am I among this people, mine own cock-crow in dark lanes. But their hour cometh, and there cometh also mine. Hourly do they become smaller, poorer, unfruitfuller, poor herbs, poor earth, and soon shall they stand before me like dry grass and prairie, and verily weary of themselves, and panting for fire more than for water. O blessed hour of the lightning! O mystery before noontide! Running fires will I one day make of them, and heralds with flaming tongues. Herald shall they one day with flaming tongues. It cometh, it is nigh, the great noontide. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This requires scarcely any comment. It is a satire on modern man and his belittling virtues. In verses 23 and 24 of the second part of the discourse, we are reminded of Nietzsche's powerful indictment of the great of today. In the Antichrist, aphorism 43, quote, "At present, nobody has any longer the courage for separate rights of domination, for a feeling of reverence for himself and his equals, for pathos of distance. Our politics are morbid from this want of courage. The aristocracy of character has been undermined most craftily by the lie of the equality of souls. And if the belief in the privilege of the many makes revolutions and will continue to make them, it is Christianity, let us not doubt it. It is Christian valuations which translate every revolution merely into blood and crime." End quote. See also Beyond Good and Evil, pages 120-121. Nietzsche thought it was a bad sign of the times that even rulers have lost the courage of their positions, and that a man of Friedrich the Great's power and distinguished gifts should have been able to say, "Ich bin der erste Diener des Staates," I am the first servant of the state. To this utterance of the great sovereign, verse 24 undoubtedly refers. Cowardice and mediocrity are the names with which he labels modern notions of virtue and moderation. In Part 3, we get the sentiments of the discourse in the Happy Isles, but perhaps in stronger terms. Once again we find Nietzsche thoroughly at ease, if not cheerful, as an atheist, and speaking with vertiginous daring to make chance go on its knees to him. In verse 20, Zarathustra makes yet another attempt at defining his entirely anti-anarchical attitude, and unless such passages have been completely overlooked or deliberately ignored hitherto by those who will persist in laying anarchy at his door, it is impossible to understand how he ever became associated with that foul political party. The last verse introduces the expression, quote, "the great noontide," end quote. In the poem to be found at the end of Beyond Good and Evil, we meet with the expression again, and we shall find it occurring time and again in Nietzsche's works. It will be found fully elucidated in the 5th part of The Twilight of the Idols, but for those who cannot refer to this book, it were well to point out that Nietzsche called the present period, our period, the noon of man's history. Dawn is behind us. The childhood of mankind is over. Now we know. There is no longer any excuse for mistakes which will tend to botch and disfigure the type of man. Quote, "With respect to what is past," he says, "I have, like all discerning ones, great toleration, that is to say, generous self-control. But my feeling changes suddenly and breaks out as soon as I enter the modern period, our period, our age knows." End quote. See note on Chapter 70. End of Part 3, Chapter 49, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 50 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Olive Mount. Winter, a bad guest, sitteth with me at home. Blue are my hands with his friendly handshaking. I honor him, that bad guest, but gladly leave him alone. Gladly do I run away from him, and when one runneth well, then one escapeth him. With warm feet and warm thoughts do I run where the wind is calm, to the sunny corner of mine olive mount. There do I laugh at my stern guest, and am still fond of him, because he cleareth my house of flies, and quieteth many little noises. For he suffereth it not if a gnat wanteth to buzz, or even two of them. Also the lanes maketh he lonesome, so that the moonlight is afraid there at night. A hard guest is he, but I honor him, and do not worship, like the tenderlings, the pot-bellied fire-idol. Better even a little teeth-chattering than idle adoration. So willeth my nature. And especially have I a grudge against all ardent, steamy fire-idols. Him whom I love better in winter than in summer. Better do I now mock at mine enemies, and more heartily when winter sitteth in my house. Heartily, verily, even when I creep into bed. There still laugheth and wantoneth my hidden happiness, even my deceptive dream laugheth. I, a creeper? Never in my life did I creep before the powerful, and if ever I lied, then did I lie out of love. Therefore am I glad even in my winter bed. A poor bed warmeth me more than a rich one, for I am jealous of my poverty. And in winter she is most faithful unto me. With a wickedness do I begin every day. I mock at the winter with a cold bath. On that account grumbleth my stern housemate. Also do I like to tickle him with a wax taper, that he may finally let the heavens emerge from ashy grey twilight. For especially wicked am I in the morning, at the early hour when the pail rattleth at the well, and horses neigh warmly in grey lanes. Impatiently do I then wait, that the clear sky may finally dawn for me, the snow-bearded winter sky, the hoary one, the white head. The winter sky, the silent winter sky, which often stifleth even its sun. Did I perhaps learn from it the long, clear silence? Or did it learn it from me? Or hath each of us devised it himself? Of all good things the origin is 1,000-fold. All good, roguish things spring into existence for joy. How could they always do so? For once only. A good, roguish thing is also the long silence, and to look like the winter sky out of a clear, round-eyed countenance. Like it to stifle one's sun and one's inflexible solar will. Verily, this art and this winter roguishness have I learnt well. My best-loved wickedness in art is it that my silence hath learned not to betray itself by silence. Clattering with diction and dice, I outwit the solemn assistants. All those stern watchers shall my will and purpose elude. That no one might see down into my depth and into mine ultimate will, for that purpose did I devise the long, clear silence. Many a shrewd one did I find. He veiled his countenance and made his water muddy, so that no one might see therethrough and thereunder. But precisely unto him came the shrewder distrusters and nutcrackers. Precisely from him did they fish his best concealed fish. But the clear, the honest, the transparent, these are for me the wisest silent ones. In them so profound is the depth that even the clearest water doth not betray it. Thou snow-bearded, silent winter sky, thou round-eyed white head above me, oh, thou heavenly simile of my soul and its wantonness, and must I not conceal myself like one who hath swallowed gold, lest my soul should be ripped up? Must I not wear stilts, that they may overlook my long legs, all those enviers and injurers around me? Those dingy, fire-warmed, used-up, green-tinted, ill-natured souls, how could their envy endure my happiness? Thus do I show them only the ice and winter of my peaks, and not that my mountain windeth all the solar girdles around it. They hear only the whistling of my winter storms, and know not that I also travel over warm seas like longing, heavy, hot south winds. They commiserate also my accidents and chances, but my word saith, suffer the chance to come unto me. Innocent is it as a little child. How could they endure my happiness if I did not put around it accidents and winter privations and bearskin caps and enmantling snowflakes? If I did not myself commiserate their pity, the pity of those enviers and injurers, if I did not myself sigh before them and chatter with cold, and patiently let myself be swathed in their pity. This is the wise, waggish will and goodwill of my soul, that it concealeth not its winters and glacial storms, it concealeth not its chilblains either. To one man, lonesomeness is the flight of the sick one. To another, it is the flight from the sick ones. Let them hear me chattering and sighing with winter cold, all those poor squinting knaves around me. With such sighing and chattering do I flee from their heated rooms. Let them sympathize with me and sigh with me on account of my chilblains. At the ice of knowledge will he yet freeze to death. So they mourn. Meanwhile, do I run with warm feet hither and thither on mine olive mount. In the sunny corner of mine olive mount do I sing, and mock at all pity. Thus sang Zarathustra. End of Part 3, Chapter 50. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 51 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On passing by. Thus, slowly wandering through many peoples and diverse cities, did Zarathustra return by roundabout roads to his mountains and his cave. And behold, thereby came he unawares also to the gate of the great city. Here, however, a foaming fool with extended hands sprang forward to him and stood in his way. It was the same fool whom the people called the Ape of Zarathustra, for he had learned from him something of the expression and modulation of language, and perhaps liked also to borrow from the store of his wisdom. And the fool talked thus to Zarathustra. O Zarathustra, here is the great city. Here hast thou nothing to seek and everything to lose. Why wouldst thou wade through this mire? Have pity upon thy foot. Spit rather on the gate of the city, and turn back. Here is the hell for anchorites' thoughts. Here are great thoughts, seethed alive and boiled small. Here do all great sentiments decay. Here may only rattle-boned sensations rattle. Smellest thou not already the shambles and cookshops of the spirit? Steameth not this city with the fumes of slaughtered spirit? Seest thou not the souls hanging like limp, dirty rags? And they make newspapers also out of these rags. Hearest thou not how spirit hath here become a verbal game? Loathsome verbal swill doth it vomit forth, and they make newspapers also out of this verbal swill. They hound one another, and know not whither. They inflame one another, and know not why. They tinkle with their pinchbeck, they jingle with their gold. They are cold, and seek warmth from distilled waters. They are inflamed, and seek coolness from frozen spirits. They are all sick and sore through public opinion. All lusts and vices are here at home, but here there are also the virtuous. There is much appointed virtue, much appointable virtue with scribe fingers and hardy sitting flesh and waiting flesh, blessed with small breast stars and padded haunchless daughters. There is here also much piety, and much faithful spittle-licking and spittle-backing before the God of hosts. From on high drippeth the star and the gracious spittle, for the high longeth every starless bosom. The moon hath its court, and the court hath its moon-calves. Unto all, however, that cometh from the court do the mendicant people pray, and all appointable mendicant virtues. I serve, thou servest, we serve. So prayeth all appointable virtue to the prince, that the merited star may at last stick on the slender breast. But the moon still revolveth around all that is earthly. So revolveth also the prince around what is earthliest of all. That, however, is the gold of the shopmen. The god of the hosts of war is not the god of the golden bar. The prince proposeth, but the shopman disposeth. By all that is luminous and strong and good in thee, O Zarathustra, spit on this city of shopmen, and return back. Here floweth all blood putridly, and tepidly, and frothily through all veins. Spit on the great city, which is the great slum where all the scum frotheth together. Spit on the city of compressed souls and slender breasts, of pointed eyes and sticky fingers, on the city of the obtrusive, the brazen-faced, the pen-demagogues and tongue-demagogues, the overheated ambitious, where everything, maimed, ill-famed, lustful, untrustful, over-mellow, sickly, yellow, and seditious, festereth pernicious. Spit on the great city and turn back. Here, however, did Zarathustra interrupt the foaming fool and shut his mouth. "Stop this at once," called out Zarathustra. "Long have thy speech and thy species disgusted me. Why didst thou live so long by the swamp, that thou thyself hast to become a frog and a toad? Floweth there not a tainted, frothy swamp blood in thine own veins, when thou hast thus learned to croak and revile? Why wentest thou not into the forest? Or Why didst thou not till the ground? Is the sea not full of green islands? I despise thy contempt, and when thou warnest me, why didst thou not warn thyself? Out of love alone shall my contempt and my warning bird take wind, but not out of the swamp. They call thee mine ape, thou foaming fool, but I call thee my grunting pig. By thy grunting thou spoilest even my praise of folly. What was it that first made thee grunt? Because no one sufficiently flattered thee? Therefore didst thou seat thyself beside this filth, that thou mightest have cause for much grunting. That thou mightest have cause for much vengeance. For vengeance, thou vain fool, is all thy foaming. I have divined thee well. But thy fool's word injureth me, even when thou art right. And even if Zarathustra's word were 100 times justified, thou wouldst ever do wrong with my word. Thus spake Zarathustra. Then did he look on the great city and sighed, and was long silent. At last he spake thus. I loathe also this great city, and not only this fool. Here and there is nothing to better, nothing to worsen. Woe to this great city, and I would that I already saw the pillar of fire in which it will be consumed. For such pillars of fire must precede the great noontide. But this hath its time and its own fate. This precept, however, give I unto thee in parting, thou fool. Where one can no longer love, there should one pass by. Thus spake Zarathustra, and passed by the fool and the great city. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Here we find Nietzsche confronted with his extreme opposite, with him, therefore, for whom he is most frequently mistaken by the unwary. Zarathustra's ape, he is called in the discourse. He is one of those at whose hands Nietzsche had to suffer most during his lifetime, and at whose hands his philosophy has suffered most since his death. In this respect, it may seem a little trivial to speak of extremes meeting, but it is wonderfully apt. Many have adopted Nietzsche's mannerisms and word coinages, who had nothing in common with him beyond the ideas and business they plagiarized. But the superficial observer and a large portion of the public, not knowing of these things, not knowing perhaps that there are iconoclasts who destroy out of love, and are therefore creators, and that there are others who destroy out of resentment and revengefulness, and who are therefore revolutionists and anarchists, are prone to confound the two, to the detriment of the nobler type. If we now read what the fool says to Zarathustra, and note the tricks of speech he has borrowed from him, if we carefully follow the attitude he assumes, we shall understand why Zarathustra finally interrupts him. Quote, "Stop this at once," Zarathustra cries. "Long have thy speech and thy species disgusted me. Out of love alone shall my contempt and my warning bird take wind, but not out of the swamp." End quote. It were well if this discourse were taken to heart by all those who are too ready to associate Nietzsche with lesser and noisier men, with mountebanks and mummers. End of Part 3, Chapter 51. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 52 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Apostates. 1. Ah, lieth everything already withered and grey, which but lately stood green and many-hued on this meadow. And how much honey of hope did I carry hence into my beehives! Those young hearts have already become old, and not old even, only weary, ordinary, comfortable. They declare it, "We have again become pious." Of late did I see them run forth at early morn with valorous steps, but the feet of their knowledge became weary, and now do they malign even their morning valor. Verily, many of them once lifted their legs like the dancer. To them winked the laughter of my wisdom. Then did they bethink themselves. Just now have I seen them bent down to creep to the cross. Around light and liberty did they once flutter like gnats and young poets. A little older, a little colder, and already are they mystifiers and mumblers and mollycoddles. Did perhaps their hearts despond, because lonesomeness had swallowed me like a whale? Did their ear perhaps hearken yearningly long for me in vain, and for my trumpet notes and herald calls? Ah, ever are there but few of those whose hearts have persistent courage and exuberance, and in such remaineth also the spirit patient. The rest, however, are cowardly. The rest, these are always the great majority, the commonplace, the superfluous, the far too many. Those all are cowardly. Him who is of my type will also the experiences of my type meet on the way, so that his first companions must be corpses and buffoons. His second companions, however, they will call themselves his believers, will be a living host with much love, much folly, much unbearded veneration. To those believers shall he who is of my type among men not bind his heart. In those spring times in many-hued meadows shall he not believe who knoweth the thickly faint-hearted human species. Could they do otherwise, then would they also will otherwise. The half and half spoil every whole. That leaves become withered, what is there to lament about that? Let them go and fall away, O Zarathustra, and do not lament. Better even to blow amongst them with rustling winds. Blow amongst those leaves, O Zarathustra, that everything withered may run away from thee the faster. 2. We have again become pious. So do those apostates confess, and some of them are still too pusillanimous thus to confess. Unto them I look into the eye. Before them I say it unto their face, and unto the blush on their cheeks, Ye are those who again pray. It is, however, a shame to pray. Not for all, but for thee, and me, and whoever hath his conscience in his head. For thee it is a shame to pray. Thou knowest it well. The faint-hearted devil in thee, which would fain fold its arms and place its hands in its bosom and take it easier, this faint-hearted devil persuadeth thee that there is a God. Thereby, however, dost thou belong to the light-dreading type, to whom light never permitteth repose. Now must thou daily thrust thy head deeper into obscurity and vapour. And verily, thou choosest the hour well, for just now do the nocturnal birds again fly abroad. The hour hath come for all light-dreading people, the vesper hour and leisure hour when they do not take leisure. I hear it and smell it. It hath come. Their hour for hunt and procession, not indeed for a wild hunt, but for a tame, lame, snuffling, soft treaders, soft prayers hunt. For a hunt after susceptible simpletons. All mouse-traps for the heart have again been set, and whenever I lift a curtain, a night moth rusheth out of it. Did it perhaps squat there along with another night moth? For everywhere do I smell small, concealed communities, and wherever there are closets, there are new devotees therein, and the atmosphere of devotees. They sit for long evenings beside one another and say,
"Let us again become like little children and say, 'Good God!'"
ruined in mouths and stomachs by the pious confectioners. Or they look for long evenings at a crafty, lurking cross-spider, that preacheth prudence to the spiders themselves, and teacheth that, under crosses, it is good for cobweb spinning. Or they sit all day at swamps with angle rods, and on that account think themselves profound. But whoever fisheth where there are no fish, I do not even call him superficial. Or they learn in godly gay style to play the harp with a hymn poet, who would fain harp himself into the heart of young girls, for he hath tired of old girls and their praises. Or they learn to shudder with a learned semi-madcap, who waiteth in darkened rooms for spirits to come to him, and the spirit runneth away entirely. Or they listen to an old roving howl and growl piper, who hath learnt from the sad winds the sadness of sounds. Now pipeth he as the wind, and preacheth sadness in sad strains. And some of them have even become night watchmen. They know now how to blow horns and go about at night, and awaken old things which have long fallen asleep. 5 words about old things did I hear yesternight at the garden wall. They came from such old, sorrowful, arid night watchmen. "For, father, he careth not sufficiently for his children. Human fathers do this better."
"He is too old. He now careth no more for his children,"
answered the other night watchman. "Hath he then children? No one can prove it unless he himself prove it. I have long wished that he would for once prove it thoroughly."
"Prove? As if he had ever proved anything. Proving is difficult to him. He layeth great stress on one's believing him."
Aye, belief saveth him, belief in him. That is the way with old people. So it is with us also." Thus spake to each other the 2 old night watchmen and light scarers, and tooted thereupon sorrowfully on their horns. So did it happen yesternight at the garden wall. To me, however, did the heart writhe with laughter, and was like to break. It knew not where to go, and sunk into the midriff. Verily, it will be my death yet, to choke with laughter when I see asses drunken, and hear night watchmen thus doubt about God. Hath the time not long since passed for all such doubts? Who may nowadays awaken such old slumbering, light-shunning things? With the old deities hath it long since come to an end. And verily, a good, joyful deity end had they. They did not begloom themselves to death. That do people fabricate. On the contrary, they laughed themselves to death once on a time. That took place when the ungodliest utterance came from a god himself. The utterance,
"There is but one God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me."
An old grim beard of a god, a jealous one, forgot himself in such wise. And all the gods then laughed and shook upon their thrones and exclaimed,
"Is it not just, divinity, that there are gods, but no God?"
He that hath an ear, let him hear. Thus talked Zarathustra in the city he loved, which is surnamed the Pied Cow. For from here he had but 2 days to travel to reach once more his cave and his animals. His soul, however, rejoiced unceasingly on account of the nighness of his return home. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. It is clear that this applies to all those breathless and hasty tasters of everything, who plunge too rashly into the sea of independent thought and heresy, and who, having miscalculated their strength, find it impossible to keep their head above water. Quote, "A little older, a little colder," end quote, says Nietzsche. They soon clamber back to the conventions of the age they intended reforming. The French then say, "Le diable se fait ermite." But these men, as a rule, have never been devils, neither do they become angels. For, in order to be really good or evil, some strength and deep breathing is required. Those who are more interested in supporting orthodoxy than in being over-nice concerning the kind of support they give it, often refer to these people as evidence in favor of the true faith. End of Part 3, Chapter 52. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 53 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return Home. O lonesomeness, my home, lonesomeness. Too long have I lived wildly in wild remoteness to return to thee without tears. Now threaten me with the finger as mothers threaten. Now smile upon me as mothers smile. Now say just, who was it that like a whirlwind once rushed away from me? Who, when departing, called out, "Too long have I sat with lonesomeness, there have I unlearned silence"? That hast thou learned now, surely. O Zarathustra, everything do I know, and that thou wert more forsaken amongst the many, thou unique one, than thou ever wert with me. One thing is forsakenness, another matter is lonesomeness. That hast thou now learned, and that amongst men thou wilt ever be wild and strange. Wild and strange, even when they love thee. For above all, they want to be treated indulgently. Here, however, art thou at home and house with thyself. Here canst thou utter everything, and unbosom all motives. Nothing is here ashamed of concealed, congealed feelings. Here do all things come caressingly to thy talk and flatter thee, for they want to ride upon thy back. On every simile dost thou here ride to every truth. Uprightly and openly mayest thou here talk to all things, and verily, it soundeth as praise in their ears, for one to talk to all things directly Another matter, however, is forsakenness. For, dost thou remember, O Zarathustra, when thy bird screamed overhead, when thou stoodest in the forest, irresolute, ignorant where to go, beside a corpse? When thou spakest, "Let mine animals lead me. More dangerous have I found it among men than among animals." That was forsakenness. And dost thou remember, O Zarathustra, when thou sattest in thine isle, a well of wine giving and granting amongst empty buckets, bestowing and distributing amongst the thirsty, until at last thou alone sattest thirsty amongst the drunken ones, and wailest nightly, "Is taking not more blessed than giving, and stealing yet more blessed than taking?" That was forsakenness. And dost thou remember, O Zarathustra, when thy stillest hour came and drove thee forth from thyself, when with wicked whispering it said, "Speak and succumb"? When it disgusted thee with all thy waiting and silence, and discouraged thy humble courage, that was forsakenness. Oh, lonesomeness, my home, lonesomeness, how blessedly and tenderly speaketh thy voice unto me! We do not question each other. We do not complain to each other. We go together openly through open doors, for all is open with thee and clear, and even the hours run here on lighter feet. For in the dark, time weigheth heavier upon one than in the light. Here fly open unto me all being's words and word cabinets. Here all being wanteth to become words. Here all becoming wanteth to learn of me how to talk. Down there, however, all talking is in vain. There, forgetting and passing by, are the best wisdom. That have I learned now. He who would understand everything in man must handle everything. But for that I have 2 clean hands. I do not like even to inhale their breath. Alas, that I have lived so long among their noise and bad breaths. Oh, blessed stillness around me! Oh, pure odors around me! How from a deep breast this stillness fetcheth pure breath! How it hearkeneth, this blessed stillness! But down there, there speaketh everything. There is everything misheard. If one announce one's wisdom with bells, the shopmen in the marketplace will out-jingle it with pennies. Everything among them talketh. No one knoweth any longer how to understand. Everything falleth into the water. Nothing falleth any longer into deep wells. Everything among them talketh. Nothing succeedeth any longer and accomplisheth itself. Everything cackleth. But who will still sit quietly on the nest and hatch eggs? Everything among them talketh. Everything is out-talked. And that which yesterday was still too hard for time itself and its tooth, hangeth today out-champed and out-chewed from the mouths of the men of today. Everything among them talketh. Everything is betrayed. And what was once called the secret and secrecy of profound souls belongeth today to the street trumpeters and other butterflies. O human hubbub, thou wonderful thing! Thou noise in dark streets! now art thou again behind me. My greatest danger lieth behind me. In indulging and pitying lay ever my greatest danger, and all human hubbub wisheth to be indulged and tolerated. With suppressed truths, with fool's hand and befooled heart, and rich in petty lies of pity, thus have I ever lived among men. Disguised did I sit amongst them, ready to misjudge myself, that I might endure them, and willingly saying to myself, Thou fool, thou dost not know men. One unlearneth men when one liveth amongst them. There is too much foreground in all men. What can far-seeing, far-longing eyes do there? And fool that I was, when they misjudged me. I indulged them on that account more than myself, being habitually hard on myself, and often even taking revenge on myself for the indulgence. Stung all over by poisonous flies, and hollowed like the stone by many drops of wickedness, thus did I sit among them, and still said to myself, Innocent is everything petty of its pettiness. Especially did I find those who call themselves the good, the most poisonous flies. They sting in all innocence. They lie in all innocence. How could they be just toward me? He who liveth amongst the good, pity teacheth him to lie. Pity maketh stifling air for all free souls, for the stupidity of the good is unfathomable. To conceal myself and my riches, that did I learn down there. For every one did I still find poor in spirit. It was the lie of my pity that I knew in every one, that I saw and scented in every one. What was enough of spirit for him, and what was too much? They're stiff, wise men. I call them wise, not stiff. Thus did I learn to slur over words. The grave diggers dig for themselves diseases. Under old rubbish rest bad vapors. One should not stir up the marsh. One should live on mountains. With blessed nostrils do I again breathe mountain freedom. Freed at last is my nose from the smell of all human hubbub. With sharp breezes, tickled as with sparkling wine, sneezeth my soul. Sneezeth and shouteth self-congratulatingly, Health to thee! Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This is an example of a class of writing which may be passed over too lightly by those whom poet-tasters have made distrustful of poetry. From first to last, it is extremely valuable as an autobiographical note. The inevitable superficiality of the rabble is contrasted with the peaceful and profound depths of the anchorite. Here we first get a direct hint concerning Nietzsche's fundamental passion, the main force behind all his new values and scathing criticisms of existing values. In verse 30, we are told that pity was his greatest danger. The broad altruism of the lawgiver, thinking over vast eras of time, was continually being pitted by Nietzsche in himself against that transient and meaner sympathy for the neighbor, which he, more perhaps than any of his contemporaries, had suffered from, but which he was certain involved enormous dangers not only for himself, but also to the next and subsequent generations. See note B, where pity is mentioned among the degenerate virtues. Later in the book, we shall see how his profound compassion leads him into temptation, and how frantically he struggles against it. In verses 31 and 32, he tells us to what extent he had to modify himself in order to be endured by his fellows whom he loved. See also verse 12 in Manly Prudence. Nietzsche's great love for his fellows, which he confesses in the prologue, and which is at the root of all his teaching, seems rather to elude the discerning powers of the average philanthropist and modern man. He cannot see the wood for the trees. A philanthropy that sacrifices the minority of the present day for the majority constituting posterity completely evades his mental grasp and Nietzsche's philosophy because it declares Christian values to be a danger to the future of our kind, is therefore shelved as brutal, cold, and hard. See note on chapter 36. Nietzsche tries to be all things to all men. He was sufficiently fond of his fellows for that. In The Return Home, he describes how he ultimately returns to loneliness in order to recover from the effects of his experiment. End of Part 3, Chapter 53. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 54 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Three Evil Things. 1. In my dream, in my last morning dream, I stood today on a promontory. Beyond the world, I held a pair of scales and weighed the world. Alas, that the rosy dawn came too early to me. She glowed me awake, the jealous one. Jealous is she always of the glows of my morning dream. Measurable by him who hath time, weighable by a good weigher, attainable by strong pinions, divinable by divine nutcrackers, thus did my dream find the world. My dream, a bold sailor, half ship, half hurricane, silent as the butterfly, impatient as the falcon, how had it the patience and leisure today for world-weighing? Did my wisdom perhaps speak secretly to it, my laughing, wide-awake day-wisdom, which mocketh at all infinite worlds? For it saith, where force is, there becometh number the master, it hath more force. How confidently did my dream contemplate this finite world, not new-fangledly, not old-fangledly, not timidly, not entreatingly, as if a big round apple presented itself to my hand, a ripe golden apple with a coolly soft velvety skin. Thus did the world present itself unto me, as if a tree nodded unto me, a broad-branched, strong-willed tree, curved as a recline in a footstool for weary travelers. Thus did the world stand on my promontory, as if delicate hands carried a casket toward me, a casket open for the delectation of modest, adoring eyes. Thus did the world present itself before me today. Not riddle enough to scare human love from it, not solution enough to put to sleep human wisdom. A humanly good thing was the world to me today, of which such bad things are said. How I thank my morning dream, that I thus at today's dawn weighed the world. As a humanly good thing did it come unto me, this dream and heart-comforter, and that I may do the like by day, and imitate and copy its best, now will I put the three worst things on the scales, and weigh them humanly well. He who taught to bless taught also to curse. Where are the three best cursed things in the world? These will I put on the scales. Voluptuousness, passion for power, and selfishness. These three things have hitherto been best cursed, and have been in worst and falsest repute. These three things will I weigh humanly well. Well, here is my promontory, and there is the sea. It rolleth hither unto me shaggily and fawnily, the old faithful 100-headed dog monster that I love. Well, here will I hold the scales over the weltering sea, and also a witness do I choose to look on, thee, the anchorite tree, thee, the strong-odored, broad-arched tree that I love. On what bridge goeth the now to the hereafter? By what constraint doth the high stoop to the low? And what enjoineth even the highest still to grow upwards? Now stand the scales poised and at rest. 3 heavy questions have I thrown in. 3 heavy answers carrieth the other scale. 2. Voluptuousness. Unto all hair-shirted despisers of the body, a sting and stake, and cursed as the world by all backworldsmen, for it mocketh and befooleth all erring, misinferring teachers. Voluptuousness. To the rabble, the slow fire at which it is burnt, to all wormy wood, to all stinking rags, the prepared heat and stew furnace. Voluptuousness. To free hearts, a thing innocent and free, the garden happiness of the earth. All the future's thanks overflow to the present. Voluptuousness. Only to the withered a sweet poison. To the lion-willed, however, the great cordial, and the reverently saved wine of wines. Voluptuousness. The great symbolic happiness of a higher happiness and highest hope. For to many is marriage promised, and more than marriage. To many that are more unknown to each other than man and woman, and who hath fully understood how unknown to each other are man and woman. Voluptuousness. But I will have hedges around my thoughts, and even around my words, lest swine and libertine should break into my gardens. Passion for power. The glowing scourge of the hardest of the heart-hard, the cruel torture reserved for the cruelest themselves, the gloomy flame of living pyres. Passion for power. The wicked gadfly which is mounted on the vainest peoples, the scorner of all uncertain virtue which rideth on every horse and on every pride. Passion for power. The earthquake which breaketh and upbreaketh all that is rotten and hollow, the rolling, rumbling, punitive demolisher of white sepulchres, the flashing interrogative sign beside premature answers. Passion for power, before whose glance man creepeth and croucheth and drudgeth, and becometh lower than the serpent and the swine, until at last great contempt crieth out of him. Passion for power. The terrible teacher of great contempt, which preacheth to their face to cities and empires, away with thee, until a voice crieth out of themselves, away with me. Passion for power, which, however, mounteth alluringly even to the pure and lonesome, and up to self-satisfied elevations glowing like a love that painteth purple felicities alluringly on earthly heavens. Passion for power. But who would call it passion, when the height longeth to stoop for power? Verily, nothing sick or diseased is there in such longing and descending. That the lonesome height may not forever remain lonesome and self-sufficing, that the mountains may come to the valleys and the winds of the heights to the plains. Oh, who could find the right praenomen and honoring name for such longing? Bestowing virtue, thus did Zarathustra once name the unnameable. And then it happened also, and verily it happened for the first time, that his word blessed selfishness, the wholesome, healthy selfishness that springeth from the powerful soul, to which the high body appertaineth, the handsome, triumphing, refreshing body around which everything becometh a mirror, the pliant, persuasive body, the dancer whose symbol and epitome is the self-enjoying soul. Of such bodies and souls the self-enjoyment calleth itself virtue. With its words of good and bad doth such self-enjoyment shelter itself, as with sacred groves. With the names of its happiness doth it banish from itself everything contemptible. Away from itself doth it banish everything cowardly. It saith, "Bad, that is cowardly." Contemptible seem it to the ever-solicitous, the sighing, the complaining, and whoever pick up the most trifling advantage. It despiseth also all bitter-sweet wisdom. For verily, there is also wisdom that bloometh in the dark, a nightshade wisdom which ever sigheth, all is vain. Shy distrust is regarded by it as base, and every one who wanteth oaths instead of looks and hands, also all over distrustful wisdom, for such is the mode of cowardly souls. Baser still it regardeth the obsequious, doggish one, who immediately lieth on his back, the submissive one. And there is also wisdom that is submissive and doggish, and pious and obsequious. Hateful to it altogether, and a loathing is he who will never defend himself, he who swalloweth down poisonous spittle and bad looks, the all-too-patient one, the all-endurer, the all-satisfied one, for that is the mode of slaves. Whether they be servile before gods and divine spurnings, or before men and stupid human opinions, at all kinds of slaves doth it spit this blessed selfishness. Bad. Thus doth it call all that is spirit-broken and sordidly servile, constrained, blinking eyes, depressed hearts, and the false submissive style which kisseth the broad, cowardly lips. And spurious wisdom, so doth it call all the wit that slaves and hoary-headed and weary ones affect, and especially all the cunning, spurious-witted, curious-witted foolishness of priests. The spurious wise, however, all the priests, the world-weary, and those whose souls are of feminine and servile nature, oh, how hath their game all along abused selfishness! And precisely that was to be virtue and was to be called virtue, to abuse selfishness. And selfless, so did they wish themselves with good reason, all those world-weary cowards and cross-spiters. But to all those cometh now the day, the change, the sword of judgment, the great noontide. Then shall many things be revealed. And he who proclaimeth the ego wholesome and holy, and selfishness blessed, Verily, he, the prognosticator, speaketh also what he knoweth. Behold, it cometh. It is nigh. The great noontide. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Nietzsche is here completely in his element. Three things hitherto best cursed and most calumniated on earth are brought forward to be weighed. Voluptuousness, thirst of power, and selfishness, the three forces in humanity which Christianity has done most to garble and besmirch, Nietzsche endeavors to reinstate in their former places of honor. Voluptuousness, or sensual pleasure, is a dangerous thing to discuss nowadays. If we mention it with favor, we may be regarded, however unjustly, as the advocate of savages, satyrs, and pure sensuality. If we condemn it, we either go over to the Puritans, or we join those who are wont to come to the table with no edge to their appetites, and who therefore grumble at all good fare. There can be no doubt that the value of healthy, innocent voluptuousness, like the value of health itself, must have been greatly discounted by all those who, resenting their inability to partake of this world's goods, cried like St. Paul, quote, "I would that all men were even as I myself." End quote. Now, Nietzsche's philosophy might be called an attempt at giving back to healthy and normal men innocence and a clean conscience in their desires, not to applaud the vulgar sensualists who respond to every stimulus and whose passions are out of hand, not to tell the mean, selfish individual whose selfishness is a pollution. See aphorism 33 in Twilight of the Idols, that he is right, nor to assure the weak, the sick, and the crippled that the thirst of power which they gratify by exploiting the happier and healthier individuals is justified, but to save the clean, healthy man from the values of those around him, who look at everything through the mud that is their own bodies, to give him, and him alone, a clean conscience in his manhood, and the desires of his manhood. Quote, "Do I counsel you to slay your instincts? I counsel to innocence in your instincts." End quote. In verse 7 of the second paragraph, as in verse 1 of paragraph 19 in the Old and New Tables, Nietzsche gives us a reason for his occasional obscurity. See also verses 3 to 7 of Poets. As I have already pointed out, his philosophy is quite esoteric. It can serve no purpose with the ordinary, mediocre type of man. I, personally, can no longer have any doubt that Nietzsche's only object in that part of his philosophy where he bids his friends stand beyond good and evil with him was to save higher men, whose growth and scope might be limited by the too strict observance of modern values, from foundering on the rocks of a compromise between their own genius and traditional conventions. The only possible way in which the great man can achieve greatness is by means of exceptional freedom, the freedom which assists him in experiencing himself. Verses 20 to 30 afford an excellent supplement to Nietzsche's description of the attitude of the noble type toward the slaves in aphorism 260 of the work Beyond Good and Evil. See also Note B. End of Part 3, Chapter 54, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 55 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Spirit of Gravity. 1. My mouthpiece is of the people. Too coarsely and cordially do I talk for Angora rabbits. And still stranger soundeth my word unto all inkfish and pen foxes. My hand is a fool's hand. Woe unto all tables and walls, and whatever hath room for fools sketching, fools scrawling. My foot is a horse-foot. Therewith do I trample and trot over stick and stone, in the fields up and down, and am bedevilled with delight in all fast racing. My stomach is surely an eagle's stomach, for it preferreth lamb's flesh. Certainly it is a bird's stomach, nourished with innocent things and with few, ready and impatient to fly away. That is now my nature. Why should there not be something of bird nature therein? And especially that I am hostile to the spirit of gravity. That is bird nature. Verily, deadly hostile, supremely hostile, originally hostile. Oh, whither hath my hostility not flown and misflown? Thereof could I sing a song, and will sing it, though I be alone in an empty house, and must sing it to mine own ears. Other singers are there, to be sure, to whom only the full house maketh the voice soft, the hand eloquent, the eye expressive, the heart wakeful. Those do I not resemble. 2. He who one day teacheth men to fly will have shifted all landmarks. To him will all landmarks themselves fly into the air. The earth will he christen anew as the light body. The ostrich runneth faster than the fastest horse, but it also thrusteth its head heavily into the heavy earth. Thus is it with the man who cannot yet fly. Heavily unto him are earth and life, and so willeth the spirit of gravity. But he who would become light and be a bird must love himself. Thus do I teach. Not, to be sure, with the love of the sick and infected, for with them stinketh even self-love. One must learn to love oneself. Thus do I teach, with a wholesome and healthy love, that one may endure to be with oneself, and not go roving about. Such roving about christeneth itself brotherly love. With these words hath there hitherto been the best lying and dissembling, and especially by those who have been burdensome to every one. And verily, it is no commandment for today and tomorrow to learn to love oneself. Rather is it of all arts the finest, subtlest, last, and patientest. For to its possessor is all possession well concealed, and of all treasure pits one's own is last excavated. So causeth the spirit of gravity. Almost in the cradle are we apportioned with heavy words and worths, good and evil. So calleth itself this dowry. For the sake of it we are forgiven for living. And therefore suffereth one little children to come unto one, to forbid them betimes to love themselves. So causeth the spirit of gravity. And we bear loyally what is apportioned unto us on hard shoulders over rugged mountains. And when we sweat, then do people say unto us, Yea, life is hard to bear. But man himself only is hard to bear. The reason thereof is that he carrieth too many extraneous things on his shoulders. Like the camel kneeleth he down, and letteth himself be well laden. Especially the strong, load-bearing man in whom reverence resideth. Too many extraneous, heavy words and worths loadeth he upon himself. Then seemeth life to him a desert. And verily, many a thing also that is our own is hard to bear. And many internal things in man are like the oyster, repulsive and slippery, and hard to grasp. So that An elegant shell with elegant adornment must plead for them. But this art also must one learn, to have a shell, and a fine appearance, and sagacious blindness. Again, it deceiveth about many things in man, that many a shell is poor and pitiable, and too much of a shell. Much concealed goodness and power is never dreamt of. The choicest dainties find no tasters. Women know that, the choicest of them, a little fatter, a little leaner. Oh, how much fate is in so little! Man is difficult to discover, and unto himself most difficult of all. Often lieth the spirit concerning the soul. So causeth the spirit of gravity. He, however, hath discovered himself who saith, This is my good and evil. Therewith hath he silenced the mole and the dwarf, who say, Good for all, evil for all. Verily, neither do I like those who call everything good, and this world the best of all. Those do I call the all-satisfied. All-satisfiedness, which knoweth how to taste everything, that is not the best taste. I honor the refractory, fastidious tongues and stomachs which have learned to say aye, and yea, and nay. To chew and digest everything, however, that is the genuine swine nature. Ever to say, yea, that hath only the ass learnt, and those like it. Deep, yellow, and hot red, so wanteth my taste. It mixeth blood with all colours. He, however, who whitewasheth his house, betrayeth unto me a whitewashed soul. With mummies some fall in love, others with phantoms, both alike hostile to all flesh and blood. Oh, how repugnant are both to my taste, for I love blood. And there will I not reside and abide where every one spitteth and speweth. That is now my taste. Rather would I live amongst thieves and perjurers. Nobody carrieth gold in his mouth. Still more repugnant unto me, however, are all the lick-spittles, and the most repugnant animal of man that I found did I christen Parasite. It would not love, and would yet live by love. Unhappy do I call all those who have only one choice, either to become evil beasts or evil beast tamers. Amongst such would I not build my tabernacle. Unhappy do I also call those who have ever to wait. They are repugnant to my taste, all the toll-gatherers and traders and kings and other land-keepers and shopkeepers. Verily, I learned waiting also, and thoroughly so, but only waiting for myself. And above all did I learn standing and walking and running and leaping and climbing and dancing. This, however, is my teaching. He who wisheth one day to fly must first learn standing and walking and running and climbing and dancing. One doth not fly into flying. With rope ladders learned I to reach many a window. With nimble legs did I climb high masts. To sit on high masts of perception seemed to me no small bliss. To flicker like small flames on high masts, a small light certainly, but a great comfort to cast-away sailors and shipwrecked ones. By diverse ways and wendings did I arrive at my truth. Not by one ladder did I mount to the height where mine eye roveth into my remoteness. And unwillingly only did I ask my way. That was always counter to my taste. Rather did I question and test the ways themselves. A testing and a questioning hath been all my travelling, and verily, one must also learn to answer such questioning. That, however, is my taste. Neither a good nor a bad taste, but my taste, of which I have no longer either shame or secrecy. This is now my way. Where is yours? Thus did I answer those who asked me the way. For the way, it doth not exist. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. See note on chapter 46. In part 2 of this discourse, we meet with a doctrine not touched upon hitherto, save indirectly. I refer to the doctrine of self-love. We should try to understand this perfectly before proceeding, for it is precisely views of this sort which, after having been cut out of the original context, are repeated far and wide as internal evidence proving the general unsoundness of Nietzsche's philosophy. Already in the last of the Thoughts Out of Season, Nietzsche speaks as follows about modern men, quote, "These modern creatures wish rather to be hunted down, wounded and torn to shreds, than to live alone with themselves in solitary calm. Alone with oneself? This thought terrifies the modern soul. It is his one anxiety, his one ghastly fear." End quote. English edition, page 141. In his feverish scurry to find entertainment and diversion, whether in a novel, a newspaper, or a play, the modern man condemns his own age utterly, for he shows that in his heart of hearts he despises himself. One cannot change a condition of this sort in a day. To become endurable to oneself, an inner transformation is necessary. Too long have we lost ourselves in our friends and entertainments to be able to find ourselves so soon at another's bidding. Quote, "And verily, it is no commandment for today and tomorrow to learn to love oneself. Rather, is it of all arts the finest, subtlest, last, and patientest." End quote. In the last verse, Nietzsche challenges us to show that our way is the right way. In his teaching, he does not coerce us, nor does he over-persuade. He simply says, quote, "I am a law only for mine own. I am not a law for all. This is now my way. Where is yours?" End quote. End of Part 3, Chapter 55. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, first section of Chapter 56 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old and New Tables. 1. Here do I sit and wait. Old broken tables around me, and also new half-written tables. When cometh mine hour? The hour of my descent, of my down-going, for once more will I go unto men. For that hour do I now wait. For first must the signs come unto me that it is mine hour, namely the laughing lion with the flock of doves. Meanwhile do I talk to myself as one who hath time. No one telleth me anything new, so I tell myself mine own story. 2. When I came unto men, then found I them resting on an old infatuation. All of them thought they had long known what was good and bad for men. An old wearisome business seemed to them all discourse about virtue, and he who wished to sleep well spake of good and bad ere retiring to rest. This somnolence did I disturb when I taught that no one yet knoweth what is good and bad, unless it be the creating one. It is he, however, who createth man's goal, and giveth to the earth its meaning and its future. He only affecteth it that aught is good or bad. And I bade them upset their old academic chairs, and wherever that old infatuation had sat, I bade them laugh at their great moralists, their saints, their poets, and their saviors. At their gloomy sages did I bid them laugh, and whoever had sat admonishing as a black scarecrow on the tree of life. On their great grave highway did I seat myself, and even beside the carrion and vultures, and I laughed at all their bygone and its mellow decaying glory. Verily, like penitential preachers and fools did I cry wrath and shame on all their greatness and smallness. Oh, that their best is so very small! Oh, that their worst is so very small! Thus did I laugh. Thus did my wise longing, born in the mountains, cry and laugh in me. A wild wisdom, verily, my great pinion-rustling longing. And oft did it carry me off and up and away, and in the midst of laughter. Then flew I quivering like an arrow with sun-intoxicated rapture, out into distant futures, which no dream hath yet seen, into warmer souths than ever sculptor conceived, where gods in their dancing are ashamed of all clothes, that I may speak in parables and halt and stammer like the poets. And verily I am ashamed that I have still to be a poet, where all becoming seemed to me dancing of gods, and wantoning of gods, and the world unloosed and unbridled and fleeing back to itself, as an eternal self fleeing, and reseeking of one another of many gods, as the blessed self-contradicting, recommuning, and refraternizing with one another of many gods, where all time seemed to me a blessed mockery of moments, where necessity was freedom itself, which played happily with the goad of freedom, where I also found again mine old devil and arch-enemy, the spirit of gravity, and all that it created, constraint, law, necessity, and consequence, and purpose, and will, and good, and evil. For must there not be that which is danced over, danced beyond? Must there not, for the sake of the nimble, the nimblest, be moles and clumsy dwarfs? 3. There was it also where I picked up from the path the word Superman, and that man is something that must be surpassed. That man is a bridge and not a goal, rejoicing over his noontides and evenings as advances to new rosy dawns. The Zarathustra word of the great noontide, and whatever else I have hung up over men like purple evening afterglows. Verily, also new stars did I make them see, along with new nights, and over cloud and day and night did I spread out laughter like a gay-colored canopy. I taught them all my poetization and aspiration, to compose and collect into unity what is fragment in man, and riddle and fearful chance. As composer, riddle reader, and redeemer of chance, did I teach them to create the future, and all that hath been, to redeem by creating. The past of man to redeem, and every it was to transform, until the will saith, but so did I will it, so shall I will it. This did I call redemption. This alone taught I them to call redemption. Now do I await my redemption, that I may go unto them for the last time. For once more I will go unto men. Amongst them will my sun set, In dying will I give them my choicest gift. From the sun did I learn this, when it goeth down, the exuberant one. Gold doth it then pour into the sea, out of inexhaustible riches. So that the poorest fisherman roweth even with golden oars. For this did I once see, and did not tire of weeping in beholding it. Like the sun will also Zarathustra go down. Now sitteth he here and waiteth, old broken tables around him, and also new tables half written. 4. Behold, here is a new table, but where are my brethren who will carry it with me to the valley and into the hearts of flesh? Thus demandeth my great love to the remotest ones, be not considerate of thy neighbor. Man is something that must be surpassed. There are many diverse ways and modes of surpassing. See thou thereto. But only a buffoon thinketh, man can also be overleapt. Surpass thyself even in thy neighbor, and the right which thou canst seize upon shalt thou not allow to be given thee. What thou doest can no one do to thee again. Lo, there is no requital. He who cannot command himself shall obey. And many a one can command himself, but still sorely lacketh self-obedience. 5. Thus wisheth the type of noble souls. They desire to have nothing gratuitously, least of all life. He who is of the populace wisheth to live gratuitously. We others, however, to whom life hath given itself, we are ever considering what we can best give in return. And verily, it is a noble dictum which saith, what life promiseth us, that promise we will keep to life. One should not wish to enjoy where one doth not contribute to the enjoyment, and one should not wish to enjoy. For enjoyment and innocence are the most bashful things, neither like to be sought for. One should have them, but one should rather seek for guilt and pain. 6. O my brethren, he who is a firstling is ever sacrificed. Now, however, are we firstlings? We all bleed on secret sacrificial altars. We all burn and broil in honor of ancient idols. Our best is still young. This exciteth old palates. Our flesh is tender. Our skin is only lamb's skin. How could we not excite old idol priests? In ourselves dwelleth he still, the old idol priest, who broileth our best for his banquet. Ah, my brethren, how could firstlings fail to be sacrifices? But so wisheth our type, and I love those who do not wish to preserve themselves. The down-going ones do I love with mine entire love, for they go beyond. 7. To be true. That can few be, and he who can will not. Least of all, however, can the good be true. Oh, those good ones. Good men never speak the truth, for the spirit thus to be good is a malady. They yield, those good ones. They submit themselves. Their heart repeateth, their soul obeyeth. He, however, who obeyeth, doth not listen to himself. All that is called evil by the good must come together in order that one truth may be born. O my brethren, are ye also evil enough for this truth? The daring venture, the prolonged distrust, the cruel nay, the tedium, the cutting into the quick, how seldom do these come together! Out of such seed, however, is truth produced. Beside the bad conscience hath hitherto grown up all knowledge. Break up, ye discerning ones, the old tables. 8. When the water hath planks, when gangways and railings o'erspan the stream, verily, he is not believed who then saith, all is in flux. But even the simpletons contradict him. What? Say the simpletons. All in flux? The planks and railings are still over the stream. Over the stream, all is stable. All the values of things, the bridges and bearings, all good and evil, these are all stable. Cometh, however, the hard winter, the stream tamer. Then learn even the wittiest distrust, and verily not only the simpletons then say, should not everything stand still? Fundamentally standeth everything still. That is an appropriate winter doctrine. Good cheer for an unproductive period. A great comfort for winter sleepers and fireside loungers. Fundamentally standeth everything still. But contrary thereto preacheth the thawing wind. The thawing wind, a bullock, which is no ploughing bullock, a furious bullock, a destroyer, which with angry horns breaketh the ice. The ice, however, breaketh gangways. O my brethren, is not everything at present in flux? Have not all railings and gangways fallen into the water? Who would still hold on to good and evil? Woe to us! Hail to us! The thawing wind bloweth! Thus preach, my brethren, through all the streets. 9. There is an old illusion. It is called good and evil. Around soothsayers and astrologers hath hitherto revolved the orbit of this illusion. Once did one believe in soothsayers and astrologers, and therefore did one believe, everything is fate, thou shalt for thou must. Then again did one distrust all soothsayers and astrologers, and therefore did one believe, everything is freedom, thou canst, for thou willest. O my brethren, concerning the stars and the future there hath hitherto been only illusion, and not knowledge. And therefore, concerning good and evil there hath hitherto been only illusion, and not knowledge. 10. Thou shalt not rob, thou shalt not slay. Such precepts were once called holy. Before them did one bow the knee and the head and take off one's shoes. But I ask you, where have there ever been better robbers and slayers in the world than such holy precepts? Is there not even in all life robbing and slaying? And for such precepts to be called holy, was not truth itself thereby slain? Or was it a sermon of death that called holy what contradicted and dissuaded from life? Oh, my brethren, break up for me the old tables. 11. It is my sympathy with all the past that I see it is abandoned. Abandoned to the favor, the spirit, and the madness of every generation that cometh, and reinterpreteth all that hath been as its bridge. a great potentate might arise, an artful prodigy, who with approval and disapproval could strain and constrain all the past, until it became for him a bridge, a harbinger, a herald, and a cock-crowing. This, however, is the other danger, and mine other sympathy. He who is of the populace, his thoughts go back to his grandfather. With his grandfather, however, doth time cease. Thus is all the past abandoned, for it might some day happen for the populace to become master, and drown all time in shallow waters. Therefore, O my brethren, a new nobility is needed, which shall be the adversary of all populace and potentate rule, and shall inscribe anew the word noble on new tables. For many noble ones are needed, and many kinds of noble ones, for a new nobility. Or, as I once said in parable, that is just divinity, that there are gods but no God. 12. O my brethren, I consecrate you and point you to a new nobility. Ye shall become procreators and cultivators and sowers of the future. Verily, not to a nobility which ye could purchase like traders with traders' gold, for little worth is all that hath its price. Let it not be your honor henceforth whence ye come, but whither ye go. Your will and your feet which seek to surpass you, let these be your new honor. Verily, not that ye have served a prince, of what account are princes now? Nor that ye have become a bulwark to that which standeth, that it may stand more firmly. Not that your family have become courtly at courts, and that ye have learned, gay-colored like the flamingo, to stand long hours in shallow pools. For ability to stand is a merit in courtiers, and all courtiers believe that unto blessedness after death pertaineth permission to sit. Nor even that a spirit called holy led your forefathers into promised lands, which I do not praise. For where the worst of all trees grew, the cross, in that land there is nothing to praise. And verily, wherever this Holy Spirit led its knights, always in such campaigns did goats and geese and rye-heads and guy-heads run foremost. O my brethren, not backward shall your nobility gaze, but outward. Exiles shall ye be from all fatherlands and forefatherlands. Your children's land shall ye love. Let this love be your new nobility, the undiscovered in the remotest seas. For it do I bid your sails search and search. Unto your children shall ye make amends for being the children of your fathers. All the past shall ye thus redeem. This new table do I place over you. 13.
Why should one live? All is vain. To live, that is to thrash straw. To live, that is to burn oneself and yet not get warm.
Such ancient babbling still passeth for wisdom. Because it is old, however, and smelleth mustily, therefore is it the more honored. Even mold ennobleth. Children might thus speak. They shun the fire because it hath burnt them. There is much childishness in the old books of wisdom. And he who ever thrasheth straw, why should he be allowed to rail at thrashing? Such a fool one would have to muzzle. Such persons sit down to the table and bring nothing with them, not even hunger, and then do they rail, "All is vain." But to eat and drink well, my brethren, is verily no vain art. Break up for me the tables of the never joyous ones. 14. To the clean are all things clean. Thus say the people. I, however, say unto you, to the swine all things become swinish. Therefore preach the visionaries and bowed heads, whose hearts are also bowed down. The world itself is a filthy monster. For these are all unclean spirits, especially those, however, who have no peace or rest, unless they see the world from the backside, the backworldsman. To those do I say it to the face, although it sound unpleasantly, the world resembleth man in that it hath a backside. So much is true. There is in the world much filth. So much is true. But the world itself is not therefore a filthy monster. There is wisdom in the fact that much in the world smelleth badly. Loathing itself createth wings and fountain divining powers. In the best there is still something to loathe, and the best is still something that must be surpassed. Oh, my brethren, there is much wisdom in the fact that much filth is in the world. 15. Such sayings did I hear pious backworldsmen speak to their consciences, and verily without wickedness or guile, although there is nothing more guileful in the world or more wicked. Let the world be as it is, raise not a finger against it. Let whoever will choke and stab and skin and scrape the people, raise not a finger against it. Thereby will they learn to renounce the world. And thine own reason, this shalt thou thyself stifle and choke, for it is a reason of this world. Thereby wilt thou learn thyself to renounce the world. Shatter, shatter, O my brethren, those old tables of the pious. Tatter the maxims of the world maligners. 16. He who learneth much unlearneth all violent cravings. That do people now whisper to one another in all the dark lanes. Wisdom wearieth, nothing is worth while, thou shalt not crave. This new table found I hanging even in the public markets. Break up for me, O my brethren. Break up also that new table. The weary of the world put it up, and the preachers of death and the jailer. For lo, it is also a sermon for slavery. Because they learned badly and not the best, and everything too early and everything too fast. Because they ate badly, from thence hath resulted their ruined stomach. For a ruined stomach is their spirit. It persuadeth to death. For verily, my brethren, the spirit is a stomach. Life is a well of delight, but to him in whom the ruined stomach speaketh, the father of affliction, all fountains are poisoned. To discern, that is delight to the lion-willed, but he who hath become weary is himself merely willed. With him play all the waves, and such is always the nature of weak men. They lose themselves on their way, and at last asketh their weariness, Why did we ever go on the way? All is indifferent. To them soundeth it pleasant to have preached in their ears, Nothing is worth while, ye shall not will. That, however, is a sermon for slavery. O my brethren, A fresh, blustering wind cometh Zarathustra unto all way-weary ones. Many noses will he yet make sneeze. Even through walls bloweth my free breath, and into prisons and imprisoned spirits. Willing emancipateth, for willing is creating. So do I teach, and only for creating shall ye learn. And also the learning shall ye learn only from me, the learning well. He who hath ears, let him hear. 17. There standeth the boat. Thither goeth it over, perhaps, into vast nothingness. But who willeth to enter into this, perhaps? None of you want to enter into the death boat? How should ye then be world-weary ones? World-weary ones, and have not even withdrawn from the earth. Eager did I ever find you for the earth, amorous still of your own earth-weariness. Not in vain doth your lip hang down. A small worldly wish still sitteth thereon, and in your eye floateth there not a cloudlet of unforgotten earthly bliss? There are on the earth many good inventions, some useful, some pleasant. For their sake is the earth to be loved? And many such good inventions are there, that they are like woman's breasts, useful at the same time and pleasant. Ye world-weary ones, however, ye earth-idlers, you shall one beat with stripes shall one again make you sprightly limbs. For if ye be not invalids, or decrepit creatures, of whom the earth is weary, then are ye sly sloths, or dainty sneaking pleasure cats. And if ye will not again run gaily, then shall ye pass away. To the incurable shall one not seek to be a physician, thus teacheth Zarathustra, so shall ye pass away. But more courage is needed to make an end than to make a new verse. That do all physicians and poets know well. 18. O my brethren, there are tables which weariness framed, and tables which slothfulness framed, corrupt slothfulness. Although they speak similarly, they want to be heard differently. See this languishing one. Only a span breadth is he from his goal, but from weariness hath he lain down obstinately in the dust, this brave one. From weariness yawneth he at the path, at the earth, at the goal, and at himself. Not a step further will he go, this brave one. Now gloweth the sun upon him, and the dogs lick at his sweat, but he lieth there in his obstinacy, and preferreth to languish. A span breadth from his goal, to languish. Verily, ye will have to drag him into his heaven by the hair of his head, this hero. Better still that ye let him lie where he hath lain down, that sleep may come unto him, the comforter, with cooling patter rain. Let him lie, until of his own accord he awakeneth, until of his own accord he repudiateth all weariness, and what weariness hath taught through him. Only, my brethren, see that ye scare the dogs away from him, the idle skulkers, and all the swarming vermin of the cultured, that feast on the sweat of every hero. 19. I form circles around me, and holy boundaries. Ever fewer ascend with me ever higher mountains. I build a mountain range out of ever holier mountains. But wherever ye would ascend with me, O my brethren, take care lest a parasite ascend with you. A parasite. that is, a reptile, a creeping, cringing reptile that trieth to fatten on your infirm and sore places. And this is its art. It divineth where ascending souls are weary, in your trouble and dejection, in your sensitive modesty, doth it build its loathsome nest. Where the strong are weak, where the noble are all too gentle, there buildeth it its loathsome nest. The parasite liveth where the great have small, sore places. What is the highest of all species of being, and what is the lowest? The parasite is the lowest species. He, however, who is of the highest species feedeth most parasites. For the soul which hath the longest ladder, and can go deepest down, how could there fail to be most parasites upon it? The most comprehensive soul, which can run and stray and rove furthest in itself, the most necessary soul which out of joy flingeth itself into chance, the soul in being, which plungeth into becoming, the possessing soul which seeketh to attain desire and longing, the soul fleeing from itself, which overtaketh itself in the widest circuit, the wisest soul unto which folly speaketh most sweetly, the soul most self-loving, in which all things have their current and countercurrent, their ebb and their flow. Oh, how could the loftiest soul fail to have the worst parasites? Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Paragraph 2. Nietzsche himself declares this to be the most decisive portion of the whole of Thus Spake Zarathustra. It is a sort of epitome of his leading doctrines. In verse 12 of the second paragraph, we learn how he himself would fain have abandoned the poetical method of expression, had he not known only too well that the only chance a new doctrine has of surviving, nowadays, depends upon its being given to the world in some kind of art form. Just as prophets, centuries ago, often had to have recourse to the mask of madness in order to mitigate the hatred of those who did not and could not see as they did, so today the struggle for existence among opinions and values is so great that an art form is practically the only garb in which a new philosophy can dare to introduce itself to us. Paragraphs 3 and 4. Many of the paragraphs will be found to be merely reminiscent of former discourses. For instance, paragraph 3 recalls redemption. The last verse of paragraph 4 is important. Freedom, which, as I have pointed out before, Nietzsche considered a dangerous acquisition in inexperienced or unworthy hands, here receives its death blow as a general desideratum. In the first part, we read under the way of the creating one that freedom as an end in itself does not concern Zarathustra at all. He says there, quote, "Free from what? What doth that matter to Zarathustra? Clearly, however, shall thine eye answer me, free for what?" End quote. And in the Bedwarfing Virtue, quote, "Ah, that she understood my word, do ever what she will, but first be such as can will." End quote. Paragraph 5. Here we have a description of the kind of altruism Nietzsche exacted from higher men. It is really a comment upon the bestowing virtue. See note on chapter 22. Paragraph 6. This refers, of course, to the reception pioneers of Nietzsche's stamp meet with at the hands of their contemporaries. Paragraph 8. Nietzsche teaches that nothing is stable, not even values, not even the concepts good and evil. He likens life unto a stream, but footbridges and railings span the stream, and they seem to stand firm. Many will be reminded of good and evil when they look upon these structures, for thus these same values stand over the stream of life, and life flows on beneath them and leaves them standing. When, however, winter comes and the stream gets frozen, many inquire, quote, "Should not everything stand still? Fundamentally everything standeth still." End quote. But soon the spring cometh, and with it the thaw wind. It breaks the ice, and the ice breaks down the footbridges and railings, whereupon everything is swept away. This state of affairs, according to Nietzsche, has now been reached. Quote, "O my brethren, is not everything at present in flux? Have not all railings and footbridges fallen into the water? Who would still hold on to good and evil?" End quote. Paragraph 9. This is complementary to the first 3 verses of paragraph 2. Paragraph 10. So far, this is perhaps the most important paragraph. It is a protest against reading a moral order of things in life. Quote, "Life is something essentially immoral." End quote. Nietzsche tells us in the introduction to The Birth of Tragedy. Even to call life activity, or to define it further as, quote, "the continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations," end quote, as Spencer has it, Nietzsche characterizes as a democratic idiosyncrasy. He says to define it in this way, quote, "is to mistake the true nature and function of life, which is will to power. Life is essentially appropriation, injury, conquest of the strange and weak, suppression, severity, obtrusion of its own forms, incorporation, and at least, putting it mildest, exploitation." End quote. Adaptation is merely a secondary activity, a mere reactivity. See note on chapter 57. Paragraphs 11 and 12. These deal with Nietzsche's principle of the desirability of rearing a select race. The biological and historical grounds for his insistence upon this principle are, of course, manifold. Gobineau, in his great work, L'égalité des races humaines, lays strong emphasis upon the evils which arise from promiscuous and intersocial marriages. He alone would suffice to carry Nietzsche's point against all those who are opposed to the other conditions, to the conditions which would have saved Rome, which have maintained the strength of the Jewish race, and which are strictly maintained by every breeder of animals throughout the world. Darwin, in his remarks relative to the degeneration of cultivated types of animals through the action of promiscuous breeding, brings Gobineau's support from the realm of biology. The last 2 verses of paragraph 12 were discussed in the notes on chapters 36 and 53. Paragraph 13. This, like the first part of The Soothsayer, is obviously a reference to the Schopenhauerian pessimism. Paragraphs 14, 15, 16, and 17. These are supplementary to the discourse Backworldsman. Paragraph 18. We must be careful to separate this paragraph in sense from the previous 4 paragraphs. Nietzsche is still dealing with pessimism here, but it is the pessimism of the hero, the man most susceptible of all to desperate views of life, owing to the obstacles that are arrayed against him in a world where men of his kind are very rare, and are continually being sacrificed. It was to save this man that Nietzsche wrote. Heroism foiled, thwarted, and wrecked, hoping and fighting until the last, is at length overtaken by despair and renounces all struggle for sleep. This is not the natural or constitutional pessimism which proceeds from an unhealthy body, the dyspeptic's lack of appetite. It is rather the desperation of the netted lion that ultimately stops all movement, because the more it moves, the more involved it becomes. End of Part 3, Section 1 of Chapter 56. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Second Section of Chapter 56 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Old and New Tables continued. 20. O my brethren, am I then cruel? But I say, what falleth, that shall one also push. Everything of today, it falleth, it decayeth. Who would preserve it? But I wish also to push it. Know ye the delight which rolleth stones into precipitous depths? Those men of today see just how they roll into my depths. A prelude am I to better players, O my brethren, an example. Do according to mine example, and him whom ye do not teach to fly, teach, I pray you, to fall faster. 21. I love the brave, but it is not enough to be a swordsman. One must also know whereon to use swordsmanship. And often it is greater bravery to keep quiet and pass by, that thereby one may reserve oneself for a worthier foe. Ye shall only have foes to be hated, but not foes to be despised. Ye must be proud of your foes. Thus have I already taught. For the worthier foe, O my brethren, shall ye reserve yourselves. Therefore must ye pass by many a one, especially many of the rabble, who din your ears with noise about people and peoples. Keep your eye clear of their for and against. There is there much right and much wrong. He who looketh on becometh wroth. Therein viewing, therein hewing, they are the same thing. Therefore depart into the forests, and lay your sword to sleep. Go your ways, and let the people and peoples go theirs. Gloomy ways, verily, on which not a single hope glinteth any more. Let there the traitor rule, where all that still glittereth is traitors' gold. It is the time of kings no longer. That which now calleth itself the people is unworthy of kings. See how these people themselves now do just like the traitors. They pick up the smallest advantage out of all kinds of rubbish. They lay lures for one another. They lure things out of one another that they call good neighborliness. O blessed remote period when a people said to itself, I will be master over peoples. For my brethren, the best shall rule, the best also willeth to rule, and where the teaching is different, there the best is lacking. 22. If they had bread for nothing, alas, for what would they cry? Their maintainment, that is their true entertainment, and they shall have it hard. Beasts of prey are they, in their working. There is even plundering, in their earning. There is even overreaching. Therefore shall they have it hard. Better beasts of prey shall they thus become, subtler, cleverer, more man-like. For man is the best beast of prey. All the animals hath man already robbed of their virtues. That is why of all animals it hath been hardest for man. Only the birds are still beyond him. And if man should yet learn to fly, alas, to what height would his rapacity fly. 23. Thus would I have man and woman, fit for war the one, fit for maternity the other, both, however, fit for dancing with head and legs. And lost be the day to us in which a measure hath not been danced, and false be every truth which hath not had laughter along with it. 24. Your marriage arranging, see that it be not a bad arranging. Ye have arranged too hastily, so there followeth therefrom marriage breaking. And better marriage breaking than marriage bending, marriage lying. Thus spake a woman unto me, Indeed, I broke the marriage, but first did the marriage break me. The badly paired found I ever the most revengeful. They make every one suffer for it that they no longer run singly. On that account want I the honest ones to say to one another, We love each other. Let us see to it that we maintain our love. Or shall our pledging be blundering? Give us a set term and a small marriage, that we may see if we are fit for the great marriage. It is a great matter always to be twain. Thus do I counsel all honest ones, and what would be my love to this Superman and to all that is to come, if I should counsel and speak otherwise? Not only to propagate yourselves onwards, but upwards. Thereto, O my brethren, may the garden of marriage help you. 25. He who hath grown wise concerning old origins, lo, he will at last seek after the fountains of the future and new origins. O my brethren, not long will it be until new peoples shall arise, and new fountains shall rush down into new depths. For the earthquake, it choketh up many wells, it causeth much languishing, but it bringeth also to light inner powers and secrets. The earthquake discloseth new fountains. In the earthquake of old peoples, new fountains burst forth. And whoever calleth out, Lo, here is a well for many thirsty ones, one heart for many longing ones, one will for many instruments. Around him collecteth a people, that is to say, many attempting ones. Who can command, who must obey, that is there attempted. Ah, with what long seeking and solving and failing and learning and reattempting. Human society. It is an attempt, so I teach, a long seeking. It seeketh, however, the ruler. An attempt, my brethren, and no contract. Destroy, I pray you, destroy that word of the soft-hearted and half. 26. O my brethren, with whom lieth the greatest danger to the whole human future? Is it not with the good and just? As those who say and feel in their hearts, We already know what is good and just. We possess it also. Woe to those who still seek thereafter. And whatever harm the wicked may do, the harm of the good is the harmfulest harm. And whatever harm the world maligners may do, the harm of the good is the harmfulest harm. O my brethren, into the hearts of the good and just looked someone once on a time who said, They are the Pharisees. But people did not understand him. The good and just themselves were not free to understand him. Their spirit was imprisoned in their good conscience. The stupidity of the good is unfathomably wise. It is the truth, however, that the good must be Pharisees. They have no choice. The good must crucify him who deviseth his own virtue. That is the truth. The second one, however, who discovered their country, the country, heart, and soil of the good and just, it was he who asked, whom do they hate the most? The Creator hate they most, him who breaketh the tables and old values, the breaker. Him they call the lawbreaker. For the good, they cannot create. They are always the beginning of the end. They crucify him who writeth new values on new tables. They sacrifice unto themselves the future. They crucify the whole human future. The good, they have always been the beginning of the end. 27. O my brethren, have ye also understood this word, and what I once said of the last man, with whom lieth the greatest danger to the whole human future? Is it not with the good and just? Break up, I pray you, the good and just. O my brethren, have ye understood also this word? 28. Ye flee from me, ye are frightened, ye tremble at this word. O my brethren, when I enjoined you to break up the good and the tables of the good, then only did I embark man on his high seas. And now only cometh unto him the great terror, the great outlook, the great sickness, the great nausea, the great sea-sickness. False shores and false securities did the good teach you. In the lies of the good were ye born and bred. Everything hath been radically contorted and distorted by the good. But he who discovered the country of man discovered also the country of man's future. Now shall ye be sailors for me, brave, patient. Keep yourselves up betimes, my brethren, learn to keep yourselves up. The sea stormeth. Many seek to raise themselves again by you. The sea stormeth, all is in the sea. Well, cheer up, ye old seamen hearts. What a fatherland! Thither striveth our helm where our children's land is. Thitherwards, stormier than the sea, stormeth our great longing. 29. Why so hard? Said the diamond one day, the charcoal. Are we then not near relatives? Why so soft? O my brethren, thus do I ask you. Are ye then not my brethren? Why so soft, so submissive and yielding? Why is there so much negation and abnegation in your hearts? Why is there so little fate in your looks? And if ye will not be fates and inexorable ones, how can ye one day conquer with me? And if your hardness will not glance and cut and chip to pieces, how can ye one day create with me? For the creators are hard, and blessedness must it seem to you to press your hand upon millenniums as upon wax. Blessedness to write upon the will of millenniums as upon brass. Harder than brass, nobler than brass, entirely hard is only the noblest. This new table, O my brethren, put I up over you. Become hard. 30. O thou, my will, thou change of every need, my needfulness, preserve me from all small victories, thou fatedness of my soul, which I call fate. Thou in me, over me, preserve and spare me for one great fate. And thy last greatness, my will, spare it for thy last, that thou mayest be inexorable in thy victory. Ah, who hath not succumbed to his victory? Whose eye hath not bedimmed in this intoxicated twilight? Whose foot hath not faltered and forgotten in victory how to stand? That I may one day be ready and ripe in the great noontide, ready and ripe like the glowing ore, the lightning-bearing cloud, and the swelling milk udder, ready for myself, and for my most hidden will, a bow eager for its arrow, an arrow eager for its star, a star ready and ripe in its noontide, glowing, pierced, blessed by annihilating sun arrows, a sun itself, and an inexorable sun will, ready for annihilation in victory. O will, thou change of every need, my needfulness, spare me for one great victory. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Paragraph 20. Quote, all that increases power is good. All that springs from weakness is bad. The weak and ill-constituted shall perish, first principle of our charity, and one shall also help them thereto. End quote. Nietzsche partly divined the kind of reception moral values of this stamp would meet with at the hands of the effeminate manhood of Europe. Here we see that he had anticipated the most likely form their criticism would take. See also the last two verses of paragraph 17. Paragraph 21. The first 10 verses here are reminiscent of War and Warriors, and of The Flies in the Marketplace. Verses 11 and 12, however, are particularly important. There is a strong argument in favor of the sharp differentiation of castes and of races and even of sexes. See note on chapter 18, running all through Nietzsche's writings. But sharp differentiation also implies antagonism in some form or other, hence Nietzsche's fears for modern man. What modern men desire above all is peace and the cessation of pain. But neither great races nor great castes have ever been built up in this way. Who still wanteth to rule? Zarathustra asks in the prologue. Who still wanteth to obey? Both are too burdensome. This is rapidly becoming everybody's attitude today. The tame moral reading of the face of nature, together with such democratic interpretations of life as those suggested by Herbert Spencer, are signs of a physiological condition which is the reverse of that bounding and irresponsible healthiness in which harder and more tragic values rule. Paragraph 24. This should be read in conjunction with Child and Marriage. In the 5th verse we shall recognize our old friend, Marriage on the 10-year system, which George Meredith suggested some years ago. This, however, must not be taken too literally. I do not think Nietzsche's profoundest views on marriage were ever intended to be given over to the public at all, at least not for the present. They appear in the biography by his sister, and although their wisdom is unquestionable, the nature of the reforms he suggests render it impossible for them to become popular just now. Paragraphs 26 and 27. See note on the prologue. Paragraph 28. Nietzsche was not an iconoclast from predilection. No bitterness or empty hate dictated his vituperations against existing values and against the dogmas of his parents and forefathers. He knew too well what these things meant to the millions who professed them, to approach the task of uprooting them with levity or even with haste. He saw what modern anarchists and revolutionists do not see, namely, that man is in danger of actual destruction when his customs and values are broken. I need hardly point out, therefore, how deeply he was conscious of the responsibility he threw upon our shoulders when he invited us to reconsider our position. The lines in this paragraph are evidence enough of his earnestness. End of Part 3, Chapter 56, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 57 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Convalescent. 1. One morning, not long after his return to his cave, Zarathustra sprang up from his couch like a madman, crying with a frightful voice and acting as if someone still lay on the couch who did not wish to rise. Zarathustra's voice also resounded in such a manner that his animals came to him frightened, and out of all the neighboring caves and lurking places all the creatures slipped away, flying, fluttering, creeping or leaping, according to their variety of foot or wing. Zarathustra, however, spake these words: "Up, abysmal thought, out of my depth! I am thy cock and morning dawn, thou overslept reptile! Up, up! My voice shall soon crow thee awake. Unbind the fetters of thine ears. Listen, for I wish to hear thee. Up, up! There is thunder enough to make the very graves listen, and rub the sleep and all the dimness and blindness out of thine eyes. Hear me also with thine eyes. My voice is a medicine even for those born blind. And once thou art awake, then shalt thou ever remain awake. It is not my custom to awake great-grandmothers out of their sleep that I may bid them sleep on. Thou stirrest, stretchest thyself, wheezest. Up, up! Not wheeze shalt thou, but speak unto me. Zarathustra calleth thee, Zarathustra the godless. I, Zarathustra, the advocate of living, the advocate of suffering, the advocate of the circuit, thee do I call my most abysmal thought. Joy to me! Thou comest. I hear thee. Mine abyss speaketh. My lowest depth have I turned over into the light. Joy to me! Come hither. Give me thy hand. Ha! Let be. Ha! Disgust, disgust, disgust! Alas to me! 2. Hardly, however, had Zarathustra spoken these words, when he fell down as one dead, and remained long as one dead. When, however, he again came to himself, then was he pale and trembling, and remained lying, and for long he would neither eat nor drink. This condition continued for 7 days. His animals, however, did not leave him day or night, except that the eagle flew forth to fetch food. And what it fetched and foraged it laid on Zarathustra's couch, so that Zarathustra at last lay among yellow and red berries, grapes, rosy apples, sweet-smelling herbage, and pine cones. At his feet, however, 2 lambs were stretched, which the eagle had with difficulty carried off from their shepherds. At last, after 7 days, Zarathustra raised himself upon his couch, took a rosy apple in his hand, smelt it, and found it smell pleasant. Then did his animals think the time had come to speak unto him. "O Zarathustra," said they, "now hast thou lain thus for 7 days with heavy eyes. Wilt thou not set thyself again upon thy feet? Step out of thy cave. The world waiteth for thee as a garden. The wind playeth with heavy fragrance, which seeketh for thee. and all brooks would like to run after thee. All things long for thee, since thou hast remained alone for 7 days. Step forth out of thy cave. All things want to be thy physicians. Did perhaps a new knowledge come to thee? A bitter, grievous knowledge? Like leavened dough layest thou, thy soul arose and swelled beyond all its bounds.
"O mine animals," answered Zarathustra, "talk on thus, and let me listen. It refresheth me so to hear your talk. Where there is talk, there is the world as a garden unto me. How charming it is that there are words and tones! Are not words and tones rainbows and seeming bridges twixt the eternally separated? To each soul belongeth another world. To each soul is every other soul a back-world. Among the most alike doth semblance deceive most delightfully. For the smallest gap is most difficult to bridge over. For me, how could there be an outside of me? There is no outside. But this we forget on hearing tones. How delightful it is that we forget. Have not names and tones been given unto things that man may refresh himself with them? It is a beautiful folly, speaking. Therewith danceth man over everything. How lovely is all speech, and all falsehoods of tones. With tones danceth our love on variegated rainbows."
"O Zarathustra," said then his animals, "to those who think like us, things all dance themselves. They come and hold out the hand, and laugh, and flee, and return. Everything goeth, everything returneth, eternally rolleth the wheel of existence. Everything dieth, everything blossometh forth again, eternally runneth on the year of existence. Everything breaketh, everything is integrated anew, eternally buildeth itself the same house of existence. All things separate, all things again greet one another. Eternally true to itself remaineth the ring of existence. Every moment beginneth existence, around every here rolleth the ball there. The middle is everywhere. Crooked is the path of eternity."
"O ye wags and barrel-organs," answered Zarathustra, and smiled once more, "how well do ye know what had to be fulfilled in 7 days, and how that monster crept into my throat and choked me. But I bit off its head and spat it away from me. And ye have made a liar lay out of it? Now, however, do I lie here, still exhausted with that biting and spitting away, still sick with mine own salvation, and ye looked on at it all? O mine animals, are ye also cruel? Did ye like to look at my great pain as men do? For man is the cruelest animal. At tragedies, bullfights, and crucifixions hath he hitherto been happiest on earth, and when he invented his hell, behold, that was his heaven on earth. When the great man crieth, immediately runneth the little man thither, and his tongue hangeth out of his mouth for very lusting. He, however, calleth it his pity. The little man, especially the poet, how passionately doth he accuse life in words! Hearken to him, but do not fail to hear the delight which is in all accusation. Such accusers of life, them life overcometh with a glance of the eye.
"Thou lovest me,"
saith the insolent one.
"Wait a little, as yet I have no time for thee."
Toward himself man is the cruelest animal, and in all who call themselves sinners and bearers of the cross and penitents,
Do not overlook the voluptuousness in their plaints and accusations. And I myself, do I thereby want to be man's accuser? Ah, mine animals, this only I have learned hitherto, that for man his baddest is necessary for his best. That all that is baddest is the best power, and the hardest stone for the highest creator, and that man must become better and badder. Not to this torture stake was I tied, that I know man is bad, but I cried as no one hath yet cried, ah, that his baddest is so very small, ah, that his best is so very small. The great disgust at man, it strangled me and had crept into my throat, and what the soothsayer had presaged, all is alike, nothing is worth while, knowledge strangleth. A long twilight limped on before me, a fatally weary, fatally intoxicated sadness, which spake with yawning mouth. Eternally he returneth, the man of whom thou art weary, the small man. So yawned my sadness, and dragged its foot, and could not go to sleep. A cavern became the human earth to me. Its breast caved in. Everything living became to me human dust and bones and mouldering past. My sighing sat on all human graves, and could no longer arise. My sighing and questioning croaked and choked and gnawed and nagged day and night. Ah, man returneth eternally. The small man returneth eternally. Naked had I once seen both of them, the greatest man and the smallest man, all too like one another, all too human, even the greatest man, all too small, even the greatest man. That was my disgust at man, and the eternal return also of the smallest man. That was my disgust at all existence. Ah, disgust, disgust, disgust! Thus spake Zarathustra, and sighed and shuddered, for he remembered his sickness. Then did his animals prevent him from speaking further. "Do not speak further, thou convalescent," so answered his animals, "but go out where the world waiteth for thee, like a garden. Go out unto the roses, the bees, and the flocks of doves, especially, however, unto the singing birds, to learn singing from them. For singing is for the convalescent. The sound ones may talk, and when the sound also want songs, then want they other songs than the convalescent." "O ye wags and barrel organs, do be silent," answered Zarathustra, and smiled at his animals. "How well ye know what consolation I devised for myself in 7 days. That I have to sing once more. That consolation did I devise for myself, and this convalescence. Would ye also make another lyre lay thereof?" "Do not talk further," answered his animals once more. "Rather, thou convalescent, prepare for thyself first a lyre, a new lyre. For behold, O Zarathustra, for thy new lays there are needed new lyres. Sing and bubble over, O Zarathustra, heal thy soul with new lays, that thou mayest bear thy great fate, which hath not yet been any one's fate. For thine animals know it well, O Zarathustra, who thou art and must become. Behold, thou art the teacher of the eternal return. That is now thy fate, that thou must be the first to teach this teaching. How could this great fate not be thy greatest danger and infirmity? Behold, we know what thou teachest, that all things eternally return, and ourselves with them, and that we have already existed times without number, and all things with us. Thou teachest that there is a great year of becoming, a prodigy of a great year. It must, like a sand-glass, ever turn up anew, that it may anew run down and run out. So that all those years are like one another in the greatest and also in the smallest, so that we ourselves in every great year are like ourselves in the greatest and also in the smallest. And if thou wouldst now die, O Zarathustra, behold, we know also how thou wouldst then speak to thyself, but thine animals beseech thee not to die yet. Thou wouldst speak, and without trembling, buoyant rather with bliss, for a great weight and worry would be taken from thee, thou patientest one. Now do I die and disappear, wouldst thou say? And in a moment I am nothing. Souls are as mortal as bodies, but the plexus of causes returneth in which I am intertwined. It will again create me. I myself pertain to the causes of the eternal return. I come again with this sun, with this earth, with this eagle, with this serpent, not to a new life, or a better life, or a similar life. I come again eternally to this identical and self-same life, in its greatest and its smallest, to teach again the eternal return of all things, to speak again the word of the great noontide of earth and man, to announce again to man the Superman. I have spoken my word. I break down by my word. So willeth mine eternal fate. As announcer do I succumb. The hour hath now come for the down-goer to bless himself. Thus endeth Zarathustra's down-going. When the animals had spoken these words, they were silent and waited, so that Zarathustra might say something to them. But Zarathustra did not hear that they were silent. On the contrary, he lay quietly with closed eyes like a person sleeping, although he did not sleep, for he communed just then with his soul. The serpent, however, and the eagle, when they found him silent in such wise, respected the great stillness around him, and prudently retired. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. We meet several puzzles here. Zarathustra calls himself the advocate of the circle, the eternal recurrence of all things, and he calls this doctrine his abysmal thought. In the last verse of the first paragraph, however, after hailing his deepest thought, he cries, "Disgust, disgust, disgust." We know Nietzsche's ideal man was that, quote, world-approving, exuberant, and vivacious creature who has not only learnt to compromise and arrange with that which was and is, but wishes to have it again, as it was and is, for all eternity, insatiably calling out da capo, or not only to himself, but to the whole piece and play. End quote. See note on chapter 42. But if one asks oneself what the condition to such an attitude are, one will realize immediately how utterly different Nietzsche was from his ideal. The man who insatiably cries da capo to himself and to the whole of his mise en scène must be in a position to desire every incident in his life to be repeated not once, but again and again, eternally. Now, Nietzsche's life had been too full of disappointments, illness, unsuccessful struggles, and snubs to allow of his thinking of the eternal recurrence without loathing, hence probably the words of the last verse. In verses 15 and 16 we have Nietzsche declaring himself an evolutionist in the broadest sense, that is to say that he believes in the development hypothesis as the description of the process by which species have originated. Now, to understand his position correctly, we must show his relationship to the two greatest of modern evolutionists, Darwin and Spencer. As a philosopher, however, Nietzsche does not stand or fall by his objections to the Darwinian or Spencerian cosmogony. He never laid claim to a very profound knowledge of biology, and his criticism is far more valuable as the attitude of a fresh mind than as that of a specialist toward the question. Moreover, in his objections many difficulties are raised which are not settled by an appeal to either of the men above mentioned. We have given Nietzsche's definition of life in the note on chapter 56, paragraph 10. Still, there remains a hope that Darwin and Nietzsche may some day become reconciled by a new description of the processes by which varieties occur. The appearance of varieties among animals and of, quote, sporting plants, end quote, in the vegetable kingdom is still shrouded in mystery, and the question whether this is not precisely the ground on which Darwin and Nietzsche will meet is an interesting one. The former says in his Origin of Species concerning the causes of variability, quote, "There are two factors, namely the nature of the organism and the nature of the conditions. The former seems to be much the more important," italics are mine, "for nearly similar variations sometimes arise under, as far as we can judge, dissimilar conditions, and on the other hand, dissimilar variations arise under conditions which appear to be nearly uniform." End quote. Nietzsche, recognizing the same truth, would ascribe practically all of the importance to the, quote, "highest functionaries in the organism, in which the life will appears as an active and formative principle," end quote. And except in certain cases where passive organisms alone are concerned, would not give such a prominent place to the influence of environment. Adaptation, according to him, is merely a secondary activity, a mere reactivity, and he is therefore quite opposed to Spencer's definition, quote, "Life is the continuous adjustment of internal relations to external relations," end quote. Again, in the motive force behind animal and plant life, Nietzsche disagrees with Darwin. He transforms the struggle for existence, the passive and involuntary condition, into the struggle for power, which is active and creative, and much more in harmony with Darwin's own view given above concerning the importance of the organism itself. The change is one of such far-reaching importance that we cannot dispose of it in a breath as a mere play upon words. Quote, "Much is reckoned higher than life itself by the living one." End quote. Nietzsche says that to speak of the activity of life as a struggle for existence is to state the case inadequately. He warns us not to confound Malthus with nature. There is something more than this struggle between the organic beings on this earth. Want, which is supposed to bring this struggle about, is not so common as is supposed. Some other force must be operative. The will to power is this force. Quote, "The instinct of self-preservation is only one of the indirect and most frequent results thereof." End quote. A certain lack of acumen in psychological questions and the condition of affairs in England at the time Darwin wrote may both, according to Nietzsche, have induced the renowned naturalist to describe the forces of nature as he did in his Origin of Species. In verses 28, 29, and 30 of the second portion of this discourse, we meet with a doctrine which, at first sight, seems to be merely le manoir à l'envers. Indeed, one English critic has actually said of Nietzsche that "Thus Spake Zarathustra" is no more than a compendium of modern views and maxims turned upside down. Examining these heterodox pronouncements a little more closely, however, we may possibly perceive their truth. Regarding good and evil as purely relative values, it stands to reason that what may be bad or evil in a given man, relative to a certain environment, may actually be good, if not highly virtuous in him, relative to a certain other environment. If this hypothetical man represent the ascending line of life, that is to say, if he promise all that which is highest in a Greco-Roman sense, then It is likely that he will be condemned as wicked if introduced into the society of men representing the opposite and descending line of life. By depriving a man of his wickedness, more particularly nowadays, therefore one may unwittingly be doing violence to the greatest in him. It may be an outrage against his wholeness, just as the lopping off of a leg would be. Fortunately, the natural so-called wickedness of higher men has in a certain measure been able to resist this lopping process which successive slave moralities have practiced, but signs are not wanting which show that the noblest wickedness is fast vanishing from society, the wickedness of courage and determination, and that Nietzsche has good reasons for crying, quote, "Ah, that man's baddest is so very small. Ah, that his best is so very small. What is good? To be brave is good. It is the good war which halloweth every cause." End quote. See also paragraph 5, Higher Man. End of Part 3, Chapter 57, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 58 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Great Longing. O my soul, I have taught thee to say, today, as once on a time and formerly, and to dance thy measure over every here and there and yonder. O my soul, I delivered thee from all by-places. I brushed down from thee dust and spiders and twilight. O my soul, I washed the petty shame and the by-place virtue from thee, and persuaded thee to stand naked before the eyes of the sun. With the storm that is called spirit did I blow over thy surging sea. All clouds did I blow away from it. I strangled even the strangler called sin. O my soul, I gave thee the right to say nay like the storm, and to say yea as the open heaven saith yea, calm as the light remainest thou, and now walkest through denying storms. O my soul, I restored to thee liberty over the created and the uncreated, and who knoweth, as thou knowest, the voluptuousness of the future. O my soul, I taught thee the contempt which doth not come like worm-eating, the great, the loving contempt which loveth most where it contemneth most. O my soul, I taught thee so to persuade that thou persuadest even the grounds themselves to thee, like the sun, which persuadeth even the sea to its height. O my soul, I have taken from thee all obeying and knee-bending and homage-paying. I have myself given thee the names, change of need, and fate. O my soul, I have given thee new names and gay-colored playthings. I have called thee Fate, and the Circuit of Circuits, and the Navel String of Time, and the Azure Bell. O my soul, to thy domain gave I all wisdom to drink, all new wines, and also all immemorially old strong wines of wisdom. O my soul, every sun shed I upon thee, and every night, and every silence, and every longing. Then grewest thou up for me as a vine. O my soul, exuberant and heavy dost thou now stand forth, a vine with swelling udders and full clusters of brown golden grapes, filled and weighted by thy happiness, waiting from superabundance, and yet ashamed of thy waiting. O my soul, There is nowhere a soul which could be more loving and more comprehensive and more extensive. Where could future and past be closer together than with thee? Oh, my soul, I have given thee everything, and all my hands have become empty by thee. And now sayest thou to me, smiling and full of melancholy, which of us oweth thanks? Doth the giver not owe thanks because the receiver received? Is bestowing not a necessity? Is receiving not pitying? O my soul, I understand the smiling of thy melancholy. Thine overabundance itself now stretcheth out longing hands. Thy fullness looketh forth over raging seas, and seeketh and waiteth. The longing of over-fullness looketh forth from the smiling heaven of thine eyes. And verily, O my soul, who could see thy smiling and not melt into tears? The angels themselves melt into tears through the over-graciousness of thy smiling. Thy graciousness and over-graciousness is it which will not complain and weep, and yet, O my soul, longeth thy smiling for tears and thy trembling mouth for sobs. Is not all weeping complaining, and all complaining accusing? Thus speakest thou to thyself, and therefore, O my soul, wilt thou rather smile than pour forth thy grief, than in gushing tears pour forth all thy grief concerning thy fullness, and concerning the craving of the vine for the vintager and vintage knife. But wilt thou not weep? Wilt thou not weep forth thy purple melancholy? Then wilt thou have to sing, O my soul. Behold, I smile myself, who foretell thee this. Thou wilt have to sing with passionate song, until all seas turn calm, to hearken unto thy longing. Until over calm longing seas the bark glideth, the golden marvel around the gold of which all good, bad, and marvelous things frisk. Also, many large and small animals, and everything that hath light, marvelous feet, so that it can run on violent blue paths, towards the golden marvel, the spontaneous bark and its master. He, however, is the vintager who waiteth with the diamond vintage knife, thy great deliverer, O my soul, the nameless one, for whom future songs only will find names. And verily, already hath thy breath the fragrance of future songs. Already glowest thou and dreamest. Already drinkest thou thirstily at all deep echoing wells of consolation. Already reposeth thy melancholy in the bliss of future songs. O my soul, now have I given thee all, and even my last possession, and all my hands have become empty by thee. That I bade thee sing. Behold, that was my last thing to give. That I bade thee sing. Say now, say, which of us now oweth thanks? Better still, however, sing unto me. Sing, O my soul, and let me thank thee. Thus spake Zarathustra. End of Part 3, Chapter 58. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 59 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Second Dance Song. 1. Into thine eyes gazed I lately, O life. Gold saw I gleam in thy night eyes. My heart stood still with delight. A golden bark saw I gleam on darkened waters, a sinking, drinking, reblinking golden swing bark. At my dance frantic foot dost thou cast a glance, a laughing, questioning, melting, thrown glance. Twice only movest thou thy rattle with thy little hands. Then did my feet swing with dance fury. My heels reared aloft, my toes they hearkened. Thee they would know. Hath not the dancer his ear in his toe? Unto thee did I spring, then flett'st thou back from my bound, and toward me waved thy fleeing, flying tresses round. Away from thee did I spring, and from thy snaky tresses. Then stoodst thou there half turned, and in thine eye caresses. With crooked glances dost thou teach me crooked courses. On crooked courses learn my feet crafty fancies. I fear thee near, I love thee far. Thy flight allureth me, thy seeking secureth me. I suffer but for thee, what would I not gladly bear? For thee, whose coldness inflameth, whose hatred misleadeth, whose flight enchaineth, whose mockery pleadeth. Who would not hate thee, thou great bindress, inwindress, temptress, seekress, findress? Who would not love thee, thou innocent, impatient, wind-swift, child-eyed sinner? Whither pullest thou me now, thou paragon and tomboy? And now foolest thou me fleeing, thou sweet romp dost annoy. I dance after thee, I follow even faint traces lonely. Where art thou? Give me thy hand, or thy finger only. Here are caves and thickets, we shall go astray. Halt, stand still. Seest thou not owls and bats in fluttering fray? Thou bat, thou owl, thou wouldst play me foul? Where are we? From the dogs hast thou learned thus to bark and howl? Thou gnashest on me sweetly with little white teeth. Thine evil eyes shoot out upon me, thy curly little mane from underneath. This is a dance over stock and stone. I am the hunter. Wilt thou be my hound or my chamois anon? Now, beside me, and quickly, wickedly springing, now up and over. Alas, I have fallen myself over swinging. Oh, see me lying, thou arrogant one, and imploring grace. Gladly would I walk with thee in some lovelier place. In the paths of love, through bushes variegated, quiet, trim, or there along the lake where golden fishes dance and swim. Thou art now aweary. There above are sheep and sunset stripes. Is it not sweet to sleep the shepherd pipes? Thou art so very weary? I carry thee thither. Let just thine arms sink. And art thou thirsty? I should have something, but thy mouth would not like it to drink. Oh, that cursed nimble, supple serpent and lurking witch! Where art thou gone? But in my face do I feel through thy hand 2 spots, and red blotches itch. I am verily weary of it, ever thy sheepish shepherd to be. Thou witch, if I have hitherto sung unto thee, now shalt thou cry unto me. To the rhythm of my whip shalt thou dance and cry. I forget not my whip, not I. 2. Then did life answer me thus, and kept thereby her fine ears closed. Ho, Zarathustra, crack not so terribly with thy whip. Thou knowest surely that noise killeth thought, and just now there came to me such delicate thoughts. We are both of us genuine ne'er-do-wells and ne'er-do-ills,
Beyond good and evil found we our island and our green meadow, we two alone. Therefore must we be friendly to each other. And even should we not love each other from the bottom of our hearts, must we then have a grudge against each other if we do not love each other perfectly? And that I am friendly to thee, and often too friendly, that knowest thou, and the reason is that I am envious of thy wisdom. Ah, this mad old fool, wisdom! If thy wisdom should one day run away from thee, then would also my love run away from thee quickly.
Thereupon did Life look thoughtfully behind and around, and said softly,
O Zarathustra, thou art not faithful enough to me. Thou lovest me not nearly so much as thou sayest. I know thou thinkest of soon leaving me. There is an old, heavy, heavy booming clock. It boometh by night up to thy cave. When thou hearest this clock strike the hours at midnight, then thinkest thou between 1 and 12 thereon. Thou thinkest thereon, O Zarathustra, I know it, of soon leaving me.
Yea, answered I hesitatingly, but thou knowest it also. And I said something into her ear, in amongst her confused yellow foolish tresses.
Thou knowest that, O Zarathustra? That knoweth no one.
And we gazed at each other, and looked at the green meadow o'er which the cool evening was just passing, and we wept together. Then, however, was life dearer unto me than all my wisdom had ever been. Thus spake Zarathustra. 3. 1. O man, take heed. 2. What saith deep midnight's voice indeed? 3. I slept my sleep. 4. From deepest dream I've woken plead. 5. The world is deep. 6. And deeper than the day could read. 7. Deep is its woe. 8. Joy, deeper still than grief can be. 9. Woe saith, hence, go. 10. But joys all want eternity. 11. Want deep, profound eternity. 12. End of Part 3, Chapter 59. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 3, Chapter 60 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Seven Seals, or the Yea and Amen Lay. 1. If I be a diviner, and full of the divining spirit which wandereth on high mountain ridges twixt two seas, wandereth twixt the past and the future as a heavy cloud, hostile to sultry plains, and to all that is weary, and can neither die nor live, ready for lightning in its dark bosom, and for the redeeming flash of light, charged with lightnings which say, Yea, which laugh, yea, ready for divining flashes of lightning. Blessed, however, is he who is thus charged, and verily, long must he hang like a heavy tempest on the mountain, who shall one day kindle the light of the future. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 2. If ever my wrath hath burst graves, shifted landmarks, or rolled old shattered tables into precipitous depths, if ever my scorn hath scattered mouldered words to the winds, and if I have come like a bosom to cross-spiters, and as a cleansing wind to old charnel houses. If ever I have sat rejoicing where old gods lie buried, world-blessing, world-loving, beside the monuments of old world maligners. For even churches and God's graves do I love. If only heaven looketh through their ruined roofs with pure eyes, gladly do I sit like grass and red poppies on ruined churches. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 3. If ever a breath hath come to me of the creative breath, and of the heavenly necessity which compelleth even chances to dance star-dances, if ever I have laughed with the laughter of the creative lightning, to which the long thunder of the deed followeth grumblingly, but obediently, if ever I have played dice with the gods at the divine table of the earth, so that the earth quaked and ruptured, and snorted forth fire-streams, for a divine table is the earth, and trembling with new creative dictums and dice-casts of the gods. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 4. If ever I have drunk a full draught of the foaming spice and confection bowl in which all things are well mixed, if ever my hand hath mingled the furthest with the nearest, fire with spirit, joy with sorrow, and the harshest with the kindest, if I myself am a grain of the saving salt which maketh everything in the confection bowl mix well, for there is a salt which uniteth good with evil, and even the evilest is worthy as spicing and as final overfoaming. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love. For I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 5. If I be fond of the sea, and all that is sea-like, and fondest of it when it angrily contradicteth me, if the exploring delight be in me, which impelleth sails to the undiscovered, if the seafarer's delight be in my delight, if ever my rejoicing hath called out, the shore hath vanished, now hath fallen from me the last chain, the boundless roareth around me, far away sparkle for me space and time. Well, cheer up, old heart. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. 6. If my virtue be a dancer's virtue, and if I have often sprung with both feet into golden emerald rapture, if my wickedness be a laughing wickedness, at home among rose banks and hedges of lilies, for in laughter is all evil present, but it is sanctified and absolved by its own bliss. And if it be my Alpha and Omega, that everything heavy shall become light, every body a dancer, and every spirit a bird, and verily, that is my Alpha and Omega. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity, and for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity, for I love thee, O eternity. 7. If ever I have spread out a tranquil heaven above me, and have flown into mine own heaven with mine own pinions, if I have swum playfully in profound luminous distances, and if my freedom's avian wisdom hath come to me, thus, however, speaketh avian wisdom. Lo, there is no above and no below. Throw thyself about, outward, backward, thou light one, sing, speak no more. Are not all words made for the heavy? Do not all words lie to the light ones? Sing, speak no more. Oh, how could I not be ardent for eternity? And for the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the return? Never yet have I found the woman by whom I should like to have children, unless it be this woman whom I love, for I love thee, O eternity. For I love thee, O eternity. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This is a final paean which Zarathustra sings to eternity, and the marriage ring of rings, the ring of the eternal recurrence. End of Part 3, Chapter 60. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 61 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fourth and last part. Ah, where in the world have there been greater follies than with the pitiful? And what in the world hath caused more suffering than the follies of the pitiful? Woe unto all loving ones who have not an elevation which is above their pity. Thus spake the devil unto me once on a time. Even God hath his hell. It is his love for man. And lately did I hear him say these words. God is dead. Of his pity for man hath God died. Zarathustra, second part, The Pitiful. The Honey Sacrifice. And again passed moons and years over Zarathustra's soul, and he heeded it not. His hair, however, became white. One day he sat on a stone in front of his cave and gazed calmly into the distance. One there gazeth out on the sea and away beyond sinuous abysses. Then went his animals thoughtfully round about him, and at last set themselves in front of him.
"O Zarathustra," said they, "gazest thou out perhaps for thy happiness?"
"Of what account is my happiness?" answered he. "I have long ceased to strive any more for happiness. I strive for my work."
"O Zarathustra,"
said the animals once more,
"that sayest thou as one who hath overmuch of good things. Liest thou not in a sky-blue lake of happiness?"
"Ye wags," answered Zarathustra and smiled, "how well did ye choose the simile. But ye know also that my happiness is heavy, and not like a fluid wave of water. It presseth me and will not leave me, and is like molten pitch." Then went his animals again thoughtfully round him, and placed themselves once more in front of him.
"O Zarathustra,"
said they,
"is it consequently for that reason that thou thyself always becometh yellower and darker, although thy hair looketh white and flaxen? Lo, thou sittest in thy pitch."
"What do you say, my animals?" said Zarathustra, laughing. "Verily, I reviled when I spake of pitch. As it happeneth with me, so is it with all fruits that turn ripe. It is the honey in my veins that maketh my blood thicker, and also my soul stiller."
"So will it be, O Zarathustra,"
answered his animals, and pressed up to him.
"But wilt thou not today ascend a high mountain? The air is pure, and today one seeth more of the world than ever."
"Yea, mine animals," answered he, "ye counsel admirably and according to my heart. I will today ascend a high mountain, but see that honey is there ready to hand, yellow, white, good, ice-cool, golden comb honey. For know that when aloft, I will make the honey sacrifice." When Zarathustra, however, was aloft on the summit, he sent his animals home that had accompanied him, and found that he was now alone. Then he laughed from the bottom of his heart, looked around him, and spake thus: "That I spake of sacrifices and honey sacrifices, it was merely a ruse in talking, and, verily, a useful folly. Here aloft can I now speak freer than in front of mountain caves and anchorites' domestic animals. What to sacrifice? I squander what is given me, a squanderer with 1,000 hands. How could I call that sacrificing? And when I desired honey, I only desired bait, and sweet mucus and mucilage, for which even the mouths of growing bears and strange, sulky, evil birds water. The best bait, as huntsmen and fishermen require it. For if the world be as a gloomy forest of animals, and a pleasure ground for all wild huntsmen, it seemeth to me rather, and preferably, a fathomless rich sea. A sea full of many-hued fishes and crabs, for which even the gods might long, and might be tempted to become fishers in it and casters of nets. So rich is the world in wonderful things, great and small, especially the human world, the human sea. Towards it do I now throw out my golden angle rod and say, Open up, thou human abyss. Open up, and throw unto me thy fish and shining crabs. With my best bait shall I allure to myself today the strangest human fish. My happiness itself do I throw out into all places far and wide, twixt Orient, Noontide, and Occident, to see if many human fish will not learn to hug and tug at my happiness, until, biting at my sharp hidden hooks, they have to come up to my height, the motliest abyss groundlings, to the wickedest of all fishers of men. For this am I the heart, and from the beginning, drawing, hither drawing, upward drawing, upbringing, a drawer, a trainer, a training master, who not in vain counseled himself once on a time, become what thou art. Thus may men now come up to me, for as yet do I await the signs that it is time for my down-going. As yet do I not myself go down, as I must do, amongst men. Therefore do I wait here, crafty and scornful, upon high mountains. No impatient one, no patient one, rather one who hath even unlearnt patience, because he no longer suffereth. For my fate giveth me time. It hath forgotten me, perhaps, or doth it sit behind a big stone and catch flies? And verily, I am well disposed to mine eternal fate, because it doth not hound and hurry me, but leaveth me time for merriment and mischief, so that I have today ascended this high mountain to catch fish. Did ever any one catch fish upon high mountains? And though it be a folly what I here seek and do, it is better so than that down below I should become solemn with waiting, and green and yellow, a posturing wrath snorter with waiting, a holy howlstorm from the mountains, an impatient one that shouteth down to the valleys, Hearken, else I will scourge you with the scourge of God. Not that I would have a grudge against such wrathful ones on that account. They are well enough for laughter to me. Impatient must they now be, those big alarm drums which find a voice now or never. Myself, however, and my fate, we do not talk to the present, neither do we talk to the never. For talking we have patience and time and more than time. For one day must it yet come and may not pass by. What must one day come and may not pass by? Our great Hussar, that is to say, our great remote human kingdom, the Zarathustra kingdom of 1,000 years. How remote may such remoteness be? What doth it concern me? But on that account it is none the less sure unto me, with both feet stand I secure on this ground, on an eternal ground, on hard primary rock, on this highest, hardest, primary mountain ridge, unto which all winds come as unto the storm parting, asking, where, and whence, and whither? Here laugh, laugh, my hearty, healthy wickedness. From high mountains cast down thy glittering scorn laughter. Allure for me with thy glittering the finest human fish. And whatever belongeth unto me in all seas, my in and for me in all things, fish that out for me, bring that up to me. For that do I wait, the wickedest of all fish-catchers. Out, out, my fishing hook, in and down, thou bait of my happiness. Drip thy sweetest dew, thou honey of my heart. Bite, my fishing hook, into the belly of all black affliction. Look out, mine eye. Oh, how many seas round about me! What dawning human futures! And above me, what rosy red stillness! What unclouded silence! Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Part 4. In my opinion, this part is Nietzsche's open avowal that all his philosophy, together with all his hopes, enthusiastic outbursts, blasphemies, prolixities, and obscurities, were merely so many gifts laid at the feet of higher men. He had no desire to save the world. What he wished to determine was, who is to be master of the world? This is a very different thing. He came to save higher men, to give them that freedom by which alone they can develop and reach their zenith. See note on chapter 54, end. It has been argued, and with considerable force, that no such philosophy is required by higher men. That, as a matter of fact, higher men, by virtue of their constitutions, always do stand beyond good and evil, and never allow anything to stand in the way of their complete growth. Nietzsche, however, was evidently not so confident about this. He would probably have argued that we only see the successful cases. Being a great man himself, he was well aware of the dangers threatening greatness in our age. In Beyond Good and Evil he writes, quote, "There are few pains so grievous as to have seen, divined, or experienced how an exceptional man has missed his way and deteriorated." End quote. He knew, quote, "from his painfulest recollections on what wretched obstacles promising developments of the highest rank have hitherto usually gone to pieces, broken down, sunk, and become contemptible." End quote. New in Part 4, we shall find that his strongest temptation to descend to the feeling of pity for his contemporaries is the cry for help, which he hears from the lips of the higher men exposed to the dreadful danger of their modern environment. Notes on the honey sacrifice. In the 14th verse of this discourse, Nietzsche defines the solemn duty he imposed upon himself, quote, "Become what thou art." End quote. Surely the criticism which has been directed against this maxim must all fall to the ground when it is remembered, once and for all, that Nietzsche's teaching was never intended to be other than an esoteric one. Quote, "I am a law only for mine own." Quote, he says emphatically, quote, "I am not a law for all." End quote. It is of the greatest importance to humanity that its highest individuals should be allowed to attain to their full development. For only by means of its heroes can the human race be led forward step by step to higher and yet higher levels. Quote, "Become what thou art." End quote. Applied to all, of course, becomes a vicious maxim. It is to be hoped, however, that we may learn in time that the same action performed by a given number of men loses its identity precisely that same number of times. Quote, "Quid licet Jovi, non licet bovi." End quote. At the last 8 verses, many readers may be tempted to laugh. In England, we almost always laugh when a man takes himself seriously at anything save sport. And there is, of course, no reason why the reader should not be hilarious. A certain greatness is requisite, both in order to be sublime and to have reverence for the sublime. Nietzsche earnestly believed that the Zarathustra kingdom, his dynasty of 1,000 years, would one day come. If he had not believed it so earnestly, if every artist, in fact, had not believed so earnestly in his Hazar, whether of 10, 15, 100, or 1,000 years, we should have lost all our higher men. They would have become pessimists, suicides, or merchants. If the minor poet and philosopher has made us shy of the prophetic seriousness which characterized an Isaiah or a Jeremiah, it is surely our loss and the minor poet's gain. End of chapter 61. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 62 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cry of Distress. The next day sat Zarathustra again on the stone in front of his cave, whilst his animals roved about in the world outside to bring home new food, also new honey, for Zarathustra had spent and wasted the old honey to the very last particle. When he thus sat, however, with a stick in his hand, tracing the shadow of his figure on the earth, and reflecting, verily, not upon himself and his shadow, all at once he startled and shrank back, for he saw another shadow beside his own. And when he hastily looked around and stood up, behold, there stood the soothsayer beside him, the same whom he had once given to eat and drink at his table, the proclaimer of the great weariness, who taught, "All is alike. Nothing is worth while. The world is without meaning. Knowledge strangleth But his face had changed since then, and when Zarathustra looked into his eyes, his heart was startled once more. So much evil announcement and ashy gray lightnings passed over that countenance. The soothsayer, who had perceived what went on in Zarathustra's soul, wiped his face with his hand, as if he would wipe out the impression. The same did also Zarathustra. And when both of them had thus silently composed and strengthened themselves, they gave each other the hand as a token that they wanted once more to recognize each other. "Welcome hither," said Zarathustra, "thou soothsayer of the great weariness. Not in vain shalt thou once have been my messmate and guest. Eat and drink also with me today, and forgive it that a cheerful old man sitteth with thee at table." "A cheerful old man?" answered the soothsayer, shaking his head. "But whoever thou art or wouldst be, O Zarathustra, thou hast been here aloft the longest time. In a little while thy bark shall no longer rest on dry land." "Do I then rest on dry land?" asked Zarathustra, laughing. "The waves around thy mountain," answered the soothsayer. "Rise and rise, the waves of great distress and affliction. They will soon raise thy bark also, and carry thee away." Thereupon was Zarathustra silent, and wondered. "Dost thou still hear nothing?" continued the soothsayer. "Doth it not rush and roar out of the depth?" Zarathustra was silent once more and listened. Then heard he a long, long cry, which the abysses threw to one another and passed on, for none of them wished to retain it, so evil did it sound. "Thou ill announcer," said Zarathustra at last, "that is a cry of distress, and the cry of a man. It may come perhaps out of a black sea, but what doth human distress matter to me? My last sin which hath been reserved for me, knowest thou what it is called?" "Pity," answered the soothsayer, from an overflowing heart, and raised both his hands aloft. "O Zarathustra, I have come that I may seduce thee to thy last sin." And hardly had those words been uttered when there sounded the cry once more, and longer and more alarming than before, also much nearer. "Hearest thou, O Zarathustra?" called out the soothsayer. "The cry concerneth thee, it calleth thee. Come, 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 it is time, it is the highest time." Zarathustra was silent thereupon, confused and staggered. At last he asked, like one who hesitateth in himself, "And who is it that there calleth me?" "But thou knowest certainly," answered the soothsayer warmly. "Why dost thou conceal thyself? It is the higher man that crieth for thee." "The higher man?" cried Zarathustra, horror-stricken. "What wanteth he? What wanteth he? The higher man? What wanteth he here?" And his skin covered with perspiration. The soothsayer, however, did not heed Zarathustra's alarm, but listened and listened in the downward direction. When, however, it had been still there for a long while, he looked behind and saw Zarathustra standing, trembling. "O Zarathustra," he began with sorrowful voice, "Thou dost not stand there like one whose happiness maketh him giddy. Thou wilt have to dance lest thou tumble down. But although thou shouldst dance before me, and leap all thy side leaps, no one may say unto me, Behold, here danceth the last joyous man. In vain would anyone come to this height who sought him here. Caves would he find, indeed, and back caves, hiding places for hidden ones, but not lucky mines, nor treasure chambers, nor gold veins of happiness. Happiness? How indeed could one find happiness among such buried alive and solitary ones? Must I yet seek the last happiness on the Happy Isles, and far away among forgotten seas? But all is alike. Nothing is worth while. No seeking is of service. There are no longer any happy isles." Thus sighed the soothsayer. With his last sigh, however, Zarathustra again became serene and assured, like one who hath come out of a deep chasm into the light.
"Nay, nay, 3 times nay!"
exclaimed he with a strong voice, and stroked his beard.
"That do I know better. There are still happy isles. Silence thereon, thou sighing sorrow-sack! Cease to splash thereon, thou rain-cloud of the forenoon! Do I not already stand here wet with thy misery, and drenched like a dog? Now do I shake myself and run away from thee, that I may again become dry. Thereat mayest thou not wonder. Do I seem to thee discourteous? Here, however, is my court. But as regards the higher man, well, I shall seek him at once in those forests. From thence came his cry. Perhaps he is there, hard beset by an evil beast. He is in my domain. Therein shall he receive no scath. And verily, there are many evil beasts about me." With those words, Zarathustra turned around to depart. Then said the soothsayer, "O Zarathustra, thou art a rogue. I know it well. Thou wouldst fain be rid of me. Rather wouldst thou run into the forest and lay snares for evil beasts. But what good will it do thee? In the evening wilt thou have me again. In thine own cave will I sit, patient and heavy like a block, and wait for thee."
"So be it," shouted back Zarathustra as he went away. "And what is mine in my cave belongeth also unto thee, my guest. Shouldst thou, however, find honey therein, well, just lick it up, thou growling bear, and sweeten thy soul, for in the evening we want both to be in good spirits and joyful, because this day hath come to an end. And thou thyself shalt dance to my lays as my dancing bear. Thou dost not believe this? Thou shakest thy head. Well, cheer up, old bear, but I also am a soothsayer." Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. We now meet with Zarathustra in extraordinary circumstances. He is confronted with Schopenhauer, and tempted by the old soothsayer to commit the sin of pity. Quote, "I have come that I may seduce thee to thy last sin," end quote, says the soothsayer to Zarathustra. It will be remembered that in Schopenhauer's Ethics, pity is elevated to the highest place among the virtues, and very consistently, too, seeing that der Weltanschauung is a pessimistic one. Schopenhauer appeals to Nietzsche's deepest and strongest sentiment, his sympathy for higher men. Quote, "Why dost thou conceal thyself?" he cries. "It is the higher man that calleth for thee." End quote. Zarathustra is almost overcome by the soothsayer's pleading, as he had been once already in the past. But he resists him step by step. At length he can withstand him no longer, and, on the plea that the higher man is on his ground, and therefore under his protection, Zarathustra departs in search of him, leaving Schopenhauer, a higher man in Nietzsche's opinion, in the cave as a guest. End of chapter 62. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 63 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Talk with the Kings. 1. Ere Zarathustra had been an hour on his way in the mountains and forests, he saw all at once a strange procession. Right on the path which he was about to descend came 2 kings walking, bedecked with crowns and purple girdles, and variegated like flamingos. They drove before them a laden ass. "What do these kings want in my domain?" said Zarathustra in astonishment to his heart, and hid himself hastily behind a thicket. When, however, the kings approached to him, he said half aloud, like one speaking only to himself, "Strange, strange. How doth this harmonize? 2 kings do I see, and only 1 ass." Thereupon the 2 kings made a halt. They smiled and looked toward the spot whence the voice proceeded, and afterwards looked into each other's faces.
"Such things do we also think among ourselves," said the king on the right, "but we do not utter them."
The king on the left, however, shrugged his shoulders and answered, "That may perhaps be a goatherd, or an anchorite who hath lived too long among rocks and trees, for no society at all spoileth also good manners."
"Good manners!"
replied angrily and bitterly the other king.
"What then do we run out of the way of? Is it not good manners, our good society? Better, verily, to live among anchorites and goatherds than with our gilded, false, over-rouged populace, though it call itself good society, though it call itself nobility. But their all is false and foul above all the blood, thanks to old evil diseases and worse curers. The best and dearest to me at present is still a sound peasant, coarse, artful, obstinate, and enduring. That is at present the noblest type. The peasant is at present the best. The peasant type should be master. But it is the kingdom of the populace. I no longer allow anything to be imposed upon me. The populace, however, that meaneth hodgepodge. Populace, hodgepodge, therein is everything mixed with everything, saint and swindler, gentleman and Jew, and every beast out of Noah's ark. Good manners! Everything is false and foul with us. No one knoweth any longer how to reverence. It is that precisely that we run away from. They are fulsome, obtrusive dogs. They gild palm leaves. This loathing choketh me, that we kings ourselves have become false, draped and disguised with the old faded pomp of our ancestors, show-pieces for the stupidest, the craftiest, and whosoever at present trafficketh for power. We are not the first men, and have nevertheless to stand for them. Of this imposture have we at last become weary and disgusted. From the rabble have we gone out of the way, from all those bawlers and scribe blowflies, from the traitor stench, the ambition fidgeting, the bad breath. Fie, to live among the rabble! Fie, to stand for the first men among the rabble! Oh, loathing, loathing, loathing! What doth it now matter about us kings?
Thine old sickness seize thee, said here the king on the left. Thy loathing seizeth thee, my poor brother. Thou knowest, however, that some one heareth us. Immediately thereupon, Zarathustra, who had opened ears and eyes to this talk, rose from his hiding-place, advanced toward the kings, and thus began. He who hearkeneth unto you, he who gladly hearkeneth unto you, is called Zarathustra. I am Zarathustra, who once said, What doth it now matter about kings? Forgive me. I rejoiced when ye said to each other, What doth it matter about us kings? Here, however, is my domain and jurisdiction. What may ye be seeking in my domain? Perhaps, however, ye have found on your way what I seek, namely, the higher man. When the kings heard this, they beat upon their breasts and said with one voice,
We are recognized. With the sword of thine utterance severest thou the thickest darkness of our hearts. Thou hast discovered our distress. For lo, we are on our way to find the higher man, the man that is higher than we, although we are kings. To him do we convey this ass, for the highest man shall also be the highest lord on earth. There is no sorer misfortune in all human destiny than when the mighty of the earth are not also the first men. Then everything becometh false and distorted and monstrous. And when they are even the last men, and more beast than man, then riseth and riseth the populace in honor. And at last saith even the populace virtue, Lo, I alone am virtue.
What have I just heard? Answered Zarathustra. What wisdom in kings! I am enchanted, and verily I have already promptings to make a rhyme thereon, even if it should happen to be a rhyme not suited for everyone's ears. I unlearned long ago to have consideration for long ears. Well then, well now. Here, however, it happened that the ass also found utterance. It said distinctly and with malevolence, "Ee-ah!" 'Twas once, methinks year one of our blessed Lord, drunk without wine, the Sibyl thus deplored, How ill things go! Decline, decline. Ne'er sank the world so low. Rome now hath turned harlot and harlot stew. Rome's Caesar a beast, and God hath turned a Jew. 2. With those rhymes of Zarathustra the kings were delighted. The king on the right, however, said,
O Zarathustra, how well it was that we set out to see thee, for thine enemies showed us thy likeness in their mirror. There look'st thou with the grimace of a devil, and sneeringly, so that we were afraid of thee. But what good did it do? Always didst thou prick us anew in heart and ear with thy sayings. Then did we say at last, What doth it matter how he look? We must hear him who teacheth, Ye shall love peace as a means to new wars, and the short peace more than the long. No one ever spake such warlike words. What is good? To be brave is good. It is the good war that halloweth every cause. O Zarathustra! Our fathers' blood stirred in our veins at such words. It was like the voice of spring to old wine casks. When the swords rang among one another like red-spotted serpents, then did our fathers become fond of life. The sun of every peace seemed to them languid and lukewarm, and the long peace, however, made them ashamed. How they sighed, our fathers, when they saw on the wall brightly furbished, dried-up swords. Like those they thirsted for war, for a sword thirsteth to drink blood and sparkleth with desire.
When the kings thus discoursed and talked eagerly of the happiness of their fathers, there came upon Zarathustra no little desire to mock at their eagerness. For evidently they were very peaceable kings whom he saw before him, king with old and refined features. But he restrained himself. "Well," said he, "thither leadeth the way. There lieth the cave of Zarathustra, and this day is to have a long evening. At present, however, a cry of distress calleth me hastily away from you. It will honor my cave if kings want to sit and wait in it, but, to be sure, you will have to wait long. Well, what of that? Where doth one at present learn better to wait than at courts? And the whole virtue of kings that hath remained unto them, is it not called today ability to wait?" Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. On his way, Zarathustra meets two more higher men of his time. Two kings cross his path. They are above the average modern type, for their instincts tell them what real ruling is, and they despise the mockery which they have been taught to call reigning. Quote, "We are not the first men," they say, "and have nevertheless to stand for them. Of this imposture have we at last become weary and disgusted." End quote. It is the kings who tell Zarathustra, quote, "There is no sorer misfortune in all human destiny than when the mighty of the earth are not also the first men. There everything becometh false and distorted and monstrous." End quote. The kings are also asked by Zarathustra to accept the shelter of his cave, whereupon he proceeds his way. End of Part 4, Chapter 63. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 64 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Leech. And Zarathustra went thoughtfully on, further and lower down through forests and past moory bottoms. As it happeneth, however, to every one who meditateth upon hard matters, he trod thereby unawares upon a man, and lo, there spurted into his face all at once a cry of pain, and 2 curses and 20 bad invectives, so that in his fright he raised his stick and also struck the trodden one. Immediately afterwards, however, he regained his composure, and his heart laughed at the folly he had just committed. "Pardon me," he said to the trodden one, who had got up enraged and had seated himself. "Pardon me, and hear first of all a parable. As a wanderer who dreameth of remote things on a lonesome highway runneth unawares against a sleeping dog, a dog which lieth in the sun. As both of them then start up and snap at each other like deadly enemies, those 2 beings mortally frightened, so did it happen unto us. And yet, how little was lacking for them to caress each other, that dog and that lonesome one. Are they not both lonesome ones?"
"Whoever thou art," said the trodden one, still enraged, "thou treadest also too nigh me with thy parable, and not only with thy foot. Lo, am I then a dog?"
And thereupon the sitting one got up and pulled his naked arm out of the swamp, for at first he had lain outstretched on the ground, hidden and indiscernible like those who lie in wait for swamp game. "But whatever art thou about?" called out Zarathustra in alarm, for he saw a deal of blood streaming over the naked arm. "What hath hurt thee? Hath an evil beast bit thee, thou unfortunate one?" The bleeding one laughed, still angry.
"What matter is it to thee?"
said he, and he was about to go on.
"Here am I at home, and in my province. Let him question me whoever will. To a dolt, however, I shall hardly answer."
"Thou art mistaken," said Zarathustra sympathetically, and held him fast. "Thou art mistaken. Here thou art not at home, but in my domain, and therein shall no one receive any hurt. Call me, however, what thou wilt. I am who I must be. I call myself Zarathustra. Well, up thither is the way to Zarathustra's cave. It is not far. Wilt thou not attend to thy wounds at my home? It hath gone badly with thee, thou unfortunate one, in this life. First a beast bit thee, and then a man trod upon thee." When, however, the trodden one had heard the name of Zarathustra, he was transformed.
"What happeneth unto me?" he exclaimed. "Who preoccupieth me so much in this life as this one man, namely Zarathustra, and that one animal that liveth on blood, the leech? For the sake of the leech did I lie here by this swamp like a fisher, and already had mine outstretched arm been bitten 10 times, when there biteth a still finer leech at my blood, Zarathustra himself. Oh, happiness! Oh, miracle! Praised be this day which enticed me into the swamp! Praised be the best, the livest cupping glass that at present liveth! Praised be the great conscience leech, Zarathustra!"
Thus spake the trodden one, and Zarathustra rejoiced at his words and their refined, reverential style. "Who art thou?" asked he, and gave him his hand. "There is much to clear up and elucidate between us, but already methinketh pure, clear day is dawning."
"I am the spiritually conscientious one," answered he who was asked, "and in matters of the spirit, it is difficult for anyone to take it more rigorously, more restrictedly, and more severely than I, except him from whom I learnt it, Zarathustra himself. Better know nothing than half know many things. Better be a fool on one's own account than a sage on other people's approbation. I go to the basis. What matter if it be great or small? If it be called swamp or sky, a handbreadth of basis is enough for me, if it be actually basis and ground. A handbreadth of basis, thereon can one stand. In the true knowing knowledge, there is nothing great and nothing small."
"Then thou art perhaps an expert on the leech?" asked Zarathustra. "And thou investigatest the leech to its ultimate basis, thou conscientious one?"
"Oh, Zarathustra," answered the trodden one, "that would be something immense. How could I presume to do so? That, however, is of which I am master and knower, is the brain of the leech. That is my world, and it is also a world, Forgive it, however, that my pride here findeth expression, for here I have not mine equal. Therefore, said I, here am I at home. How long have I investigated this one thing, the brain of the leech, so that here the slippery truth might no longer slip from me? Here is my domain. For the sake of this did I cast everything else aside. For the sake of this did everything else become indifferent to me. And close beside my knowledge lieth my black ignorance. My spiritual conscience requireth from me that it should be so, that I should know one thing, and not know all else. They are a loathing unto me, all the semi-spiritual, all the hazy, hovering, and visionary. Where mine honesty ceaseth, there am I blind, but want also to be blind. Where I want to know, however, there want I also to be honest, namely, severe, rigorous, restricted, cruel, and inexorable, because thou once saidst, O Zarathustra, spirit is life, which itself cutteth into life. That led and allured me to thy doctrine, and verily, with mine own blood have I increased mine own knowledge.
As the evidence indicateth, broke in Zarathustra, for still was the blood flowing down the naked arm of the conscientious one, for there had 10 leeches bitten into it. Oh, thou strange fellow, how much doth this very evidence teach me, namely thou thyself, and not all, perhaps, might I pour into thy rigorous ear. Well, then, we part here, but I would fain find thee again. Up thither is the way to my cave. Tonight shalt thou there be my welcome guest. Fain would I also make amends to thy body for Zarathustra treading upon thee with his feet. I think about that. Just now, however, a cry of distress calleth me hastily away from thee. Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Among the higher men whom Zarathustra wishes to save is also the scientific specialist, the man who honestly and scrupulously pursues his investigations, as Darwin did in one department of knowledge. Quote, I love him who liveth in order to know, and seeketh to know in order that the Superman may hereafter live. Thus seeketh he his own downgoing. End quote. The spiritually conscientious one, he is called in this discourse. Zarathustra steps on him unawares, and the slave of science, bleeding from the violence he has done to himself by his self-imposed task, speaks proudly of his little sphere of knowledge, his little hand's breadth of ground on Zarathustra's territory, philosophy. Quote, where mine honesty ceaseth, end quote, says the true scientific specialist, quote, there am I blind and want also to be blind. Where I want to know, however, there want I also to be honest, namely, severe, rigorous, restricted, cruel, and inexorable. End quote. Zarathustra, greatly respecting this man, invites him to the cave, and then vanishes in answer to another cry for help. End of Part 4, Chapter 64. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 65 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Magician. 1. When, however, Zarathustra had gone round a rock, then saw he on the same path, not far below him, a man who threw his limbs about like a maniac, and at last tumbled to the ground on his belly. Halt, said then Zarathustra to his heart. He there must surely be the higher man. From him came that dreadful cry of distress. I will see if I can help him." When, however, he ran to the spot where the man lay on the ground, he found a trembling old man with fixed eyes, and in spite of all Zarathustra's efforts to lift him and set him again on his feet, it was all in vain. The unfortunate one also did not seem to notice that someone was beside him. On the contrary, he continually looked around with moving gestures like one forsaken and isolated from all the world. At last, however, after much trembling and convulsion and curling himself up, he began to lament thus: "Who warmth me? Who loveth me still? Give ardent fingers, give heartening charcoal warmers, prone, outstretched, trembling, like him, half dead and cold, whose feet want warmth, and shaken, by unfamiliar fevers, shivering with sharpened, icy cold frost arrows, by thee pursued my fancy, ineffable, recondite, sore frightening. Thou huntsman, hide the cloud banks. Now lightning struck by thee, thou mocking eye that me in darkness watcheth. Thus do I lie, bend myself, twist myself, convulsed with all eternal torture, and smitten by thee, cruelest huntsman, thou unfamiliar god. Smite deeper, smite yet once more, pierce through and rend my heart. What meaneth this torture with dull indented arrows? Why look'st thou hither of human pain not weary, with mischief-loving, godly flash-glances? Not murder wilt thou, but torture. Torture? For why me torture, thou mischief-loving, unfamiliar god? Aha! Thou stealest nigh in midnight's gloomy hour. What wilt thou? Speak, thou crowdst me, pressest. Now far too closely. Thou hearest me breathing. Thou o'erhearest my heart. Thou ever jealous one. Of what, pray, ever jealous? Off, off! For why the latter? Wouldst thou get in? To heart in clamber, to mine own secretest conceptions in clamber. Shameless one, thou unknown one, thief! What seekest thou by thy stealing? What seekst thou by thy hearkening? What seekst thou by thy torturing, thou torturer, thou hangman god? Or shall I, as the mastiffs do, roll me before thee, and cringing, enraptured, frantical, my tail friendly waggle? In vain. Goad further, cruelest goader. No dog, thy game just am I. Cruelest huntsman, thy proudest of captives, thou robber hind the cloud banks. Speak, finally, thou lightning-veiled one, thou unknown one. Speak, what wilt thou, highway ambusher, from me? What wilt thou, unfamiliar god? What, ransom gold? How much of ransom gold? Solicit much, that bidd'th my pride. And be concise, that bidd'th mine other pride. Aha! Me want'st thou? Me? Entire? Aha! And torturest me, fool that thou art. Dead torturest's quite my pride. give love to me, who warmth me still, who loves me still. Give ardent fingers, give heartening charcoal warmers. Give me the lonesomest, the ice, sevenfold frozen ice, for very enemies, for foes doth make one thirst. Give, yield to me, cruelest foe, thyself. Away, there fled he surely, my final only comrade, my greatest foe, mine unfamiliar, my hangman god. Nay, come thou back, with all of thy great tortures, to me, the last of lonesome ones. Oh, come thou back! All my hot tears in streamlets trickle their course to thee, and all my final hearty fervour upgloweth to thee. Oh, come thou back, mine unfamiliar god, my pain, my final bliss. 2. Here, however, Zarathustra could no longer restrain himself. He took his staff and struck the wailer with all his might. "Stop this!" cried he to him with wrathful laughter. "Stop this, thou stage player, thou false coiner, thou liar from the very heart! I know thee well. I will soon make warm legs to thee, thou evil magician. I know well how to make it hot for such as thou." "Leave off," said the old man, and sprang up from the ground. "Strike me no more, O Zarathustra. I did it only for amusement. That kind of thing belongeth to mine art. Thee thyself I wanted to put to the proof when I gave this performance, and verily thou hast well detected me. But thou thyself hast given me no small proof of thyself. Thou art hard, thou wise Zarathustra. Hard strikest thou with thy truths. Thy cudgel forceth from me this truth." "Flatter not," answered Zarathustra, still excited and frowning. "Thou stage player from the heart! Thou art false. Why speakest thou of truth? Thou peacock of peacocks, thou sea of vanity! What didst thou represent before me, thou evil magician? Whom was I meant to believe in when thou wailest in such wise?" "The penitent in spirit," said the old man. "It was him I represented. Thou thyself once devisest this expression, the poet and magician who at last turneth his spirit against himself, the transformed one, who freezeth to death by his bad science and conscience. And just acknowledge it. It was long, O Zarathustra, before thou discoverest my trick and lie. Thou believest in my distress when thou heldest my head with both thy hands. I heard thee lament, 'We have loved him too little, because I so far deceived thee. My wickedness rejoiced in me.' Thou mayst have deceived subtler ones than I," said Zarathustra sternly. "I am not on my guard against deceivers. I have to be without precaution. So willeth my lot. Thou, however, must deceive. So far do I know thee. Thou must ever be equivocal, trivical, quadrivical, and quinquivocal. Even what thou hast now confessed is not nearly true enough nor false enough for me. Thou bad false coiner, how couldst thou do otherwise? Thy very malady wouldst thou whitewash if thou showed thyself naked to thy physician. Thus didst thou whitewash thy lie before me when thou saidst, I did so only for amusement. There was also seriousness therein. Thou art something of a penitent in spirit. I divine thee well. Thou hast become the enchanter of all the world, but for thyself thou hast no lie or artifice left. Thou art disenchanted to thyself. Thou hast reaped disgust as thy one truth. No word in thee is any longer genuine, but thy mouth is so. That is to say, the disgust that cleaveth unto thy mouth.
Who art thou at all?
Cried here the old magician with defiant voice.
Who dareth to speak thus unto me, the greatest man now living?
And a green flash shot from his eye at Zarathustra. But immediately after, he changed and said sadly,
O Zarathustra, I am weary of it. I am disgusted with mine arts. I am not great. Why do I dissemble? But thou knowest it well. I sought for greatness. A great man I wanted to appear, and persuaded many, but the lie hath been beyond my power. On it do I collapse. O Zarathustra, everything is a lie in me, but that I collapse. This, my collapsing, is genuine.
It honoureth thee, said Zarathustra gloomily, looking down with sidelong glance. It honoureth thee that thou soughtest for greatness, but it betrayeth thee also. Thou art not great. Thou bad old magician. That is the best and the honestest thing I honour in thee, that thou hast become weary of thyself, and hast expressed it, I am not great. Therein do I honour thee as a penitent in spirit, and although only for the twinkling of an eye in that one moment wast thou genuine. But tell me, what seekest thou here in my forest and rocks? And if thou hast put thyself in my way, what proof of me wouldst thou have? Wherein didst thou put me to the test? Thus spake Zarathustra, and his eyes sparkled. But the old magician kept silence for a while, then he said, Did I put thee to the test? I seek only. O Zarathustra, I seek a genuine one, a right one, a simple one, an unequivocal one, a man of perfect honesty, a vessel of wisdom, a saint of knowledge, a great man. Knowest thou it not, O Zarathustra? I seek Zarathustra. And here there arose a long silence between them. Zarathustra, however, became profoundly absorbed in thought, so that he shut his eyes. But afterwards, coming back to the situation, he grasped the hand of the magician and said, full of politeness and policy, Well, up thither leadeth the way. There is the cave of Zarathustra. In it mayest thou seek him whom thou wouldst fain find, and ask counsel of mine animals, mine eagle and mine serpent. They shall help thee to seek. My cave, however, is large. I, myself, to be sure, I have as yet seen no great man. That which is great, the acutest eye is at present insensible to it. It is the kingdom of the populace. Many a one have I found who stretched and inflated himself, and the people cried, 'Behold a great man!' But what good do all bellows do? The wind cometh out at last. At last bursteth the frog which hath inflated itself too long. Then cometh out the wind. To prick a swollen one in the belly, I call good pastime. Hear that, ye boys! Our today is of the populace. Who still knoweth what is great and what is small? Who could there seek successfully for greatness? A fool only. It succeedeth with fools. Thou seekest for great men, thou strange fool. Who taught that to thee? Is today the time for it? O thou bad seeker, why dost thou tempt me? Thus spake Zarathustra, comforted in his heart, and went laughing on his way. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. The magician is of course an artist, and Nietzsche's intimate knowledge of perhaps the greatest artist of his age rendered the selection of Wagner as the type in this discourse almost inevitable. Most readers will be acquainted with the facts relating to Nietzsche's and Wagner's friendship and ultimate separation. As a boy and a youth, Nietzsche had shown such a remarkable gift for music that it had been a question at one time whether he should not perhaps give up everything else in order to develop this gift. But he became a scholar notwithstanding, although he never entirely gave up composing and playing the piano. While still in his teens, he became acquainted with Wagner's music and grew passionately fond of it. Long before he met Wagner, he must have idealized him in his mind to an extent which only a profoundly artistic nature could have been capable of. Nietzsche always had high ideals for humanity. If one were asked whether, throughout his many changes, there was yet one aim, one direction, and one hope to which he held fast, one would be forced to reply in the affirmative and declare that aim, direction, and hope to have been the elevation of the type man. Now, when Nietzsche met Wagner, he was actually casting about for an incarnation of his dreams for the German people, and we have only to remember his youth. He was 21 when he was introduced to Wagner. His love of Wagner's music and the undoubted power of the great musician's personality, in order to realize how very uncritical his attitude must have been in the first flood of his enthusiasm. Again, when the friendship ripened, we cannot well imagine Nietzsche, the younger man, being anything less than intoxicated by his senior's attention and love, and we are therefore not surprised to find him pressing Wagner forward as the great reformer and savior of mankind. Wagner in Bayreuth, English edition 1909, gives us the best proof of Nietzsche's infatuation, and although signs are not wanting in this essay which show how clearly and even cruelly he was subconsciously taking stock of his friend, even then, the work is a record of what great love and admiration can do in the way of endowing the object of one's affection with all the qualities and ideals that a fertile imagination can conceive. When the blow came, it was therefore all the more severe. Nietzsche at length realized that the friend of his fancy and the real Richard Wagner, the composer of Parsifal, were not one. The fact dawned upon him slowly. Disappointment upon disappointment, revelation after revelation, ultimately brought it home to him, and though his best instincts were naturally opposed to it at first, the revulsion of feeling at last became too strong to be ignored, and Nietzsche was plunged into the blackest despair. Years after his break with Wagner, he wrote The Case of Wagner and Nietzsche contra Wagner, and these works are with us to prove the sincerity and depth of his views on the man who was the greatest event of his life. The poem in this discourse is, of course, reminiscent of Wagner's own poetical manner, and it must be remembered that the whole was written subsequent to Nietzsche's final break with his friend. The dialogue between Zarathustra and the magician reveals pretty fully what it was that Nietzsche grew to loathe so intensely in Wagner, vis-a-vis his pronounced histrionic tendencies, his dissembling powers, his inordinate vanity, his equivocalness, his falseness. Quote, "It honoureth thee," says Zarathustra, "that thou soughtest for greatness, but it betrayeth thee also. Thou art not great." End quote. The magician is nevertheless sent as a guest to Zarathustra's cave, for in his heart Zarathustra believed until the end that the magician was a higher man broken by modern values. End of Part 4, Chapter 65. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 66 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Out of service. Not long, however, after Zarathustra had freed himself from the magician, he again saw a person sitting beside the path which he followed, namely a tall, black man, with a haggard, pale countenance. This man grieved him exceedingly. "Alas," said he to his heart, "there sitteth disguised affliction. Methinketh he is of the type of the priests. What do they want in my domain? What? Hardly have I escaped from that magician, and must another necromancer again run across my path? Some sorcerer with laying on of hands, some sombre wonder-worker by the grace of God, some anointed world-maligner, whom may the devil take. But the devil is never at the place which would be his right place. He always cometh too late, that cursed dwarf and clubfoot." Thus cursed Zarathustra impatiently in his heart, and considered how with averted look he might slip past the black man. But behold, it came about otherwise, for at the same moment had the sitting one already perceived him, and not unlike one whom an unexpected happiness overtaketh, he sprang to his feet and went straight toward Zarathustra.
"Whoever thou art, thou traveller," said he, "help a strayed one, a seeker, an old man, who may here easily come to grief. Here the world is strange to me, and remote. Wild beasts also did I hear howling, and he who could have given me protection, he is himself no more. I was seeking the pious man, a saint and an anchorite, who alone in his forest had not yet heard of what all the world knoweth at present."
"What doth all the world know at present?" asked Zarathustra. "Perhaps that the old god no longer liveth, in whom all the world once believed."
"Thou sayest it," answered the old man sorrowfully, "and I served that old god until his last hour. Now, however, am I out of service, without master, and yet not free. Likewise am I no longer merry, even for an hour, except it be in recollections. Therefore did I ascend into these mountains, that I might finally have a festival for myself once more, as becometh an old pope and church father. For know it, that I am the last pope, a festival of pious recollections and divine services. Now, however, is he himself dead, the most pious of men, the saint in the forest, who praised his God constantly with singing and mumbling. He himself found I no longer when I found his cot, but 2 wolves found I therein, which howled on account of his death. For all animals loved him. Then did I haste away. Had I thus come in vain into these forests and mountains? Then did my heart determine that I should seek another, the most pious of all those who believe not in God. My heart determined that I should seek Zarathustra.
Thus spake the hoary man, and gazed with keen eyes at him who stood before him. Zarathustra, however, seized the hand of the old pope, and regarded it a long while with admiration. "Lo, thou venerable one," said he then, "what a fine and long hand! That is the hand of one who hath ever dispensed blessings. Now, however, doth it hold fast him who thou seekest, me, Zarathustra? It is I, the ungodly Zarathustra, who saith, 'Who is ungodlier than I, that I may enjoy his teaching?'" Thus spake Zarathustra, and penetrated with his glances the thoughts and arrear thoughts of the old pope. At last the latter began.
"He who most loved and possessed him hath now also lost him most. Lo, I myself am surely the most godless of us at present. But who could rejoice at that?"
"Thou servest him to the last?" asked Zarathustra thoughtfully, after a deep silence. "Thou knowest how he died? Is it true what they say, that sympathy choked him? That he saw how man hung on the cross, and could not endure it? That his love to man became his hell, and at last his death?" The old pope, however, did not answer, but looked aside timidly with a painful and gloomy expression. "Let him go," said Zarathustra, after prolonged meditation, still looking the old man straight in the eye. "Let him go. He is gone, and though it honoureth thee that thou speakest only in praise of this dead one, yet thou knowest as well as I who he was, and that he went curious ways."
"To speak before 3 eyes,"
said the old pope cheerfully. He was blind of one eye.
"In divine matters I am more enlightened than Zarathustra himself, and may well be so. My love served him long years, my will followed all his will. A good servant, however, knoweth everything, and many a thing even which a master hideth from himself. He was a hidden god, full of secrecy. Verily, he did not come by his own son otherwise than by a secret ways. At the door of his faith standeth adultery. Whoever extolleth him as a god of love doth not think highly enough of love itself. Did not that god want also to be a judge? But the loving one loveth, irrespective of reward and requital. When he was young, that god out of the Orient, then he was harsh and revengeful, and built to himself hell for the delight of his favourites. At last, however, he became old and soft and mellow and pitiful, more like a grandfather than a father, but most like a tottering old grandmother. There did he sit shrivelled in his chimney corner, fretting on account of his weak legs, word-weary, will-weary, and one day he suffocated of his all too great pity."
"Thou old Pope," said here Zarathustra interposing, "hast thou seen that with thine eyes? It could well have happened in that way, and also otherwise. When gods die, they always die many kinds of death. Well, at all events, one way or the other, he is gone. He was counted the taste of mine ears and eyes. Worse than that, I should not like to say against him. I love everything that looketh bright and speaketh honestly. But he, thou knowest it, forsooth, thou old priest. There was something of thy type in him, the priest type. He was equivocal. He was also indistinct. How he raged at us, this wrath-snorter, because we understood him badly. But why did he not speak more clearly? And if the fault lay in our ears, why did he give us ears that heard him badly? If there was dirt in our ears, well, who put it in them? Too much miscarried with him, this potter who had not learned thoroughly. That he took revenge on his pots and creations, however, because they turned out badly. That was a sin against good taste. There is also good taste in piety. This, at last said, away with such a god. Better to have no god, better to set up destiny on one's own account, better to be a fool, better to be God oneself.
"What do I hear?"
said then the old Pope, with intent ears.
"Oh, Zarathustra, thou art more pious than thou believest, with such an unbelief. Some God in thee hath converted thee to thine ungodliness. Is it not thy piety itself which no longer letteth thee believe in a God? And thine over-great honesty will yet lead thee even beyond good and evil. Behold, what hath been reserved for thee? Thou hast eyes, and hands, and a mouth, which have been predestined for blessing from eternity. One doth not bless with the hand alone. Nigh unto thee, though thou professest to be the ungodliest one, I feel a hell and holy odour of long benedictions. I feel glad and grieved thereby. Let me be thy guest, O Zarathustra, for a single night. Nowhere on earth shall I now feel better than with thee."
"Amen. So shall it be," said Zarathustra, with great astonishment. "Up thither leadeth the way. There lieth the cave of Zarathustra. Gladly, forsooth, would I conduct thee thither myself, thou venerable one, for I love all pious men. But now a cry of distress calleth me hastily away from thee. In my domain shall no one come to grief. My cave is a good haven. And best of all, would I like to put every sorrowful one again on firm land and firm legs. Who, however, could take thy melancholy off thy shoulders? For that I am too weak. Long, verily, should we have to wait until someone reawoke thy God for thee. For that old God liveth no more. He is indeed dead." Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Zarathustra now meets the last pope, and in a poetical form we get Nietzsche's description of the course Judaism and Christianity pursued before they reached their final breakup in atheism, agnosticism, and the like. The God of a strong, warlike race, the God of Israel, is a jealous, revengeful god. He is a power that can be pictured and endured only by a hardy and courageous race, a race rich enough to sacrifice and to lose in sacrifice. The image of this god degenerates with the people that appropriate it, and gradually he becomes a god of love, quote, soft and mellow, end quote, a lower middle-class deity who is, quote, pitiful, end quote. He can no longer be a god who requires sacrifice, for we ourselves are no longer rich enough for that. The tables are therefore turned upon him. He must sacrifice to us. His pity becomes so great that he actually does sacrifice something to us, his only begotten son. Such a process, carried to its logical conclusions, must ultimately end in his own destruction, and thus we find the Pope declaring that God was one day suffocated by his all too great pity. What follows is clear enough. Zarathustra recognizes another higher man in the ex-pope, and sends him, too, as a guest to the cave. End of Part 4, Chapter 66. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 67 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ugliest Man. And again did Zarathustra's feet run through mountains and forests, and his eyes sought and sought, but nowhere was he to be seen whom they wanted to see, the sorely distressed sufferer and crier. On the whole way, however, he rejoiced in his heart and was full of gratitude. "What good things," said he, "hath this day given me as amends for its bad beginning? What strange interlocutors have I found? At their words will I now chew a long while as at good corn. Small shall my teeth grind and crush them, until they flow like milk into my soul." When, however, the path again curved round a rock, all at once the landscape changed, and Zarathustra entered into a realm of death. Here bristled aloft black and red cliffs, without any grass, tree, or bird's voice, for it was a valley which all animals avoided, even the beasts of prey, except that a species of ugly, thick, green serpent came here to die when they became old. Therefore the shepherds called this valley Serpent Death. Zarathustra, however, became absorbed in dark recollections, for it seemed to him as if he had once before stood in this valley, and much heaviness settled on his mind, so that he walked slowly and always more slowly, and at last stood still. Then, however, when he opened his eyes, he saw something sitting by the wayside, shaped like a man, and hardly like a man, something nondescript. And all at once there came over Zarathustra a great shame, because he had gazed on such a thing. Blushing up to the very roots of his white hair, he turned aside his glance, and raised his foot that he might leave this ill-starred place. Then, however, became the dead wilderness vocal, for from the ground a noise welled up, gurgling and rattling as water gurgleth and rattleth at night through stopped-up water-pipes, and at last it turned into human voice and human speech. It sounded thus: "Zarathustra, Zarathustra, read my riddle. Say, what is the revenge on the witness? I entice thee back. Here is smooth ice. See to it that thy pride doth not here break its legs. Thou thinkest thyself wise, thou proud Zarathustra. Read then the riddle, thou hard nutcracker.
the riddle that I am. Say then, who am I?"
When, however, Zarathustra had heard these words, what think ye then took place in his soul? Pity overcame him, and he sank down all at once, like an oak that hath long withstood many tree fellers, heavily, suddenly, to the terror even of those who meant to fell it. But immediately he got up again from the ground, and his countenance became stern. "I know thee well," said he with a brazen voice. "Thou art the murderer of God. Let me go. Thou couldst not endure him who beheld thee. Whoever beheld thee through and through, thou ugliest man, thou tookest revenge on this witness." Thus spake Zarathustra, and was about to go, but the nondescript grasped at a corner of his garment, and began anew to gurgle and seek for words. "Stay," said he at last. "Stay, do not pass by. I have divined what axe it was that struck thee to the ground. Hail to thee, O Zarathustra, that thou art again upon thy feet. Thou hast divined, I know it well, how the man feeleth who killed him, the murderer of God. Stay, sit down here beside me. It is not to no purpose. To whom would I go but unto thee? Stay, sit down. Do not, however, look at me. Honor thus mine ugliness. They persecute me. Now art thou my last refuge, not with their hatred, not with their bailiffs. Oh, such persecution would I mock at, and be proud and cheerful. Hath not all success hitherto been with the well-persecuted ones? And he who persecuteth well learneth readily to be obsequient, when once he is put behind. But it is their pity. Their pity is it from which I flee away, and flee to thee. O Zarathustra, protect me, thou my last refuge, thou sole one who divinest me. Thou hast divined how the man feeleth who killed him. Stay, and if thou wilt go, thou impatient one, go not the way that I came. That way is bad. Art thou angry with me because I have already racked language too long, because I have already counselled thee? But know that it is I, the ugliest man, who have also the largest, heaviest feet. Where I have gone, the way is bad. I tread all paths to death and destruction. But that thou passest me by in silence, that thou blushest, I saw it well. Thereby did I know thee as Zarathustra. Everyone else would have thrown to me his alms, his pity, in look and speech. But for that, I am not beggar enough. That didst thou divine. For that I am too rich, rich in what is great, frightful, ugliest, most unutterable. Thy shame, O Zarathustra, honored me. With difficulty did I get out of the crowd of the pitiful.
that I might find the only one who at present teacheth that pity is obtrusive, thyself, O Zarathustra, whether it be the pity of a god, or whether it be human pity, it is offensive to modesty, and unwillingness to help may be nobler than the virtue that rusheth to do so. That, however, namely pity, is called virtue itself as present by all petty people. They have no reverence for great misfortune, great ugliness, great failure. Beyond all these do I look, as a dog looketh over the backs of thronging flocks of sheep. They are petty, good-wooled, good-willed, grey people. As the heron looketh contemptuously at shallow pools, with backward bent head, so do I look at the throng of grey little waves and wills and souls. Too long have we acknowledged them to be right, those petty people. So we have at last given them power as well, and now do they teach that good is only what petty people call good, and truth is at present what the preacher spake who himself sprang from them, that singular saint and advocate of the petty people, who testified of himself, I am the truth. That immodest one hath long made the petty people greatly puffed up, he who taught no small error, when he taught, I am the truth. Hath an immodest one ever been answered more courteously? Thou, however, O Zarathustra, passest him by, and saidst, Nay, nay, 3 times nay. Thou warnest against his error. Thou warnest, the first to do so, against pity. Not every one, not none, but thyself and thy type. Thou art ashamed of the shame of the great sufferer, and verily when thou sayest, From pity there cometh a heavy cloud, take heed, ye men. When thou teachest, all creators are hard, all great love is beyond their pity. O Zarathustra, how well versed dost thou seem to me in weather signs! Thou thyself, however, warn thyself also against thy pity. For many are on their way to thee, many suffering, doubting, despairing, drowning, freezing ones. I warn thee also against myself. Thou hast read my best, my worst riddle, myself, and what I have done. I know the axe that felleth thee, but he had to die. He looked with eyes which beheld everything. He beheld men's depths and dregs, all his hidden ignominy and ugliness. His pity knew no modesty. He crept into my dirtiest corners. This most prying, over-intrusive, over-pitiful one had to die. He ever beheld me,
On such a witness I would have revenge, or not live myself. The God who beheld everything, and also man, that God had to die. Man cannot endure it, that such a witness should live. Thus spake the ugliest man. Zarathustra, however, got up, and prepared to go on, for he felt frozen to the very bowels. "Thou nondescript," said he, "thou warnest me against thy path. As thanks for it, I praise mine to thee. Behold, up thither is the cave of Zarathustra. My cave is large and deep, and hath many corners. There findeth he that is most hidden his hiding place, and close beside it there are 100 lurking places, and by places for creeping, fluttering, and hopping creatures. Thou outcast, who hast cast thyself out, thou wilt not live amongst men and men's pity? Well then, do like me. Thus wilt thou learn also from me. Only the doer learneth. And talk first and foremost to mine animals. The proudest animal and the wisest animal, they might well be the right counselors for us both." Thus spake Zarathustra, and went his way more thoughtfully and slowly even than before, for he asked himself many things, and hardly knew what to answer. "How poor indeed is man," thought he in his heart. "How ugly, how wheezy, how full of hidden shame. They tell me that man loveth himself. Ah, how great must that self-love be! How much contempt is opposed to it! Even this man hath loved himself, as he hath despised himself. A great lover, methinkest he is, and a great despiser. No one have I yet found who more thoroughly despised himself. Even that is elevation. Alas, was this perhaps the higher man whose cry I heard? I love the great despisers. Man is something that hath to be surpassed." Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. This discourse contains perhaps the boldest of Nietzsche's suggestions concerning atheism, as well as some extremely penetrating remarks upon the sentiment of pity. Zarathustra comes across the repulsive creature sitting on the wayside, and what does he do? He manifests the only correct feelings that can be manifested in the presence of any great misery. That is to say, shame, reverence, embarrassment. Nietzsche detested the obtrusive and gushing pity that goes up to misery without a blush either on its cheek or in its heart. The pity which is only another form of self-glorification. Quote, "Thank God that I am not like thee." Only this self-glorifying sentiment can lend a well-constituted man the impudence to show his pity for the cripple and the ill-constituted. In the presence of the ugliest man, Nietzsche blushes. He blushes for his race, his own particular kind of altruism, the altruism that might have prevented the existence of this man, strikes him with all its force. He will have the world otherwise. He will have a world where one need not blush for one's fellows. Hence his appeal to us to love only our children's land, the land undiscovered in the remotest sea. Zarathustra calls the ugliest man the murderer of God. Certainly, this is one aspect of a certain kind of atheism. The atheism of the man who reveres beauty to such an extent that his own ugliness, which outrages him, must be concealed from every eye, lest it should not be respected, as Zarathustra respected it. If there be a God, he too must be evaded. His pity must be foiled. but God is ubiquitous and omniscient. Therefore, for the really great ugly man, he must not exist. Quote, "Their pity is it from which I flee away," he says. That is to say, it is from their want of reverence and lack of shame in presence of my great misery. End quote. The ugliest man despises himself, but Zarathustra said in his prologue, quote, "I love the great despisers, because they are the great adorers, and arrows of longing for the other shore." End quote. He therefore honors the ugliest man, sees height in his self-contempt, and invites him to join the other higher men in the cave. End of Part 4, Chapter 67, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 68 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Voluntary Beggar. When Zarathustra had left the ugliest man, he was chilled and felt lonesome, for much coldness and lonesomeness came over his spirit, so that even his limbs became colder thereby. When, however, he wandered on and on, up hill and down, at times past green meadows, though also sometimes over wild, stony couches, where formerly perhaps an impatient brook had made its bed. Then he turned all at once warmer and heartier again. "What hath happened unto me?" he asked himself. "Something warm and living quickeneth me. It must be in the neighborhood. Already am I less alone. Unconscious companions and brethren rove around me. Their warm breath toucheth my soul." When, however, he spied about and sought for the comforters of his lonesomeness, behold, there were kine there, standing together on an eminence, whose proximity and smell had warmed his heart. The kine, however, seemed to listen eagerly to a speaker, and took no heed of him who approached. When, however, Zarathustra was quite nigh unto them, then did he hear plainly that a human voice spake in the midst of the kine, and apparently all of them had turned their heads toward the speaker. Then ran Zarathustra up speedily, and drove the animals aside, for he feared that someone had here met with harm, which the pity of the kine would hardly be able to relieve. But in this he was deceived. For behold, there sat a man on the ground who seemed to be persuading the animals to have no fear of him, a peaceable man, and preacher on the mount, out of whose eyes kindness itself preached. "What dost thou seek here?" called out Zarathustra in astonishment.
"What do I here seek?" answered he. "The same that thou seekest, thou mischief-maker. That is to say, happiness upon earth. To that end, however, I would fain learn of these kine, for I tell thee that I have already talked half a morning unto them, and just now were they about to give me their answer. Why dost thou disturb them? Except we be converted and become as kine, we shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven. For we ought to learn from them one thing, ruminating. And verily, although a man should gain the whole world, and yet not learn one thing, ruminating, what would it profit him? He would not be rid of his affliction. His great affliction, that, however, is at present called disgust. Who hath not at present his heart, his mouth and his eyes full of disgust? Thou also, but behold these kine." Thus spake the preacher on the mount, and turned then his own look toward Zarathustra. For hitherto it had rested lovingly on the kine. Then, however, he put on a different expression. "Who is this with whom I talk?" he exclaimed, frightened, and sprang up from the ground. "This is the man without disgust,"
This is Zarathustra himself, the surmounter of the great disgust. This is the eye. This is the mouth. This is the heart of Zarathustra himself. And while he thus spake, he kissed with overflowing eyes the hands of him with whom he spake, and behaved altogether like one to whom a precious gift and jewel hath fallen unawares from heaven. The kine, however, gazed at it all and wondered. "Speak not of me, thou strange one, thou amiable one," said Zarathustra, and restrained his affection. "Speak to me firstly of thyself. Art thou not the voluntary beggar, who once cast away great riches, who was ashamed of his riches and of the rich, and fled to the poorest to bestow upon them his abundance and his heart? But they received him not."
"But they received me not,"
said the voluntary beggar.
"Thou knowest it, forsooth. So I went at last to the animals, and to those kine."
"Then learnst thou," interrupted Zarathustra, "how much harder it is to give properly than to take properly, and that bestowing well is an art, the last, subtlest master art of kindness."
"Especially nowadays,"
answered the voluntary beggar.
"At present, that is to say, when everything low hath become rebellious and exclusive and haughty in its manner, in the manner of the populace. For the hour hath come, thou knowest it, forsooth, for the great evil, long, slow, mob and slave insurrection. It extendeth and extendeth. Now doth it provoke the lower classes, all benevolence and petty giving, and the over-rich may be on their guard. Whoever at present drip like bulgy bottles out of all too small necks. Of such bottles at present one willingly breaketh the necks. Wanton avidity, bilious envy, careworn revenge, populous pride, all these struck mine eye. It is no longer true that the poor are blessed. The kingdom of heaven, however, is with the kine."
"And why is it not with the rich?" asked Zarathustra temptingly, while he kept back the kine which sniffed familiarly at the peaceful one.
"Why dost thou tempt me?"
answered the other.
"Thou knowest it thyself better even than I. What was it drove me to the poorest, O Zarathustra? Was it not my disgust at the richest? At the culprits of riches, with cold eyes and rank thoughts, who pick up profit out of all kinds of rubbish? At this rabble that stinketh to heaven? At this gilded, falsified populace, whose fathers were pickpockets, or carrion crows, or rag-pickers, with wives compliant, lewd, and forgetful? For they are, all of them, not far different from harlots. Populace above, populace below. What are poor and rich at present? That distinction did I unlearn. Then did I flee away further and even further, until I came to those kine."
Thus spake the peaceful one, and puffed himself and perspired with his words, so that the kine wondered anew. Zarathustra, however, kept looking into his face with a smile all the time the man talked so severely, and shook silently his head. "Thou doest violence to thyself, thou preacher on the mount, when thou usest such severe words. For such severity neither thy mouth nor thine eye have been given thee. Nor, methinketh, hath thy stomach either. Unto it all such rage and hatred and foaming over is repugnant. Thy stomach wanteth softer things. Thou art not a butcher. Rather seem'st thou to me a plant-eater, and a root-man. Perhaps thou grindest corn. Certainly, however, thou art averse to fleshly joys, and thou lovest honey."
"Thou hast divined me well,"
answered the voluntary beggar, with lightened heart.
"I love honey. I also grind corn, for I have sought out what tasteth sweetly and maketh pure breath. Also, what requireth a long time, a day's work and a mouth's work for gentle idlers and sluggards. Furthest, to be sure, have those kind carried it. They have devised ruminating and lying in the sun. They also abstain from all heavy thoughts which inflate the heart."
"Well," said Zarathustra, "thou shouldst also see mine animals. Mine eagle and mine serpent, their like do not at present exist on earth. Behold, thither leadeth the way to my cave. Be tonight its guest, and talk to mine animals of the happiness of animals, until I myself come home. For now a cry of distress calleth me hastily away from thee. Also, shouldst thou find new honey with me, ice-cold, gold-comb honey, eat it. Now, however, take leave at once of thy kind, thou strange one, thou amiable one, though it be hard for thee, for they are thy warmest friends and preceptors."
"One excepted, whom I hold still dearer," answered the voluntary beggar. "Thou thyself art good, O Zarathustra, and better even than a cow."
Away with thee, thou evil flatterer!" cried Zarathustra mischievously. "Why dost thou spoil me with such praise and flattery, honey? Away from me!" cried he once more, and heaved his stick at the fond beggar, who, however, ran nimbly away. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. In this discourse, we undoubtedly have the ideal Buddhist, if not Gautama Buddha himself. Nietzsche had the greatest respect for Buddhism, and almost wherever he refers to it in his works, it is in terms of praise. He recognized that though Buddhism is undoubtedly a religion for decadence, its decadent values emanate from the higher, and not, as in Christianity, from the lower grades of society. In Aphorism 20 of the Antichrist, he compares it exhaustively with Christianity, and the result of his investigation is very much in favor of the older religion. Still, he recognized a most decided Buddhistic influence in Christ's teaching, and the words in verses 29, 30, and 31 are very reminiscent of his views in regard to the Christian Savior. The figure of Christ has been introduced often enough into fiction, and many scholars have undertaken to write his life according to their own lights, but few perhaps have ever attempted to present him to us bereft of all those characteristics which a lack of the sense of harmony has attached to his person through the ages in which his doctrines have been taught. Now, Nietzsche disagreed entirely with Renan's view that Christ was, quote, le grand maître en ironie, end quote, in Aphorism 31 of the Antichrist. He says that he, Nietzsche, always purged his picture of the humble Nazarene of all those bitter and spiteful outbursts which, in view of the struggle the first Christians went through, may very well have been added to the original character by apologists and sectarians who at that time could ill afford to consider nice psychological points, seeing that what they needed above all was a wrangling and abusive deity. These two conflicting halves in the character of the Christ of the Gospels, which no sound psychology can ever reconcile, Nietzsche always kept distinct in his own mind. He could not credit the same man with sentiments sometimes so noble and at other times so vulgar, and in presenting us with this new portrait of the Savior, purged of all impurities, Nietzsche rendered military honors to a foe which far exceeded in worth all that his most ardent disciples have ever claimed for him. In verse 26, we are vividly reminded of Herbert Spencer's words, quote, "Le mariage de convenance is legalized prostitution." End quote. End of Part 4, Chapter 68. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 69 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shadow. Scarcely, however, was the voluntary beggar gone in haste, and Zarathustra again alone, when he heard behind him a new voice, which called out,
"Stay, Zarathustra. Do wait. It is myself. Forsooth, O Zarathustra, myself, the Shadow."
But Zarathustra did not wait, for a sudden irritation came over him on account of the crowd and the crowding in his mountains. "Whither hath my lonesomeness gone?" spake he. "It is verily becoming too much for me. These mountains swarm. My kingdom is no longer of this world. I require new mountains. My shadow calleth me. What matter about my shadow? Let it run after me. I run away from it." Thus spake Zarathustra to his heart, and ran away. But the one behind followed after him, so that immediately there were 3 runners, one after the other, namely, foremost the voluntary beggar, then Zarathustra, and thirdly and hindmost his shadow. But not long had they run thus when Zarathustra became conscious of his folly, and shook off with one jerk all his irritation and detestation. "What?" said he. "Have not the most ludicrous things always happened to us old anchorites and saints? Verily, my folly hath grown big in the mountains. Now do I hear 6 old fools' legs rattling behind one another. But doth Zarathustra need to be frightened by his shadow? Also, methinketh that after all it hath longer legs than mine." Thus spake Zarathustra, and laughing with eyes and entrails, he stood still and turned round quickly, and behold, he almost thereby threw his shadow and follower to the ground, so closely had the latter followed at his heels, and so weak was he. For when Zarathustra scrutinized him with his glance, he was frightened as by a sudden apparition. So slender, swarthy, hollow, and worn out did this follower appear. "Who art thou?" asked Zarathustra vehemently. "What doest thou here, and why callest thou thyself my shadow? Thou art not pleasing unto me."
"Forgive me,"
answered the shadow,
"that it is I, and if I please thee not, well, O Zarathustra, therein do I admire thee and thy good taste. A wanderer am I, who have walked long at thy heels, always on the way, but without a goal, also without a home, so that verily I lack little of being the eternally wandering Jew, except that I am not eternal and not a Jew. What? Must I ever be on the way, whirled by every wind, unsettled, driven about? O earth, thou hast become too round for me. On every surface have I already sat. Like tired dust have I fallen asleep on mirrors and window panes. Everything taketh from me, nothing giveth. I become thin. I am almost equal to a shadow. After thee, however, O Zarathustra, did I fly and high longest, And though I hid myself from thee, I was nevertheless thy best shadow. Wherever thou hast sat, there sat I also. With thee have I wandered about in the remotest, coldest worlds, like a phantom that voluntarily haunteth winter roofs and snows. With thee have I pushed into all the forbidden, all the worst and the furthest, and if there be anything of virtue in me, it is that I have had no fear of any prohibition. With thee have I broken up whatever my heart revered. All boundary stones and statues have I o'erthrown. The most dangerous wishes did I pursue. Verily, beyond every crime did I once go. With thee did I unlearn the belief in words and worths and in great names. When the devil casteth his skin, doth not his name also fall away? It is also skin. The devil himself is perhaps skin. Nothing is true, all is permitted. So said I to myself. Into the coldest water did I plunge with head and heart. Ah, how oft did I stand there naked on that account, like a red crab? Ah, where have gone all my goodness, and all my shame, and all my belief in the good? Ah, where is the lying innocence which I once possessed, the innocence of the good and their noble lies? Too oft, verily, did I follow close to the heels of truth, then did it kick me on the face. Sometimes I meant to lie, and behold, then only did I hit the truth. Too much hath become clear unto me. Now it doth not concern me any more. Nothing liveth any longer that I love. How should I still love myself? To live as I incline, or not to live at all. So do I wish, so wisheth also the holiest. But alas, how have I still inclination? Have I still a goal, a haven towards which my sail is set? A good wind. Ah, he only who knoweth whither he saileth, knoweth what wind is good, and a fair wind for him. What still remaineth to me? A heart weary and flippant, an unstable will, fluttering wings, a broken backbone. This seeking for my home, O Zarathustra, dost thou know that this seeking hath been my home-sickening? It eateth me up. Where is my home? For it do I ask and seek, and have sought, but have not found it. O eternal everywhere, O eternal nowhere, O eternal in vain.
Thus spake the shadow, and Zarathustra's countenance lengthened at his words. "Thou art my shadow," said he at last sadly. "Thy danger is not small, thou free spirit and wanderer. Thou hast had a bad day. See that a still worse evening doth not overtake thee. To such unsettled ones as thou, seemeth at last even a prisoner blessed. Didst thou ever see how captured criminals sleep? They sleep quietly. They enjoy their new security. Beware lest in the end a narrow faith capture thee, a hard, rigorous delusion. For now, everything that is narrow and fixed seduceth and tempteth thee. Thou hast lost thy goal. Alas, how wilt thou forego and forget that loss? Thereby hast thou also lost thy way, thou poor rover and rambler, thou tired butterfly. Wilt thou have a rest and a home this evening? Then go up to my cave. Thither leadeth the way to my cave, and now will I run quickly away from thee again. Already lieth as it were a shadow upon me. I will run alone, so that it may again become bright around me. Therefore must I still be a long time merrily upon my legs. In the evening, however, there will be dancing with me." Thus spake Zarathustra. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Here we have a description of that courageous and wayward spirit that literally haunts the footsteps of every great thinker and every great leader, sometimes with the result that it loses all aims, all hopes, and all trust in a definite goal. It is the case of the bravest and most broad-minded men of today. These literally shadow the most daring movements in the science and art of their generation. They completely lose their bearings and actually find themselves, in the end, without a way, a goal, or a home. Quote, "On every surface have I already sat. I become thin. I am almost equal to a shadow." End quote. At last, in despair, such men do indeed cry out, quote, "Nothing is true. All is permitted," end quote, and then they become mere wreckage. Quote, "Too much hath become clear unto me. Now nothing mattereth to me any more. Nothing liveth any longer that I love. How should I still love myself? Have I still a goal? Where is my home?" End quote. Zarathustra realizes the danger threatening such a man. Quote, "Thy danger is not small, thou free spirit and wanderer," he says. "Thou hast had a bad day. See that a still worse evening does not overtake thee." End quote. The danger Zarathustra refers to is precisely this, that even a prison may seem a blessing to such a man. At least the bars keep him in a place of rest. A place of confinement at its worst is real. Quote, "Beware lest in the end a narrow faith capture thee," says Zarathustra, "for now everything that is narrow and fixed seduceth and tempteth thee." End quote. End of Part 4, Chapter 69. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 70 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Noontide. And Zarathustra ran and ran, but he found no one else, and was alone and ever found himself again. He enjoyed and quaffed his solitude, and thought of good things for hours. About the hour of noontide, however, when the sun stood exactly over Zarathustra's head, he passed an old, bent and gnarled tree, which was encircled round by the ardent love of a vine, and hidden from itself. From this here hung yellow grapes in abundance, confronting the wanderer. Then he felt inclined to quench a little thirst and to break off for himself a cluster of grapes. When, however, he had already his arm outstretched for that purpose, he felt still more inclined for something else, namely, to lie down beside the tree at the hour of perfect noontide and sleep. This Zarathustra did, and no sooner had he laid himself on the ground in the stillness and secrecy of the variegated grass, than he had forgotten his little thirst and fell asleep. For as the proverb of Zarathustra saith, one thing is more necessary than the other, only that his eyes remained open, for they never grew weary of viewing and admiring the tree and the love of the vine. In falling asleep, however, Zarathustra spake thus to his heart: Hush, hush, hath not the world now become perfect? What hath happened unto me? As a delicate wind danceth invisibly upon parquetted seas, light, feather light, so danceth sleep upon me. No eye doth it close to me, it leaveth my soul awake. Light is it, verily feather light. It persuadeth me, I know not how. It toucheth me inwardly with a caressing hand. It constraineth me. Yea, it constraineth me so that my soul stretcheth itself out. How long and weary it becometh my strange soul. Hath a seventh day evening come to it precisely at noontide? Hath it already wandered too long, blissfully, among good and ripe things? It stretcheth itself out, long, longer. It lieth still, my strange soul. Too many good things hath it already tasted. This golden sadness oppresseth it. It distorteth its mouth. As a ship that putteth into the calmest cove, it now draweth up to the land, weary of long voyages and uncertain seas. Is not the land more faithful? As such, a ship huggeth the shore, tuggeth the shore. Then it sufficeth for a spider to spin its thread from the ship to the land. No stronger ropes are required there. As such a weary ship in the calmest cove, so do I also now repose, nigh to the earth, faithful, trusting, waiting, bound to it with the lightest threads. O happiness! O happiness! Wilt thou perhaps sing, O my soul? Thou liest in the grass, but this is the secret, solemn hour when no shepherd playeth his pipe. Take care. Hot noontide sleepeth on the fields. Do not sing. Hush. The world is perfect. Do not sing, thou prairie bird, my soul. Do not even whisper. Lo, hush. The old noontide sleepeth. It moveth its mouth. Doth it not just now drink a drop of happiness? an old brown drop of golden happiness, golden wine. Something whisketh over it, its happiness laugheth. Thus laugheth a god. Hush! For happiness, how little sufficeth for happiness. Thus spake I once, and thought myself wise. But it was a blasphemy. That have I now learned. Wise fools speak better. The least thing precisely, the gentlest thing, the lightest thing, a lizard's rustling, a breath, a whisk, an eye glance, little maketh up the best happiness. Hush! What hath befallen me? Hark! Hath time flown away? Do I not fall? Have I not fallen? Hark! Into the well of eternity? What happeneth to me? Hush! It stingeth me. Alas, to the heart! To the heart! Oh, break up my heart after such happiness, after such a sting. What, hath not the world just now become perfect, round and ripe? Oh, for the golden round ring! Whither doth it fly? Let me run after it. Quick! Hush! And here Zarathustra stretched himself, and felt that he was asleep. Up, said he to himself. Thou sleeper, thou noontide sleeper. Well then, up, ye old legs. It is time, and more than time. Many a good stretch of road is still awaiting you. Now have ye slept your fill? For how long a time? A half eternity. Well then, up now, mine old heart. For how long after such a sleep mayest thou remain awake? But then did he fall asleep anew, and his soul spake against him and defended itself, and lay down again. Leave me alone. Hush! Hath not the world just now become perfect? Oh, for the golden round ball! Get up, said Zarathustra, thou little thief, thou sluggard. What, still stretching thyself, yawning, sighing, falling into deep wells? Who art thou then, O my soul? And here he became frightened, for a sunbeam shot down from heaven upon his face. O heaven above me, said he sighing, and sat upright. Thou gazest at me? Thou hearkenest unto my strange soul? When wilt thou drink this drop of dew that fell upon all earthly things? When wilt thou drink this strange soul? When, thou well of eternity, thou joyous, awful, noontide abyss? When wilt thou drink my soul back to thee? Thus spake Zarathustra, and rose from his couch beside the tree as if awakening from a strange drunkenness. And behold, there stood the sun still exactly above his head. One might, however, rightly infer therefrom that Zarathustra had not then slept long. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. At the noon of life, Nietzsche said he entered the world. With him man came of age. We are now held responsible for our actions. Our old guardians, the gods and demigods of our youth, the superstitions and fears of our childhood withdraw. The field lies open before us. We have lived through our morning with but one master. chance. Let us see to it that we make our afternoon our own. See Note 64 of Part 3. End of Part 4, Chapter 70, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Part 4, Chapter 71 of Thus Spake Zarathustra by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Thomas Common. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Greeting. It was late in the afternoon only when Zarathustra, after long, useless searching and strolling about, again came home to his cave. When, however, he stood over against it, not more than 20 paces therefrom, the thing happened which he now least of all expected. He heard anew the great cry of distress. And extraordinary this time, this cry came out of his own cave. It was a long, manifold, peculiar cry, and Zarathustra plainly distinguished that it was composed of many voices. Although heard at a distance, it might sound like the cry out of a single mouth. Thereupon Zarathustra rushed forward to his cave, and behold, what a spectacle awaited him after that concert! For there did they all sit together whom he had passed during the day, the king on the right and the king on the left, the old magician, the pope, the voluntary beggar, the shadow, the intellectually conscientious one, the sorrowful soothsayer, and the ass. The ugliest man, however, had set a crown on his head, and had put round him 2 purple girdles, for he liked, like all ugly ones, to disguise himself, and play the handsome person. In the midst, however, of that sorrowful company, stood Zarathustra's eagle, ruffled and disquieted, for it had been called upon to answer too much, for which its pride had not any answer. The wise serpent, however, hung round its neck. All this did Zarathustra behold with great astonishment. Then, however, he scrutinized each individual guest with courteous curiosity, read their souls, and wondered anew. In the meantime, the assembled ones had risen from their seats, and waited with reverence for Zarathustra to speak. Zarathustra, however, spake thus: "Ye despairing ones, ye strange ones, so it was your cry of distress that I heard, and now do I know also where he is to be sought, whom I have sought for in vain today, the higher man. In mine own cave sitteth he, the higher man. But why do I wonder? Have not I myself allured him to me by honey offerings and artful lure calls of my happiness? But it seemeth to me that ye are badly adapted for company. Ye make one another's hearts fretful, ye that cry for help when ye sit here together. There is one that must first come, one who will make you laugh once more, a good jovial buffoon, a dancer, a wind, a wild romp, some old fool. What think ye? Forgive me, however, ye despairing ones, for speaking such trivial words before you, unworthy verily of such guests. But ye do not divine what maketh my heart wanton. Ye yourselves do it, and your aspect, forgive it me. For every one becometh courageous who beholdeth a despairing one. To encourage a despairing one, every one thinketh himself strong enough to do so. To myself have ye given this power, a good gift, mine honorable guests, an excellent guest's present. Well, do not then upbraid when I also offer you something of mine. This is mine empire, and my dominion. That which is mine, however, shall this evening and tonight be yours. Mine animals shall serve you. Let my cave be your resting place. At house and home with me shall no one despair. In my purlieus do I protect everyone from his wild beasts. And that is the first thing which I offer you, security. The second thing, however, is my little finger. And when ye have that, then take the whole hand also, yea, and the heart with it. Welcome here, welcome to you, my guests. Thus spake Zarathustra, and laughed with love and mischief. After this greeting his guests bowed once more, and were reverentially silent. The king on the right, however, answered him in their name.
O Zarathustra, by the way in which thou hast given us thy hand and thy greeting, we recognize thee as Zarathustra. Thou hast humbled thyself before us, almost hast thou hurt our reverence. Who, however, could have humbled himself as thou hast done with such pride? That uplifteth us ourselves, a refreshment is it to our eyes and hearts. To behold this, merely gladly would we ascend higher mountains than this, for as eager beholders have we come. We wanted to see what brighteneth dim eyes. And lo, now is it all over with our cries of distress. Now our minds and hearts are opened and enraptured. Little is lacking for our spirits to become wanton. There is nothing, O Zarathustra, that groweth more pleasingly on earth than a lofty, strong will. It is the finest growth. An entire landscape refresheth itself at one such tree. To the pine do I compare him, O Zarathustra, which groweth up like thee, tall, silent, hardy, solitary, of the best supplest wood, stately. In the end, however, grasping out for its dominion, with strong green branches, asking weighty questions of the wind, the storm, and whatever is at home on high places, answering more weightily, a commander, a victor. Oh, who should not ascend the high mountains to behold such growths? At thy tree, O Zarathustra, the gloomy and ill-constituted also refresh themselves. At thy look even the wavering become steady and heal their hearts. And verily, towards thy mountain and thy tree do many eyes turn today. A great longing hath arisen, and many have learned to ask, Who is Zarathustra? And those into whose ears thou hast at any time dripped thy song and thy honey, all the hidden ones, the lone dwellers and the twain dwellers, have simultaneously said to their hearts, Doth Zarathustra still live? It is no longer worth while to live. Everything is indifferent, everything is useless, or else we must live with Zarathustra. Why doth he not come who hath so long announced himself? Thus do many people ask, Hath solitude swallowed him up? Or should we perhaps go to him? Now doth it come to pass that solitude itself becometh fragile and breaketh open, like a grave that breaketh open and can no longer hold its dead. Everywhere one seeth resurrected ones. Now do the waves rise and rise around thy mountain, O Zarathustra, and however high be thy height, many of them must rise up to thee. Thy boat shall not rest much longer on dry ground, and that we despairing ones have now come into thy cave, and already no longer despair. It is but a prognostic, and a presage that better ones are on the way to thee, for they themselves are on the way to thee, the last remnant of God among them, that is to say, all the men of great longing, of great loathing, of great satiety, all who do not want to live unless they learn again to hope, unless they learn from thee, O Zarathustra, the great hope."
Thus spake the king on the right, and seized the hand of Zarathustra in order to kiss it. But Zarathustra checked his veneration, and stepped back, frightened, fleeing, as it were, silently and suddenly into the far distance. After a little while, however, he was again at home with his guests, looked at them with clear, scrutinizing eyes, and said,
"My guests, ye higher men,
I will speak plain language and plainly with you. It is not for you that I have waited here in these mountains."
"Plain language and plainly? Good God!"
said here the king on the left to himself.
"One seeth he doth not know the good Occidentals, this sage out of the Orient. But he meaneth blunt language and bluntly. Well, that is not the worst taste in these days."
"You may verily, all of you, be higher men," continued Zarathustra. "But for me, ye are neither high enough nor strong enough. For me, that is to say, for the inexorable which is now silent in me, but will not always be silent. And if ye appertain to me, still it is not as my right arm. For he who himself standeth like you, on sickly and tender legs, wisheth above all to be treated indulgently, whether he be conscious of it or hide it from himself. My arms and my legs, however, I do not treat indulgently. I do not treat my warriors indulgently. How then could ye be fit for my warfare? With you I should spoil all my victories, and many of you would tumble over if ye but heard the loud beating of my drums. Moreover, ye are not sufficiently beautiful and well-born for me. I require pure, smooth mirrors for my doctrines. On your surface even mine own likeness is distorted. On your shoulders presseth many a burden, many a recollection, many a mischievous dwarf squatteth in your corners. There is concealed populace also in you. And though ye be high and of a higher type, much in you is crooked and misshapen. There is no smith in the world that could hammer you right and straight for me. Ye are only bridges. May higher ones pass over upon you. Ye signify steps. So do not upbraid him who ascendeth beyond you into his height. Out of your seed there may one day arise for me a genuine son and perfect heir. But that time is distant. Ye yourselves are not those unto whom my heritage and name belong. Not for you do I wait here in these mountains. Not with you may I descend for the last time. Ye have come unto me only as a presage that higher ones are on the way to me. Not the men of great longing, of great loathing, of great satiety, and that which ye call the remnant of God. Nay, nay, 3 times nay, for others do I wait here in these mountains, and will not lift my foot from thence without them. For higher ones, stronger ones, triumphanter ones, merrier ones, for such as are built squarely in body and soul, laughing lions must come. O my guests, ye strange ones, have ye yet heard nothing of my children, and that they are on the way to me? do speak unto me of my gardens, of my happy isles, of my new bountiful race. Why do ye not speak unto me thereof? This guest present do I solicit of your love, that ye speak unto me of my children. For them am I rich, for them I became poor. What have I not surrendered? What would I not surrender, that I might have one thing, these children, this living plantation, these life trees of my will and of my highest hope? Thus spake Zarathustra, and stopped suddenly in his discourse, for his longing came over him, and he closed his eyes and his mouth, because of the agitation of his heart. And all his guests also were silent, and stood still, and confounded, except only that the old soothsayer made signs with his hands and his gestures. Notes by Anthony M. Ludovici. Here I think I may claim that my contention in regard to the purpose and aim of the whole of Nietzsche's philosophy, as stated at the beginning of my notes on Part 4, is completely upheld. He fought for, quote, all who do not want to live unless they learn again to hope, unless they learn, from him, the great hope, end quote. Zarathustra's address to his guests shows clearly enough how he wished to help them. Quote, I do not treat my warriors indulgently, he says. How then could ye be fit for my warfare? End quote. He rebukes and spurns them. No word of love comes from his lips. Elsewhere, he says a man should be a hard bed to his friend. Thus alone can he be of use to him. Nietzsche would be a hard bed to higher men. He would make them harder. For, in order to be a law unto himself, man must possess the requisite hardness. Quote, I wait for the higher ones, stronger ones, more triumphant ones, merrier ones, for such as are built squarely in body and soul. End quote. He says in paragraph 6 of Higher Man, quote, Ye higher men, think ye that I am here to put right what ye have put wrong? Or that I wished henceforth to make snugger couches for you sufferers? Or show you restless, miswandering, misclimbing ones, new and easier footpaths? Nay, nay, 3 times nay. Always more, always better ones of your type shall succumb, for ye shall always have it worse and harder. End quote. End of Part 4, Chapter 71, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.